going call. And the river 10. Yeah, I should just check here. What the why are you betting? Check. All right, I bet. Fine, I guess I'm thin value betting now. Oh, what the hell? You hit a 10? It's fucking stupid. Okay, now we have open and straight draw, backdoor flush draw, bet small. All right, we got the fucking straight with a flush draw. I like it. I like it a lot. Basically the nuts right now. Bet. Hope he calls. He didn't call, but obviously, we got the nuts here. And now there's 60 in the pot. We got 75. We got a straight. I hope he jams and just freaking snap him off with the straight. And you got a motherfucking flush again. What the fuck, dude? How the fuck do I always start a fucking session with a straight and lose to a flush? Fucking joke. All right, we got aces. 4-bet. Is he going to fold? No, he called. All right, fine. Sweet. Okay. 3 aces now. Show me how you're going to fucking beat this hand now. Fucking top set. Some fucking, what are you going to hit? Fucking gut shot straight? Oh, you're going to make a flush or straight now for sure. Okay, I'm going to bet anyway because whatever. I got the nuts right now. So you never know, eh? Yeah, can't be too careful. Okay, now you got the straight or the flush. Which one? Show me. I don't care. All in. All you can eat, sucker. All right, 1 pair you called me with. I finally won a little cooler pot. Okay, king 3 of hearts now. We're going to open on the button. Call a 3-bet. Why not? Suited, king. Seems okay. All right, top pair. Not going nowhere now. Top pair. He's going to bet small. We peel. Now we got the flush draw. We got the king. We got danger here because you could have ace queen, 2 pair, queen 9, a whole bunch of stuff. So I'll check it back, play careful, and then we don't lose a big pot. Unless, you hit the 3 on the river for maximum fuck you in your kulu, right? So now we're going to bet because we got kings and 3s and he checked, right? And of course, we're going to see the raise from Micro Stakes over here, who just happens to fucking check raise with 3 kings. So we have an easy call, and we lose. Fucking nice game we're playing here, boys and girls. Ace king suited, 3 bets, top pair, okay. Bet small, set the trap, fall right in. I don't know, trap, fucking probably got king queen, you know what I'm saying? Show me a set. No? Okay, check. Sweet. I guess I have the best hand. All right, that's not the freaking good card. Heart, straight, the 2 pair, all the shit came. Fucking joke. I'm going to check and hope he checks. Stupid. I mean, I have such a good hand, but now it looks like shit, and he's overbet the freaking motherfucking river. Yeah, eat some. What the fuck, Jack 8? Jack 8 my ass. Finally, he didn't make some goofy-ass hand, and he's fucking drawing dead. All right, 3 4s with a queen kicker. I like it. Gonna bet it. He calls. All right, we just got to keep betting, man. 3 4s with a queen? I'm going to check that shit. Bet. Hope he calls. Raise me. Come on now. I got a full house. Let's go, baby. I'm going to bet big again. Hope he raises me now and doesn't have pocket 6s. That would suck, right? He does not have pocket 6s. He had ace deuce there. Ace and a deuce. Okay. Ace 4. What am I doing with? What the fuck? Why is he showing this stupid hand? I play this like a chooch. Okay, I have the nut flush draw. I'll bet big. And then, okay, and then on the river, I got nothing. Absolutely stugat. So I bet fucking huge. The 2x pot in a bit. Oh my God. Okay, 2 pair, you win. Oh shit. 10s. All right. 10s are good. It's a good hand. I'm going to 4-bet it. 4-bet the 10 skis. 4-bet the 10s. Let's see here. What's the flop going to be like? Ace, king, queen? Oh, fuck yeah. Something like that, Ace, well, I'm sure it wasn't ace, king, jack of hearts or clubs or something. Okay, bet small. Just hope that he fucking folds. He doesn't. I'm done. Check. All right. Well, I don't know. Less likely he has an ace, but he might have a jack, and he checks. And oh, yeah. Very nice. Ace, jack. Okay. Good for you. Good for you. Top full house there. Check. To trap me. All right. We 3-bet the jack 7 because that's a 3-betting hand. That's what we've decided. Jack 7, we 3-bet. And now we flop the jack. Oh, eat some of this. You can't beat me now, motherfucker. There's no fucking way I'm going to lose this motherfucking pot. Impossible. Come on, baby. Club schmub. Whatever. He didn't bet. We're going to value bet our 3 jacks and pay us off with some stupid shit hand. Pay us off with some stupid shit hand. 3 jacks, baby. Read them and weep. Read them and fuck you. Absolutely fuck you. How about that? What the fuck, man? Made a flush? Jesus. This fucking game is ridiculous. All right, we got a pair. Eights. Go ahead and bet. He checked. Fucking flush. Every time I have trips in this fucking guy rivers a flush. Every fucking time. Trips, straights, fucking flushes. He makes flushes like they're fucking easy. Oh, shit. All right, value bet one time with the 8. Maybe he pays me off with some 6 or a 5 or some goofy hand. Right? If you got a queen, you got a queen. What do you want from my life? You know what I'm saying? You're going to pay me off, right? Yeah, you called me with 4 or 5. Okay, ace, queen of diamonds. Raise it up. Top pair. All right. Looking good, huh? Look at me. Look at me roll. Bet a little bit. Oh, fuck. What the hell is that card? Straight and flush. Oh, never mind. I got 3 aces now. That could be good. We bet, so call. Straight. Eat it. Okay, obviously. Fucking gut shot. Why not? Ace 8. Raise. All right. We got top pair. Oh, nice. Check. I bet. Why not? You got the top pair. It's a fine. Throw a bet out there. All right. Fucking flush got there and shit and whatever. I don't know what the fuck's going on in this hand. I got a pair of aces. I just hope it's good. Check. Let's see. All right. Phew. Aces held. 10s again. All right. Come on. 10s. 4 bet again. Let's put a better flop out. No more fucking always 6 over cards on the flop. All right. Come on. Nice low. What the fuck is these flops? King, jack, ace, jack. Eat a fucking bag of bleeps. I don't know. Fuck. Why am I bleeping when I keep saying a fucking shit all the time? Okay. Small. All right. Now we have a straight draw. Just fucking check. 9 on the river. What's this hand gonna be? Check. All right. Check. What the fuck, man? Just fucking never win. 2 10s against fucking coin flips fucking spots. Cock fuck. All right. 3 straight, 3 flush, backdoor stuff. All right, let's peel. There we go. Now we got a gut shot, flush draw, all kinds of things happening. All right, we made the flush. I'll just check and hope he bets. And then we snap him off, right? Snap him off that 7 of spades. What are you going to do, buddy? Huh? You going to bluff at it? All right, we can definitely call him that. You got a straight fucking flush. Good for you. Holy shit. King deuce. All right, we got a deuce. That's good. Good over card kicker. Some backdoor shit could happen. What the hell was that? Hold on. All right. Never mind. All right. I'm just going to raise him because you know what? Fuck it. That's my logic here. Raise him because I got a pair. I got a gutter. I got all kinds of stuff going on here. Right? All right. Now we got... Hey! Look who made a straight one time. Please don't say he has ace king. Because that would just make me stop the video right here. Don't have ace king. Don't raise me. Don't raise me, bro. Well, unless you're bluffing. Go ahead. Okay, let's see. All right. Oh, so sorry. I fucking outdrew you for half the pot. Go cry me a fucking river with this shit. All right, ace king suited now. Let's 4 bet again. 4 bet again. What is he fucking all in? All right. Oh, great. Fuck yeah, flush, one time. Let's fucking put a beat on him. One fucking time. King on the river. This is fucking stupid. I'm quitting after that one and depositing down at Caesar's Palace because I'm ready to go again tomorrow. Holy shit. What the fuck? All right. Shit, fuck. You know what's stupid is this whole fucking run. I don't think in a single all-in pot I've had the worst hand in one. Yeah. We didn't win this one. Clearly. Well, we would have won if we won this last hand. But, you know, it's hard to beat aces. Anyways, I'm done.
And with that, hello everyone and welcome back. This is High Stakes Feud, Daniel Negreanu versus Doug Polk. It is round 18. Thank you all for joining us once again. My name is Jeff Platt and I'm joined today by poker author, by poker coach, by pretty decent poker player on the side, I'd say, a WPT champion with more than $7 million in live tournament earnings. Jonathan Little is here. Jonathan, welcome to High Stakes Feud.
Thanks for having me, Jeff. I'm ready for some gambling action today. Let's see if Negreanu can make a run.
That's what I'm talking about. Great to have you here. So, Jonathan, fill us in just on your overall thoughts on what's transpired so far throughout this battle between Negreanu and Polk.
So, it's been swingy to some extent. It seems like, kind of unfortunately for Daniel, a lot of his wins have been kind of small and a lot of his losses have been kind of big. I know that he mentioned in the last few recap/rant videos he made on his YouTube channel that he gets off to a bad start every time. But I was looking at it, and yesterday, he didn't like the first two hands he played, which is kind of interesting. Maybe he needs to be warming up a little bit. I'm interested to learn from him if we're going to interview him later today. Are we doing anything ahead of time? Are we rolling out of bed and hopping in and gambling? Because I know whenever I roll out of bed and hop in and start gambling, it often does not go great. So you have to get warmed up a little bit, even though we all think we play great poker all the time, you know? But, I mean, look, it seems like Negreanu is getting better and better by the day. I mean, he's mentioned this in his interviews that he initially started playing okay, but certainly not world class, and he's getting better. He's learning as you will. The neat thing about this challenge is that Doug Polk's probably not gonna get a whole lot better at poker between the start and the end, whereas Negreanu is probably gonna get a whole lot better between the start and the end. And the question is, how much better can he get between the start and the end? And will it be too late?
That's a good question. We'll be sure to ask him about his routine. We will have, of course, an exclusive post-match interview with Daniel Negreanu whenever their session is done. Negreanu just told Jonathan Little to have the coffee ready, to have it brewed, to have it ready to go and you've already got it. You're already rolling. So are you pacing yourself okay? We don't want too much coffee at the beginning. If we go a good 4 or 5 hours, we need to keep the same energy level going here.
Yeah, so I was actually in Vegas recently to film Poker After Dark, and I had to come back home and be quarantined for 5 days. So I sat in my bedroom by myself for 5 days, no coffee, no alcohol. I drank a lot of green smoothie protein mix. And so now 1 cup of coffee is going to have me super hyped up. This is the second one of the day, so I'm ready. We're ready to go today.
All right, bouncing off the wall. So let's set the scene. What you're about to see, 2 tables of 200, 400, heads up, no limit Texas Hold'em on WSOP.com. The plan overall in the feud is to play 25,000 hands before they sit down and look at the overall results. They played about 9,000 hands so far, so a little bit more than 35% of the way through with the competition. Doug Polk now up about $785,000. That's in the 19 to 20 buy-in range. And obviously, Jonathan, it's easy to say that for whatever session is next is the most important session, but it genuinely does feel like today important session of all. Considering this last week, considering 2 big sessions for Polk, this one is fairly critical, I think.
The neat thing about heads up, no limit Texas style is that you can go on big swings one way or the other. I know Polk has had one really big day and Negreanu's had one really big day, and sometimes you're just going to win every hand. And if you win every hand for as long of a session Negreanu wants to play today, you win every hand for 8 hours, you can win $800K or $1 million. That said, you could also lose $800K or $1 million. So guess we'll find out soon.
Negreanu has mentioned he's just waiting for his sun run. Like you said, the timing would be quite nice if he received it today when he's planning on putting in his longest session. So the buy-in for this one, as you see, they sat down with $40,000. Now you'll see if a player gets down to less than 40K, they will automatically top off to get back to 40K before the next hand begins. We'll call the table on the left, table 1. We'll call the table on the right, table 2. We'll keep things simple for y'all here. Micro Stakes is Doug Polk, DNegs, of course, being Daniel Negreanu. Thank you all for joining us on GGPoker.tv. Be sure to like the page. Be sure to subscribe. Be sure to comment. Say what's up to us in the chat. Any questions you want to ask Jonathan, fire them off in the chat. We will also have a couple of free rolls today, which will award some seats to the Big 50 to kick off that WSOP Winter Online Circuit Series on GG. Give you the password for the first one of those in about 20 minutes. And just like that, we are underway with Doug Polk taking down a 5K pot with 6s.
You know, solid, almost bottom pair. Not a bad way to start off winning the hand.
Not bad, not bad.
$5,000 pot for you right off the bat. So How has the game been playing? Because I've been watching some of the streams, but I've been mostly watching like recaps to some extent because they're putting in 3, 4, 5 hour sessions. How have the games been playing? Are the games like overly aggressive, or is it mostly GTO-ish pre-flop and then sometimes Doug Polk gets insane post-flop?
You know, in my very basic and very generic point of view, the 3-betting frequencies have been pretty high. They're not afraid to 4-bet pre. The all-ins pre are pretty rare. Now, we did see one yesterday, aces against ace king. All-ins overall are pretty rare before we see a river card. Daniel Negreanu has not run well in that all-in EV category. We've been over that and again and again. And he tweeted today, fun stat. So after 8,000 hands, we have played 25 all-in pots before the river. Of those 25 all-ins, I have won exactly 0 times when I was the underdog. And we thank Corey Steele on Twitter at Corey Steele _ for keeping track of all this, for keeping a Google Doc going. So long story short, Jonathan, that they have not been afraid to get the chips in the middle pre-flop, I would say.
So I would be interested to know, how many times has Doug Polk got it in bad going to the river?
Yeah,
is it 25 or is it like 7 or is it like 42? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You have to be careful looking at one-off stats to some extent. I know, like at ESPN, I went to the ESPN studios one time. They have a whole room devoted to people who make these random stats that can basically tell you anything. So that would be interesting to know. But I mean, look, if you're over 25, that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Gotta be a little bit luckier.
Looking at the list as DNegs takes down a couple nice pots, 6s and 7s for him to take down a 15K pot. Perhaps he will start off in the right direction. It looks about even as far as who's been ahead, who's been behind at these all-in points. And Negreanu is running below all-in EV, about $277,000.
Okay. I was reading something where Doug Polk says he thinks his win rate's like 12 or 13 big blinds per 100 so far, which, interestingly enough, is roughly what the betting line came out. We allowed to talk about the betting line in here?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Poker Shares is a friend of ours. Poker Shares is a friend of GG. We had Mike McDonald on here. I've got the full list of odds ready to go. So whatever you'd like to say about betting, we encourage it on this stream.
Well, so I made a video about this match before it started on my YouTube channel. And I basically said that, line is kind of essentially assuming Negreanu is going to be a minus 10 big blind per 100 hand loser. And so far, Doug Polk thinks he's like 12 or 13, somewhere in there. But that's not necessarily accounting for the fact that, well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Not necessarily accounting for the fact that Negreanu is running kind of poorly. I don't know if we actually know Negreanu is running poorly. Did we lose the table?
Yeah, I think we lost the table. So bad start for us. So take as long as you'd like making this point.
Well, the point is that Mike McDonald's pretty sharp. And you got to be careful betting with Mike McDonald because the line they set seemed to be pretty close to right. It was 5 to 6 to 1, somewhere in there. 5 to 1 or 6 to 1, somewhere in that vicinity. And that looks about fair. I assumed in this match, Negreanu would either be a slight underdog at those betting lines or a decent favorite. When I say a decent favorite, still small loser in terms of big line per 100, but
sure.
Favorite to the 5 or 6 to 1 betting odds. So sometimes bets like this come up where either you're going to be a small loser or a decent winner whenever you make bets like this. And I'm happy enough with it at the start. What are the current odds,
Yes, I do. So the current odds have Doug Polk as a minus 33 favorite. So if you bet $3,333 on Doug Polk to win high stakes feud and he wins it, you would profit $100. Now he was minus 2,500 entering yesterday's session. So that puts Negreanu at plus 1450 now. So about a 15 to 1 underdog to pull off this massive comeback.
Well, we have to presume Mike McDonald has pretty accurate lines here. Someone said that they were betting on Negreanu every match, like to win the match.
Okay.
I've been something like, I don't know, plus 175, they were saying. And that bet has been paying off nicely because I think it's kind of like 50-50-ish on the matches.
He's won a fair amount of matches when you just look at bottom line, who comes out ahead. Now, the Sharps, the Mike McDonalds of the world have adjusted those lines. So now the individual session odds, we have Doug Polk at about -140, Daniel Negreanu at about +120. So
yeah, you can beat Mike McDonald once or twice, but he'll make sure to adjust and get you.
Exactly.
You can only beat him once or twice. That's it.
3-bet pot on table number 2. It goes check, check on the flop. Ace of clubs on the turn. Check, check once again. 3 on the river.
Hello to everyone in the chat box today. Hope you're having a great day.
Yeah, thank you all for being here.
I'm ready to see lots of like river check raises and river bet re-raises. We need to get away from the GTO solver. Come on, Daniel, you can't let him win on that with the 3. Come on, man.
the 3 ball on the river.
Come on, not in a 3-bet pot. You can't let him win that hand.
Paul says Jeff and Jonathan, the absolute perfect combo. Go DNegs. All right, we'll take it. Thank you, Paul, for tuning in.
Is it presumed that everyone in the chat likes Negreanu, or they're here because they really dislike us and they just like want to hate on us in the chat?
I mean, we're gonna get a lot of everybody here. We're gonna get the Negreanu fans. We're gonna get the Polk fans. We're gonna get the Jonathan Little fans. We're gonna get the Jeff Platt haters. Like using my self in the third person here and there. But overall, this chat has been really absolutely fantastic. Like even the trolls that we've had are super creative, which I don't mind. Like if you make us laugh, that's a beautiful thing.
If you're funny, it's okay. So can you explain these plus and minus odds? Essentially, say Negreanu is +130 to win the match today. That means you bet $100 to win $130. So if you bet $10, you would win 13. And if Doug Polk was -140, let's say, that means you have to bet 14 or bet 140 to win 100, right? So basically the minus means you're betting that amount to win 100. The plus amount means you're betting 100 to win that amount. Mm-hmm. These are American odds. There's European odds. I'm not from Europe, so I don't know how those work.
Right. I was like, I can't do the decimal. I know some of you in the chat have kind of converted those over for us, and I appreciate that, but I can't wrap my head around it. 9s for Negreanu on table 2 for a 13K pot. Okay. We'll be updating the numbers on the bottom of your screen about every 10 minutes or so. Jeff, Alex, Patrick, and the GG squad.
I didn't realize how many people were on the GG squad making this happen. There's a whole production going on here.
It's a whole crew. We got Carlin in the mix playing the role of producer, director, and then backup host for when one of us needs a break. Carlin will just jump in as co-host. If James overseeing us, I have given him the title of executive producer. I'm not sure if that has resulted into a pay bump from GG for James.
I thought it was just Jeff here in his boxer shorts, but it's a lot.
Right. Well, I mean, that part, might be true. I'm just not actually running the show from a technical point of things. Edward says, hey, I just came here. I'm very drunk on red wine. I know that Jeff definitely likes red wine. Edward, love it.
Cheers. I love red wine too.
Okay, perfect. We're all aligned. Perhaps we'll have a glass deep into the night.
I don't have any. None in my house right now, purposefully.
Oh.
I love red wine that much.
Oh. That is very interesting.
Got to be careful of that red wine.
Yes, you do. I have an empty bottle laying around here in my office area. So I know to heed that warning.
One time I coached a very well-to-do poker player for a big charity tournament. Oh, we have a big river raise.
Massive check raise, just like you wanted to see.
Here we go. Well, we only want it if the good team wins, right?
Right, of course. We admit our bias, a slight amount of bias towards the Negreanu side of the table. We've also admitted that Doug Polk has played really, really well, which makes sense, considering at the very least he used to be the best heads-up player in the world. Perhaps he's still up there.
Oh yeah, red wine store. So I coached a poker player. I did it for free. He sent me a case of, he actually sent me 3 cases of nice red wine, like $300 bottles of red wine. And I drank it all in like a month and a half. And I'm like, oh, this is just not good. It was like 36 bottles in a month and a half, which I guess isn't that bad, but it's unnecessary.
I mean, must have been some pretty good wine.
It was good.
So we see the exact same check raise on both tables. Polk calls on table 2.
The secret to not drinking too much is just don't keep any at your house.
Yeah, that's good. That's the way to do it.
Well, it's not because
right. I mean, it's
it's actually miserable.
It depends how you're looking at it.
Oh man, to all the kids out there, try to stay off vices, please.
Right.
Don't ruin yourself. A lot of poker players have a lot of people have a few vices, and if you just cut out one of them or two of them, your life will be way better.
Sure. 24K in the pot on table 2, about 16K in the pot on table 1.
Two big ones going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Ace, river, and Negreanu checks on the right, which is kind of neat. It's a spot where Polk may have some of the ace highs, so you got to be a little bit careful.
Polk checks back. Jacks are good for Negreanu to take down the biggest pot of the day. The straight is good for Negreanu on table 1. So wow. A hot start for Negreanu. Did you catch the Daniel Negreanu post-session interview yesterday?
Yeah, he had a nice talk with you guys yesterday.
Yeah, everybody was very calm and very laid back. We
gave you a nice chat.
To check out the replay if you want to be thoroughly entertained.
I suppose GGPoker is okay with vulgarity?
Yes. Yes, they are. That would be a strong yes.
Oh my goodness. Whatever works.
And we got it all yesterday in the post-match interview.
Something tells me we're going to be relatively family-friendly until the post-game interview today.
I think so.
But then we could be friendly in the post-game, or family-friendly in the post-game interview too, assuming he has a winning session. Jonathan Little says not to eat too many hamburgers. I don't know if I've ever told anyone not to eat too many hamburgers.
Oh, come on. That doesn't count as a vice.
I mean, like anything can be a vice, right?
Sure.
I mean, yeah, if you want to have 7 hamburgers a day, it's probably too much. What do you want from me? It's true. You have 7 glasses of wine a day, it's probably too much. It's true. Just as trying to help all of you out.
Negreanu mentioned in the post-match interview that he wants to go 100,000 hands, and Polk responded on Twitter, okay, yeah, sure, let's do it. For now, this match scheduled for 25,000 hands.
One thing that a lot of people on the internet have a tough time realizing is when people are joking / speaking non-seriously.
Yep.
Something that Twitter has ruined a lot of people on is they just think anything that anyone writes must be 100% factually true in all scenarios.
Yeah.
And, while Negreanu may want to go 100K hands, I think he was probably just annoyed that he lost every hand yesterday.
That is probably the truth. The 6,400 in the middle on table 2.
Who in the world are they going to get to commentate this if they go 100,000 hands? That's going to take a year.
Oh my God.
Who wants to watch that?
They've set a pretty good pace, but 100,000 hands? I don't know. Might need a new crew in here for that one. Ace on the river, rainbow board. Action on Negreanu. Who's taking the early lead for round 18? The overbet by Negreanu on the river.
Negreanu's been pulling out a few more overbets recently, which is good to see. We are playing no limit hold'em, not 3/4 pot hold'em.
True. Polk with force for a small pot on the left.
Daniel, steal these small pot. Take them. My kids just came home. They may decide to be loud. So if I have to mute myself for a second, I apologize, everyone. We're living in the COVID world where children run around and make all sorts of noise.
All of that just so understandable nowadays, in 2020.
It's a different world.
You're at home with the kids. I'm sure my dog will go nuts at one point. I mean, it's just like I think it's just understood.
So I have a virtual team who helps me with my training site, pokercoaching.com.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the employees he has this dog, and he claims the dog is quiet unless they're on like a group call with me and everybody else. Every time we have a group
and
call,
that's the only time they go loud?
Okay. That's what he claims. And this dog is just barking its head. I'm like, look, man, you got to get rid of the dog. I don't know what to tell you. We can't handle this anymore.
Can you just be honest with us at least? I mean, there's no way that just on y'all's calls, the dog is loud.
To be fair, when I have like a one-on-one call, it's fine. It's just when it's a group.
Oh, okay, so maybe it is.
Maybe it's a group.
Maybe it's the group. About 15,000 in the pot on table 1.
They're playing some reasonable pots so far.
So
no gigantic pots, but reasonable pots.
Right.
These are the types of spots where Doug Polk pulls in the 2-X pot overbet sometimes, though. So you never know.
Oh, wow. Goes runner, diamond after he flopped the open-ended straight draw. So it's a flush for Negreanu.
He tried to let the young guy get his hand in the cookie jar.
Trying to set a little bit of a trap. Just a bit of a trap. Dennis Marvin in the chat. I would like to see Gabe Kaplan back announcing high stakes poker. Well, Dennis, you want it. You got it. Gabe Kaplan, AJ Benza, December 16th, high stakes poker. December 13th, Poker After Dark returns to Poker Go. And, no spoilers, of course, but I do believe we'll have a Jonathan Little sighting at some point this season. Is that correct?
A few, yes.
Oh, yes. And how was that Poker After Dark experience with the new set?
It was a lot of fun. Very, very nice set. It was a very cool experience. I don't want to talk too much about it because it hasn't come out yet. It comes out the 13th, I think, in 3 days. That's when
it does. It does indeed.
You'll see soon. Check that out on Poker Go.
What I haven't seen yet, Jonathan, in this match, and people in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong, on table 2 is a 3-bet pot, which we see plenty. Negreanu raises, Polk 3 bets, Negreanu calls. And then on that flop, Jack 10 deuce, Polk led with a pot size bet. I have not seen that sizing used by him on the flop. And then he shoves on the turn.
Cool spot. This Jack 10-2 is a board where both players should connect pretty well with it to some extent. So, using a big bet size there does make some sense if you are betting pretty polarized, right? You either have the best hand by a mile or you have a draw with lots of equity. I think it makes a lot of sense there. Hands like, I don't know, Queen 9 could play like that if they decided to get after a pre-flop, or, King, Queen, or maybe, I can't see because things covered up, but backdoor draws, etc. All those types of hands can go for big bets and then jams.
Chris in the chat says, Jeff, do you think we'll see a 250K pot? I think if we're going to see one, Chris, today would be the day, considering how long, at least it seems like Negreanu is planning on playing. We could see the stacks on one or both of the tables get to a point where they're pretty deep. Now 250K, or, at least 125K a person. I don't know. We haven't seen that yet. I don't know if they've been 300 bigs deep yet, but we'll see. Today could be that day for the biggest pot.
There was a question, something along the lines of, do specific boards favor one player over the other? And the answer to that's definitely yes, because if someone re-raises pre-flop, they have all of the best hands, right? And when someone does not 4-bet, they presumably don't have all of the best hands. So specific boards definitely do favor specific players. I actually have heads up pre-flop charts you can download at pokercoaching.com/HUNL if you want to study those. Nice, easy charts. Don't use them while you're playing in the games.
Right, we've gone through that. Yeah, we've gone through that in this challenge.
But get them, print them out, study them, get good. I'm quite confident both these players are playing pretty close to it. I've actually reviewed, I think, 14 hands of theirs on my YouTube channel so far, going through using Pio Solver to figure out, are they playing the GTO strategy? Are they off of it? Are they way off of it, etc. And so far, their pre-flop strategies have been very, very GTO. Whereas sometimes they start getting off of it post-flop, and that's because pre-flop, it's kind of easy to look at the charts, memorize them, and you'll be close enough. Whereas post-flop is where it gets much, much trickier. And to be fair, I'm not any sort of world-class heads-up player by any means, because I haven't spent my life playing this game like Doug Polk has, right? But even then, there's spots where he's a little bit off of GTO, despite being quite close in general. It's a hard game.
You might not be world-class, but I think you're smart enough to realize that on table 1, Doug Polk had pocket 7s, and the flop came 7-7X.
Yeah, that's
pretty good flop for 7s, yeah?
Yeah, it's a good flop.
Okay. He did win a pretty small pot.
You want to make
$6,500 pot. Yeah, at 7777 is good. All right, password for our first free roll of the day, the GGPoker.tv free roll, which gives away 5 $50 seats to the first event of the World Series of Poker Winter Online Circuit Series, the Big 50, the 1 million guarantee. The password is Big 50. Simple. BIG50. Big 50 is the password. Get in the mix, get in the free roll, win a seat. Let us know in the chat if you do, go get them out there. Again, ggpoker.tv free roll. The password is Big50, and that event is already underway. A $50 buy-in, a $1 million guarantee.
There's a lot going on GGPoker right now, right? They have all sorts of World Series of Poker stuff happening.
That much is true. The World Series of Poker Winter Online Circuit, really December 13th to January 10th. December 13th is really when they start to kick it into gear. $100 million guaranteed throughout the course of that series. 18 ring events, and starting every Saturday, starting on December 19th, Brent Hanks and I will be here on ggpoker.tv to call a final table, and we will start with the Big 50 again 1 week from Saturday.
On the right, and the main event. This was a raise 3-bet call hand. Is that what we're looking at here?
On table 2.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I say 3. Yeah, table 2.
I believe so. Yes.
And neat spot for micro stakes. Doug Polk to check. Certainly, board you should check sometimes because again, Negreanu should have a lot of that King 10 type stuff. Check. Got to be careful betting here for Negreanu, but Polk's gonna have a lot of stuff like under pairs here, or 10s, bad kings. Neat scenario. Am I playing the main event? Not this time. I can get up and go to New Jersey, but I am not going to get up and go to New Jersey.
Okay.
It's a bit of a hassle.
That much I could see.
COVID time, and it's on a weekend, I think, and I'm supposed to take care of my kids on the weekend.
Yeah.
It's like,
doesn't quite line up.
Not this time. It's somehow easier to get up and fly to Vegas and go to Vegas for 2 months instead of getting up and going to New Jersey for the weekend. It just makes more logical sense. Figure that one out, right?
Polk in the tank.
This is a spot where you would think Negreanu would bet a decent amount, but Polk may have some slow plays here, which is like super nut hands. He folds.
Polk does lay it down.
It's always so sick when you bet they were like, I don't even know, top pair, the second kicker, or 2 pair, and they get check shoved on. Because then, Polk's representing nuts, like straights and sets, which he certainly could have.
Yeah, and we've seen that a couple times from him throughout the course of this feud, doing it with the nuts, and then, of course, doing it with a bit of a bluff. Speaking of the main event, final 9 is set for the GGPoker side of things. Those 9 will be in Rosvedov on Tuesday, December 15th at the King's Casino to play down to a winner and then await the American winner on WSOP.com. Bruno Bataillon, the Brazilian, with the chip lead. The guy's been winning everything over quarantine. Damian Salas is in 3rd place, a former World Series of Poker main event final tableist. And we will have some coverage. They'll call it the WSOP Wrap. It's Lon McCarran and Jamie Kerstetter on the call for some episodes of the World Series of Poker main event in 2020. Try to give you a little bit of that main event feel.
As close as we can get in pandemic time, huh?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, exactly. I think 674 players for the GG side of things.
Solid turnout.
I think so.
And then the winners go to Vegas. Is that accurate?
Yes. So the international winner will go to Vegas. The American winner will probably be in Vegas. That final table is 2 days before, and they'll play heads up for $1 million added to the prize pool by Caesars and the World Series of Poker.
Is it going to be possible to get the person to Vegas from Europe? Are they going to get some special visa? Or they have that lined up already?
I think it's it's let's hope for the best at this point. And there might.
They may call it like a whatever it's called, a special worker or something. Maybe some special work visa.
Maybe there's a way to make the process at least a little bit easier. I don't know.
Well, we'll all find out together, I suppose.
Yeah, that much is true. I'm just hoping that for now, next step in the process is that these 9 GG players can get to Rosvedov for that live final table.
Well, yeah, they have to deal with that too. I mean, they could be playing in, not Europe, I guess, right?
Right. I mean, their final table is from Brazil, Portugal, Argentina, Liechtenstein, Austria, Lithuania, Spain, China, and Bulgaria. So
what a mess.
Best of luck to all, and hopefully we make it happen.
Oh my God, have fun with that.
Fingers crossed. I'm
Yeah,
going
Mark
to
has
play
to
the
ride a
main
private
event.
jet.
I'm going to play the main in the US, Jonathan. So if that influences you, you know, there's 10K of dead money in that prize pool. I don't know if you now do want to make that trip to New Jersey.
All right, I'm going to book it right now.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Let me get my phone out and I'll get a hotel room somewhere.
I'm just saying, I'm just here for the poker community to build that World Series of Poker main event field.
And we are all appreciative for people just like you.
Yep. Keep you guys in business.
Kendrick says, just got here and Negreanu hasn't been coolered yet.
That's true.
Pretty lucky.
That much is true.
I could be his good luck charm today.
Well, he would take it. I mean, if he had a massive session, you might be working every single day with us.
Oh my God.
I think you've got enough going on in your life to probably not be able to work every single day with us. We're thrilled to have you here today. Those Polk 4 bets on table 1.
You know, you make the deal right and you can get people to show up all day, every day. Look at you, right?
Yep. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. But I got nothing else going on. You got a training site, you got the fam, you got your own poker to play. I mean, I'm just sitting here literally just waiting on the phone to ring, and hopefully it's GG and they have work for me.
This show is actually at like the perfectly wrong time for my life because we have a nanny until 6 p.m. Eastern time, and then she goes home. So that's like in 2 minutes, right?
Yep.
And so then it's my job to take care of the kids from like 6 until 8 p.m. when they go to bed, which is like this show, you know?
Right.
And so this does not fit well with my life whatsoever, but I'm happy to be here with you every once in a while. Or if GG wants to sweeten the pot every single day, 7 days a week, whatever you want.
And we're happy to have you here. So some negotiations perhaps with the family to allow you to be here.
There you go.
We'll take it.
Back and forth, little battles so far. Nothing, no blood yet. Just a few flesh wounds.
Amanda Negreanu in the chat.
Hi, Amanda.
Maybe. I'm not sure if that Amanda Negreanu is Amanda Negreanu, unless she changed her picture. A lot of imposters out there. You know, when you get to the Amanda Negreanu level of stardom or the Jonathan Little, I'm sure, level of stardom, a lot of imposters.
Not a whole lot of Jonathan Little imposters. There's been a few.
Okay.
I'm not that famous yet. Maybe one day. No one wants to impersonate me.
Maybe, man, I don't know.
It's not really fun to impersonate a poker nerd.
15K in the pot on table 2.
You think you could find someone better to impersonate?
Amanda Negreanu. That is not me in the chat. Someone should block that using my name and pick. Our guys will take care of it. We'll get Alex or Jeff or Patrick right on them. And they will be bye-bye. Negreanu firing 11K. Table 2.
The neat thing after Negreanu's rant the other day is that now anyone can impersonate him on the internet and say whatever they want. And they're like, yeah, it's probably believable.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Like, yeah, it's not me, but it passes. So, you know.
Doug Polk in the tank again.
So I was just on this show, what was it called? Poker Night in America. But I filmed it like 3 years ago, and it was in Christmas. Or not Christmas, it was in a Halloween. And I just came wearing normal clothes, and everybody else was dressed up, or a lot of people were dressed up in Halloween costumes. And everybody kept saying I was dressed up like a nerd, but it was just my normal clothes.
I like it. Polk with the hero call with the 7s. Guys, dude, can we pull up that replay perhaps? A nice pot for Doug Polk as he leads here on the Jack 7-3. Negreanu made the call.
Leads are always interesting, aren't they?
Third spade pops up on the turn, and it went check, check. River ace. Polk checked. It was Negreanu firing. Just 5 high, and Polk looked him up with the 7s. Nice call by Doug Polk.
You got a bet there. Daniel maybe could have got away with the turn plus river bet there. I'm not sure. Like I said, not the best heads up player in the world, but that's a spot where like maybe you're supposed to be bluffing turn if you do float flop. And if you do bet turn, you just like gotta bet the river, I would think. That said, if he does that, he probably loses all his money instead of some.
After that, Negreanu's still up on the day, but just up a lot less, up about 9K or so.
Someone said in the chat earlier, something to the effect of, after 9,000 hands, you think it'd be clear who the winner or the loser is. But Not really. I mean, clearly the person who's up over any amount of hands is more likely to be the winner than the loser. And as you get more and more hands, it becomes more likely, right? But there's a lot of variance in heads up no limit hold'em. A lot. More than most people would think. And that's why it's kind of difficult to like definitively know win rates, definitively know like if what you have seen is actually indicative of skill level or luck or whatnot. And I think a lot of people really try to extrapolate small sample sizes and say this is like definitively what is true. If you're down, you must be the losing player. And if you're up, you must be the winning player. Because hey, it's taken us a month or something, right? How long have we been here? Something like that.
Yeah, about a month.
Can you really lose for a month and still be a winning player? Well, maybe. We'll find out.
Right.
But even then, 25,000 hands is not indicative.
Sure.
It's a little bit indicative, but not like very, very clear.
Yeah, you're getting a much bigger sample size, but you know, variance could still control it.
For sure.
I like all you guys in the chat when I brought my phone out waiting on the call from GG. You all also mentioned I was just swiping on Tinder, and that is true. So it's Tinder until GG calls, and then I either accept a date, which is rare, or accept a gig with GG, which thankfully has not been rare since Negreanu and Polk have done some battle. They've been pretty efficient without this whole process. And Jonathan, I think the pace of play has been really refreshing. It's rare to see these guys tank, and they have to be put in quite a spot in order to do so, which I imagine would be tough when you're playing high stakes heads up on two tables, especially when you're Negreanu and probably not used to it all.
Yeah, I think a lot of decisions are kind of automatic. Like the pre-flop spots are semi-automatic, right?
Okay.
So those are going to naturally go pretty quick. But like right here, you see this table on the right, table 2.
Yeah.
It's kind of going slow on that table, but that's because it's like a river spot, right? You know, you take a little bit more time on the more intricate, difficult spots, but it is very, very nice that both the players are playing very quickly. They're not time banking down to 5 seconds every time and then making a play. So they're doing a great job of that. A+ job, I would say.
Yeah, they could. They're well within their rights. How about this board on the left? Queen, Jack, 10, King, all spades. A video poker player's dream. Max Sweat. About 11K in the pot as Polk led super, super small in that 3-bet pot. He led for about 1,200.
Is this where Negreanu has the 9 of spades against the ace of spades to finally get the session off to the normal start?
Yeah, right. Then it might just be met with the ... in the chat, and we'll say goodnight. It's a set of 10s for Polk.
No, don't let him win with that, Negreanu.
And that'll be good.
Negreanu. To be fair, Doug Polk has shown that he doesn't mind calling bets on a 4 flush boards, but the 4 straight flush board, maybe he can find a fold there. Maybe not. I don't know. Doug Polk's a bit of a calling station, and the neat thing about knowing your opponent's a bit of a calling station is that kind of makes you stop bluffing them. Lets them realize their equity with hands like that set of 10s there, right? Like if he faced turn plus river bet there, he probably just ends up having to fold. But instead, not much more money goes in, and he gets to just see if he wins. And that's quite powerful. There's a lot of value in just like making your opponents, I'm not gonna say afraid of you. I'm not saying Negreanu is afraid of Polk, but like making them afraid to put in bets or get out of line.
Because to your point, I mean, we saw it in this very session, Polk is very willing to hit that hero call button. And so perhaps that sways the strategy just a bit and helps Polk immensely on a hand like that. Jeff Platt and Jonathan Little here with you guys. It is round 18 of High Stakes Feud. Doug Polk versus Daniel Negreanu. More than 9,000 hands into this one. Negreanu with a slight lead today. Polk with a big lead for the entire High Stakes Feud. Up about $775,000.
Something else I think a lot of people don't quite recognize is that I know it's a lot of money. It's actually not all that many buy-ins, right? We're playing high stakes here. This is not medium stakes feud. This is high stakes feud. Right. It could be called super high stakes feud, really.
Right.
And A lot of people like getting excited for every little thing. And to be fair, we need to get a little bit excited here. But there's a lot of poker yet to be played, and there are gigantic swings in the Cadillac of poker.
Overbet from Polk on table 2. Yeah, it's at less than 20 buy-ins at the moment. And Negreanu has come on with us post-match, and he's made the case that he could very easily see a session one way or the other be 10 buy-ins or so. You know, like he could see himself winning 4 just in one very session. Now he would need that sun run to do so, but he also said that it could go Doug Polk's way in that amount. And if that happened, then we'd be in some real trouble, folks.
Well, if you look at the way it's kind of played out, Negreanu got up to a great start.
Yeah.
Up 5 buy-ins, 6 buy-ins, whatever it was, and then went on a pretty solid downswing. And then it's kind of been, hanging around recently. And there's swings. Swings exist. I mean, if you watch the Phil Galfond PLO battle a while back, it was ridiculous where he got down infinite and then just sun run right at the end to win it all back. I mean, that's PLO. There's more variance in that game than No Limit Hold'em, but still, crazy stuff happens in heads-up games.
Like you were saying at the very beginning of this show, Negreanu has strung together a decent amount of wins, just as wins have been on the smaller side. Case in point, he won every session last week. He won Monday, he won Wednesday, won Friday, not even for 2 buy-ins total.
Peter says something to the effect of, what do I think about how Negreanu handled his bad run yesterday? And I think they're referring to his rant. Look, I think Negreanu is the type of person who may have these rants in his head, but he can also separate that from trying to play the best to his ability, right? A lot of people, if they are having any thoughts like that in their head, they're just like completely out of their mind and they can't think straight. But Negreanu's played very high stakes poker for a long time. He's had plenty of heads up matches in the past, and he's fared pretty well on average, right? So I'm not concerned about Negreanu's mindset. I mean, if it was up to me, I'd try to get him to be a little bit more stoic, but whatever. He's a showman to some extent. He's gonna come here, he's gonna put on a show. When he just completely gets pooed on, he's not gonna be too happy about it. And when he sun runs, he may be overly happy about it.
Yeah. And he said that to us, and he's been honest with us when he thinks he's played well and when he thinks he's played poorly. He thinks that, sure, there's plenty of frustration, but that he's pretty proud of himself for not letting it get to him as far as the actual poker play is concerned. And like you said, there's kind of this release moment after the session where you just get to sit back and you get to talk through things and rant a little bit or celebrate, depending on how the session went. So I also genuinely don't feel like it's affecting his mental state throughout the course of a session.
I think that a lot of poker players who play high stakes have this sort of, essentially they go there, they play, whether they win or lose. If they win, great, they go home, they wake up, they do it again the next day. Mm-hmm. If they lose and they got beat up all day, they go home, relax for the evening, go to bed, wake up, and they feel perfectly fine the next day. Like my wife has commented to me about how she has no clue how I can just like completely get crapped on in a poker tournament for like 10 days in a row. I just wake up, happy to go, show up, play again, play all day, win a bunch of chips, lose a flip at the end, go home. And I think that once you've done that for many, many years, you get desensitized to the fact that, you're going to lose sometimes. It's okay. Solid pot
Queens
on the right.
For Negreanu for 14K pot. All right.
I think a lot of people associate losing with failure, whereas in reality, it doesn't necessarily indicate failure in poker. And it's tough to know what mindset these players even have. What are they calling winning and losing, right? Like, imagine Doug Polk played perfect GTO poker, and that was his goal, and he still lost. Would he feel bad about that? Like, probably not. I don't think he would. I mean,
I don't think so either.
And so, like, same thing with Negreanu. If he started off being a mediocre heads-up player, and he became very, very world-class by the end of this, is that actually failure even if he loses the match? I mean, I don't know. But on any individual day, you're going to play poker, and sometimes you're just going to lose. If you show up on the first hand of a poker tournament or cash game and you lose with aces all in pre-flop, do you feel bad? It's like, no, you got unlucky. It's okay. It's all right. That doesn't mean you are bad at life. It means you lost a hand of poker. It's okay. You'll survive.
That's good. You should be a poker coach.
Yeah.
Our latest tally has Negreanu up about $3,000. So we're about even throughout our first 40 minutes of play or so. So Jonathan, throughout our broadcast, we have the poker super fans, right? And they're all over every single hand and they know everybody in the poker world. But we also welcome in people from this worldwide audience that are brand new to poker, that are brand new to the game. So how would you introduce yourself to those people? Let's hear a little bit about the Jonathan Little story, the Jonathan Little background.
My name's Jonathan Little, and I like to play cards.
Beautiful.
Yes. So I started playing poker when I was 18. I'm 35 now. Started with $50 way back in the day on party poker. Played a bunch of sit and goes, grinded it up to the highest stakes sit and goes. Then I turned 21. I turned that $50 into about $350K in those 3 years.
Decent.
Started playing live poker. Lost a bunch of money my first year playing live tournaments, and then final table to PCA for 300 something thousand. Then won a WPT. Got that little trophy over there. Then won another WPT and got that trophy over there.
Yeah.
Then we got a Player of the Year trophy. It's way up there with some of those other ones way up top.
Yeah.
You know. So won a bunch of money playing poker. Mostly poker tournaments, but I have played a decent amount of cash games, usually at Bellagio, back when I used to live in Vegas. And then I started writing poker books, all these books back here. I had my hands in one way or the other. I have 15 educational books of my own. I help publish other books, including Mike Sexton's autobiography called Life's a Gamble. I had 2 collaborative books called Excelling at No Limit Hold'em and Excelling at Tough No Limit Hold'em. It's a very, very good book. Check it out if you want high-level poker strategies. And I have a poker training site, pokercoaching.com. I knew 3 or 4 years ago that I wanted to not travel and play high-stakes tournaments 28 days out of the month. And I wanted to be home some with my wife, and I wanted to start a family. So in order to do that, I transitioned life a little bit more away from traveling and grinding the circuit full time to being home a little bit more often. Now I have 2 kids. They're 2 and 4. And pre-COVID, I was going to play one high-stakes tournament series for like a week each month. And then I'd be home, coaching students, writing books, working on my site in that time. If people want to get access to my site for free, check it out, pokercoaching.com/free. And we have Heads Up No Limit Hold'em charts, pokercoaching.com/HUNL. Free for you as well. We try to give away a lot of stuff.
Sounds absolutely fantastic. You heard the man, pokercoaching.com, especially pokercoaching.com/free.
Yeah.
What was your,
good.
Oh, I'll wait on my next question until that 4-bet pot. Okay, Polk folds. What was your last trip before quarantine shut everything down? What was the last tournament series that you played?
It was to the Party Poker Millions tournament in Nottingham, which was which was fun. They actually had this weird tournament where it was $1,000 tournament the few days before the main event, where they gave away 20 $10,000 seats added. So the payouts were really weird. It was like 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 15,000 or something silly.
Yeah.
And so there was this giant payout jump because 20th got 10,000 on top.
Right.
And 21st got way less. So I ended up getting a seat from that. So that was cool. It's always nice when you get a little. What happened there? I was actually working on the book, Excelling at Tough No Limit Hold'em Games. And there's a chapter by a guy named Cavallito. And he is a very good progressive knockout player. And I had never really played a ton of progressive knockout tournaments, but he gave me a progressive knockout tournament calculator to help you convert the bounties into chips. And I won about $80,000 online that trip playing the PKO tournament. So that was fun and nice. I had my spreadsheet up the whole time. I played with the spreadsheet, did my best to play well. I probably ran like God, and I won a bunch of money online. Yes. So yeah, that was the last trip. It was in January. Actually, I went on one more trip. I had a company retreat in Vegas. I have a bunch of employees who work with me, and we went to Vegas, and it just happened to be when the Global Poker Awards was happening.
Yeah.
And I won the Poker Personality of the Year award. So that is lucky.
Right. That was on my list, but you got there, and there it is, the Global Poker Award for Poker Personality of the Year. And that, you could argue, is the most important award. Isn't that the one that's voted on by the people?
It is. It is. I campaigned a bit. I asked my fans to vote for me.
Of course.
It turns out.
Why wouldn't you?
If you ask your fans to vote for you, maybe they will.
Well, and also if you have a lot of said fans, then that will help.
I think there's a lot of value in just doing good work, though. I mean, I recognize that I would not be anywhere near as good at poker as I am, and I would not be where I am in this world without lots of people who came before me and were happy to help me. And I want to be able to do that for other people who want to work hard, improve their skills, and improve their life.
I love that. I was nominated for a couple Global Poker Awards, didn't win. Not bitter or anything, of course.
You just sound depressed.
Damn it, Nick Schulman. Yeah,
Tough to beat that Nick Schulman.
Yeah, whenever you're in a category against, I love that emoji by producer Carlin. Whenever you're in a category against Nick Schulman, it's going to be difficult. And the title has broadcaster. You're up against Nick Schulman. Like, what are you expected to do? You're just happy to be nominated in that case.
Yeah. So there's this book by Maria Konnikova called The Biggest Bluff. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And so that came out this year, and also my book came out.
Yeah.
Excelling at Tough No Limit Hold'em Games. Here it is. All of these people. Can you see it?
Yes,
maybe you can see it. Has some pretty great authors. Has Bert Stevens, Draft Ganger, absolute crusher.
He's a sicko. Yeah.
He won a $10,000 tournament on GG the other day, and he's a coach for poker coaching, and he reviewed all of the hands with a guy, Michael Acevedo, who wrote the book Modern Poker Theory, another one of my coaches. And they went through like all the hands in the $10,000 win from GG. So that was pretty cool. He also won 2 EPTs over the last 2 weeks, so he's winning all the money. Cavalito, like I said, when I was helping him with his chapter, I won all the PKO tournaments. We have John Van Fleet, Ape Styles. He's maybe the biggest winner in online tournaments. He's there. Another guy, Vlada Stojanovic. I had never heard of Vlada, but I was told by one of the people at Pokar, this is a poker backing company that I advise, that Vlada's the man. So we did a chapter with Vlada. It's on ICM. Thought it was great. I learned a lot of post-flop ICM stuff for tournaments.
Okay.
And then like 2 weeks later, he won the Stadium Series on Stars for $1.5 million. So people are crushing it. Check it out. Excelling at Tough No Limit Hold'em Games. There you go.
So you got in on him on more kind of like the ground floor before he, became super popular, obviously, after winning that amount of cash.
Yeah, it's always fun when you get in on the ground floor. Actually, I was tasked with getting a book written on mixed games, and I was kind of having a tough time finding someone. Actually, I had someone, and then they quit on me. I'm like, well, this is no good, and the book needed to be done soon. And so I found Dylan Lindy, I think that's how you say his last name. Yeah, and he said, yeah, sure, I'll go through it. I'll make sure it's good. I'll write the rest, and he ended up finishing out the book. It was great. But in the process of this, he won like $1 million at Bellagio, I think, in some WPT. I'm like, oh no, is he going to quit on me since he just got rich? Because he had just started. He was like 2 weeks into the process, and but he finished it. It was great.
Yeah, the five diamond. Is that what he won?
Yeah, something like that. It was a year or two ago now.
Okay.
I have all the books over here.
Yeah.
Mastering Mixed Games. There you go. Another Jonathan Little book. It's my job for the D&B Poker Publishing Company to find good, high-level content. So that's what I do.
And boom. I love it. Well, thank you for being here. Follow Jonathan
Thanks for having me.
On Twitter, on Instagram, all the good stuff.
Jay Cully says, can you please stop asking him questions, FFS?
Oh, wow.
I think Cully needs to come on here.
It's 2 days in a row for a straight flush for Doug Polk.
Maybe more, as far as we know. There was, could have had more so far. Why not? Two that we've seen.
That's true. 2 that we have seen. That
and
is correct.
Quads.
So, pretty even-ish session overall. I do believe that Doug Polk has taken an oh-so-slight lead. Doug Polk versus Daniel Negreanu. It is high-stakes feud, and it is session 18. Polk coming off about a 100K win on Wednesday, about a 160K win on Monday. 4-bet pot on table 2. On the right is Negreanu, 4-betting to 11K.
No action.
Plays it down. Haven't seen that big. I think the biggest pot has gone to Polk. That was the hero call with the 7s. That pot was worth about 38K or so.
At the beginning of a match, you can kind of tell who's up because both players start with 40, right?
Sure.
And if one person has 2 buy-ins,
right,
more often than not, that will be some of that other person's money, right? right?
Sure.
Not all the time, but more often than not.
Right. Tweaked a little bit. Remember, if a player does get down to below 40K, they'll top off before the next hand starts. But yes, in this case, that would be correct. We thank you all for joining us once again. We appreciate it. Click like, click subscribe to ggpoker.tv. We'll be back tomorrow as well. Same start time. Brent Hanks, Amanda Negreanu, and I for the happy hour version of the stream. The first time I've seen Polk sit out before Negreanu.
We may need to make sure he's like still alive over there because he doesn't sit out unless Negreanu's sitting out.
As we have our latest tallies in, has Negreanu up about 15K. It's a fine start for Kid Poker. Got 4K in this pot on table 1.
What could make Doug Polk possibly sit out
really?
early in the session? I mean, I'm worried for the guy.
Right. There's an overbet from Polk, excuse me. And he will sit out. Negreanu will sit out as well. So perhaps there's a discussion on the side. We'll keep you posted if we hear anything. Or perhaps it's just, just another bathroom break. Just this time, for the first time, Polk hit sit out first. And also, producer James reminds me, and this is important, Jonathan, when it comes to tomorrow's broadcast, not only will Brent Hanks and Amanda Negreanu be in the mix, but special guest, Uncle Ron. So this one could go absolutely off the rails, as we do plan to have Uncle Ron join us for our happy hour edition of High Stakes Feud. So a quick break for both of them. We're about an hour into things. Jonathan, I mentioned this earlier, but it sounds like Negreanu would at least like to play his longest session. That has to speak to still how comfortable he is, how confident he is, despite taking a couple hits over this week.
And so, the optimal strategy for Doug Polk then, if Negreanu's ready to battle, show up, play the minimum, and quit.
You never know, and that might be in the cards. Now, we should let everybody know that they are required to play for 2 hours. So that is the bare minimum. And then if they both choose to keep going, obviously they do continue. It just takes one person to say, you know what, I'm out after the 2 hour mark. Now this is more the 50-minute mark, the 55-minute mark. So probably just a quick break for them. When we talked to Negreanu last night, he had mentioned that he had to go to Caesar's Palace. He had to put another milli in his WSOP.com account. He was worried about that kind of hassle, but it seems like they got that taken care of. So there are 2 more sessions on the docket for this week. They're going to take next week completely off, being the World Series of Poker main event. I know Negreanu is going to play. I don't know if Doug Polk is going to play. Then we'll go twice a week to wrap up the month of December when we're in the holiday season. They'll play Monday, Wednesday, and again Monday, Wednesday before we make it to the new year. And then I think in 2021, we'll be playing 3 times a week. So we are back, I believe.
Could you imagine how tilted Negreanu would be if he had to get up, go to Caesars to put $1 million in his account? He comes here to play. Doug Polk takes 3 breaks in the first 2 hours and then quits.
I mean,
that would be so tilted.
If you want it, Polk, the guy can take some jabs with the best of them.
Anyone who will buy a billboard will probably also do that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It would be quite the needle.
Don't tell him to do that, everyone. That might make Negreanu absolutely go nuts.
Corey in the chat,
super nuts.
Are there going to be any main event coverage? So the final table of the US version on WSOP.com and the heads-up match between the American champion and the international champion will be showcased on ESPN in 2021. As far as coverage for the GG main event, there will be some WSOP wrap episodes that GG is putting on with Lon McCarran and Jamie Kerstetter. Give you that main event feel.
Will Have Fun for Food has a legitimate question. Why don't they just play smaller and crossbook and then settle on their own? Is there a reason for that?
Why don't they play smaller, crossbook, and settle on their own? They could
play
do that.
2-4,
Yeah, they're getting the rake back here on WSOP.com. So
no, so they don't have to deal with putting $1 million in their account.
Right.
Because that is a bit of a hassle. Have you ever tried to put $1 million into a poker site?
You know what? Surprisingly, I have not.
It's not as easy as putting in $100. It's a little bit different.
That's weird. I would think that'd be pretty smooth. I think it'd be pretty easy.
Maybe for Negreanu and Polk it is. It's not easy for us normal people.
Jack asks, how will Daniel play the main from Vegas? The main event on Sunday, December 13th is available on WSOP.com, which means that players from both Nevada and New Jersey can fire that one.
For those who don't know what the World Series main event is doing this year, they have essentially a flight running on GG. They actually had multiple day ones, but whatever. One main event's on GG. Then another main event is on Nevada/New Jersey. They play down to 9 for each of those. Those 9 play down to 1, and then those 2 play in Vegas. The final 9 of each, by the way, one is in Rosvedov, the other one is in Vegas. So kind of convoluted, but it's going to be a lot of fun, assuming all the players get to show up due to COVID restrictions.
And that one-on-one match at the end is for an additional $1 million.
Provided by Caesars Entertainment. It must be deposited into your World Series account, and the winner has to play.
Yeah, you gotta play 200, 400. Sorry.
Yeah.
You gotta
got a free roll, but you got to play one of these players.
Andrea in the chat says, Jeff, if Doug decides all of a sudden he doesn't want to continue, will he be able to withdraw the winnings, or is there some kind of guarantee? There is one opt-out point. That's when we're halfway through this thing at the 12,500 hand mark, and the losing player can choose to opt out. The winning player cannot. The winning player has to go for the whole thing if that's what the losing player at the halfway point wants. They are expected back in the Poker Go studio around that halfway point for another live session.
Full house. How does Doug Polk always have like straight flush or quads or sometimes a bad hand like a full house?
He's just had some massive hands today, some massive hands this week. And when you're one of the best and you have the massive hands, it's going to work out pretty well for you as we take a look at this replay.
Steven says, let's all go put a thumb up Joey Ingram's butt. Why would we do that? That's
wow.
rude. That's aggressive.
That's quite strange.
Wow. What a weirdo. People in this chat, they're so fun. That's just like a weird troll.
Matt, about Vegas, what's your guys' favorite casino/hotel in Vegas? I am biased towards the Aria. It's also right by our Poker Go studio, so I would have to have that as number one. Jonathan, what about you?
Well, I've definitely spent the most time in Bellagio, but that's because when I was living in Vegas, Aria was not there yet.
Okay.
So I've played a bunch of cash games at Bellagio, but that was a long time ago. I stayed at Aria when I went recently to film Poker After Dark. Mm-hmm. It was great. I love Aria. I've stayed there many times. Very nice. I wish they had like 1 or 2 more casual food options, because during COVID time, a lot of the places were closed because like half of Vegas is closed. So I had a hard time finding breakfast. There was one breakfast place and the line was a mile long.
They closed the damn Aria Cafe. What's up with that?
Yeah, exactly.
That was one of the more tilting decisions that MGM has made in the last 5 years, to close the Aria Cafe.
Didn't try to get Jeff tilted over here. Look at me.
Yeah, you can't tell. I mean, unbelievable.
Well, that was my thought too. I went downstairs like, all right, I'll find something to eat. Right, Starbucks was closed.
Yeah.
The cafe didn't exist, and I went to that other pastry looking place, and the line was a mile long.
Yeah, with the crepes or something.
But they have the juice place. The juice place is the workaround there. You go get 3 juices.
Okay.
Drink a bunch of juice, and then you get slightly less hungover, and you can then go pee a lot. So it's great.
Good enough, and then you can go play Poker After Dark.
Yeah, perfect.
Be good to go. Famil says, great breakfast coverage. Thank you.
Yeah, there's nowhere to get an Eggo. Eggo says, don't play with your Eggo. There's no way to get an Eggo. Nowhere to get an Eggo waffle at Aria in the morning.
Negreanu firing 2,800 here. 987 Rainbow. 3-bet pot pre.
I'm kind of sad that they're not playing street poker, where there's 4 bets, 5 bets, minimum 6 bets, minimum 7 bets, all 120 big blinds deep, you know? It's like playing a little too robotic pre-flop. Right. Come on, everybody. Let's get in there and mix it up. It turns out getting it in there and mixing it up pre-flop is a great way to lose all your money. So I guess neither player is just trying to give it away. But it'd be fun if they were trying to give it away.
To your point, pre-flop, they've probably been very GTO as Negreanu gets there onto. There are plenty of 3 bets. There's the occasional 4 bet, but they're both pretty hesitant to click that 5 bet button and get the chips in pre.
Yeah, you really shouldn't be 5 betting all that often. Something like Jackson better and Ace King, maybe some 10s, maybe some Ace X suiteds. But you don't really get those hands all that often. Just doesn't happen.
Kings are good for Negreanu on table 1. Perhaps a little bit of momentum for him. Mad about Vegas. We are supposed to get married at MGM Grand in October, hopefully next year. That's what we're hoping for as well. So congratulations to you guys, and hope next year's wedding at the MGM Grand is a fantastic one. Thanks for inviting all of us in the chat as well. So we'll be there. We'll be in attendance.
Yeah, let us know exactly what it is, and we'll try to come.
Yep, we'll definitely be there.
You're good at the tender, Jeff?
What'd you say?
You're good at tender?
I mean, good is a strong word. I'm a frequent user of the app, I think is a more accurate statement.
I never got to play on Tinder. I was slightly too old to get on Tinder.
And you're locked up before
the brutal. I mean, I'm kind of jealous I didn't get to play. It seems like a good game.
Yeah. It's all about game selection, frequencies. I think, you could crush.
Back when I played lots of sit and goes, I was a very high volume player. You just
volume's important.
Take your edges, take lots and lots of small edges. Sometimes you get there, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, balance ranges, all that good stuff. Phil in the chat says 18 episodes in, and we see Jeff naturally lose it for the first time in the challenge because the Aria Cafe was closed.
I was equally tilted whenever I went to go try to get breakfast.
Good. See, so you see my point. They had some fantastic red velvet pancakes.
Everything there was good too. It's just like kind of chill, It's just like you go down there, you chill, you have some coffee, drink some food, eat some food.
It's just a great spot. It's a nice place, great service, solid food.
Now it's a Chinese restaurant.
Which, it's probably great, but it's not good for breakfast. It's just not.
I didn't really get to explore Vegas while I was there. Was there anything fun or exciting happening in Vegas, or anything that's completely closed that you're shocked about?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just, Ghost Town is a bit too strong of a phrase to use there, but it's just, it doesn't quite feel like Vegas. There are very few shows going on right now. A couple of the shows had to close down permanently. It's just going to be rough until 2021.
It's tough because, it's almost like you want to tell people to go support the shows and stuff, but at the same time, you don't want people to go and congregate in public.
Sure.
And it's rough. It's rough.
Yeah, it's really hard for a city that thrives on tourism like Las Vegas.
Yeah.
So we've seen a couple more hotels shut down their operations, at least during the week. I know Palazzo just shut down its hotel completely.
To be fair, if you have two casinos next to each other that are kind of the same thing, you might as well. Like Wynn and Encore, I don't know if they're both open or if either of them are open, but you would think they may shut one of them, or at least shut the hotel on one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right. Like Encore just moved their poker room over to the Wynn.
Yeah.
Right. And kind of makes sense.
Is that what they did? It would make sense.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And they had two casinos, instead of having two casinos that were each 12% full, to your point, just move everybody over to the main one.
I did walk around Cosmopolitan, and that place was booming.
Yeah, Cosmo's been crowded. I mean, were you there on the weekend or during the week? Okay. Weekends haven't been too bad. It's just during the week where everything is pretty empty.
I saw that you could get hotel rooms for $20.
Yeah, the hotel rooms are very cheap.
I guess if you want a Vegas vacation for free, might as well go.
Right, this is the time to do it. 18K in the middle on table 2. Negreanu firing a little bit more than 13K.
I'm ready to start seeing 5x pot river bets too. I know Doug Polk knows how to make 5x pot river bets. I'm ready for him to bring them out. And that's going to be really good for Negreanu because Negreanu likes to get a little bit trappy. So if you're trapping with all the nuts every once in a while, you just always say call. Because Negreanu does not like to hero fold, I don't think, by the way. If he's trapping you, he is not finding a fold.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So it's probably a good play for Doug Polk not to be using gigantic overbets, but it would be fun to see.
Polk in the tank and lays it down. Nice pickup for Daniel Negreanu. Jason in the chat, Jeff, you betting the Pats tonight? I am not. It does feel like the New England Patriots are the sharp side here based on the line movement. I have a futures ticket on the LA Rams, so I don't really want to collide there. I'm just going to sit back, relax, enjoy the game, and root for the Rams.
Oh my
Mad
God,
about
Jeff's
Vegas.
like pro sports better, huh?
Well, pro is in like I look and see what the pros are doing and then follow their lead, which I think is the way to do it.
My fear about following the line movement is that the line has already moved.
Yes.
And they're not betting it further.
Right. So this, for example, this is a perfect example. This very game tonight, the Pats open plus 6.5. Now it's at plus 4.5, and you aren't seeing any more sharp money, come in on the Pats. They liked them at 6 and 6.5.
Right. The problem is that us mere humans can only get them at 4.5 or maybe
we wait
5.
till the sharps pounce, and then we see the move, and we're like, "Oh, cool! The sharps were on that side," and we lose a point and a half or so.
Right, and that's the edge,
Right.
That's the tough thing about that. I've looked into the sports betting. I've yet to figure out how to beat it for any substantial money. It's a hard game. It's a hard game.
Me both. It is tough. Good evening, JDG. Thank you for the kind words. Good evening to all. Matt About asked both of us, have you all been to a Knights game? I have before. Have you?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
This was like you're talking to the chat.
Oh, yeah. Well,
he's like,
absolutely. Also, if you're in the chat, let me know if you've been to a Golden Knights game.
I have not been to a Golden Knights game. I would love to go to one. I don't know why I have not been to one. Actually, I think I know why I haven't been to one. It's like they're never playing when I'm in Vegas.
Oh,
because really, I've only been in Vegas a lot during the World Series.
Okay.
And I'm often busy playing poker during the World Series. Sure.
And that's pretty late in the playoff process by the time
it
starts. 34K in the middle on table 2. Polk with 23K behind. Another 3 pops up on the river.
But there's the ace. Checks. Who has more aces? That person gets to win the pot a lot of time if they're bluffing.
We'll pull up the replay after this hand is complete.
Do you follow all the sports, Jeff?
No, I'm pretty out on baseball. Big NBA fan. Polk rips it for 23K.
It's unfortunate because this is where Negreanu never has an ace. Like in this whole match, I mean, not he should have some sometimes.
Gotcha.
He never has an ace. Yeah. Like, why can't you just have an ace here and call? So brutal.
Make it so much easier.
Yeah, he's just always sitting here with 9s or something.
He gets out kicked on table 1 for a 15K pot.
Like you see right here, he's giving it some thought, but it's certainly reasonable to give it some thought.
Does make the call, and it was Polk with the ace. It was Negreanu with a queen, and he also had turned a flush draw. Big pot headed in the direction of Doug Polk. We can pull up that replay, guys.
Brutal. Raise, 3-bet, call, okay. Mm-hmm. It's a dream flop for Negreanu. King, queen of spades, you're pretty happy here. Check. Oh, check bet call. Okay. Easy check bet call. River's tough. River's tough because a lot of flush draws missed, right?
Yeah.
Lots of gut shots missed, but you block some of them. He also had to float you with an ace. I mean, is he going to float with every ace there? I'm not sure.
Right. Yeah, tough spot. I mean, that looks like a difficult fold.
Sometimes you just got to pay.
That much is very true. Sports talk. I'm a big NBA fan. I got the Mavs jacket in honor of my guy, JJ Barea, who the Mavs did release today. Just an iconic figure in Dallas, an absolute fan favorite. So I had to support my guy, JJ. So it's NBA for me. What about for you, Mr. Little?
I follow literally no sports.
All right. Over.
Every once in a while, I'll fall into the hellhole and make a bet on something.
Okay, there we go.
I have no clue about. I'm like, yeah, I want the red team to win.
Like you're going to a Super Bowl party or something?
Yeah, stuff like that.
Figure that you should fire on it? Okay, that makes sense.
But it takes a lot of time to follow the sports.
Yeah.
If you want to do it right. It's like, if I'm going to do something, I'm going to be pretty hardcore about it. And I just don't have time to be hardcore on all the sports. I wish I did. If I could figure out a way to make money from it, I definitely would. So if anybody knows how to make money from sports, let me know and I'll be all in. But I don't know how to do that.
Right.
Do I like chess? I used to play chess a lot as a kid.
Oh, cool.
But then I found a game called Magic the Gathering because I'm a nerdy boy. And then I found a game called poker.
Okay, nice little transition from chess to Magic to poker. Polk takes down that pot on table 2.
Can you stop saying Polk takes down that pot? Look, Polk's
I
got
wish
all
I
the money in
could.
front of him.
I wish I could. He's got 85K in front of him. Feel like a broken record over here. Our latest tally has Negreanu down $36,000, puts him down more than 800K in the challenge.
Do you like MMA?
I do like MMA. I love watching the UFC pay-per-views. Not going to watch Saturday night because we got USC, UCLA. I went to USC, conflicting things on TV. Nobody cares, whatever. But yeah, that's my plan. Does that fall into sports for you? So you're still over?
That's a sport. There's a guy called Martian MMA who puts out sports picks for MMA, for betting picks for MMA. And he's pretty sharp.
Oh.
He has a podcast.
Just puts the picks out for free?
Puts them out. Don't know if he's actually any good, but he seems to win every year. So whatever that's worth.
Yeah.
Goes through the fights, says how he hates most of them in terms of betting perspective. There's like 1 or 2. Like, yeah, this was good. Until you bet on that one. And sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. Great strategy, I know. Find someone who gives away their picks for free in their podcast.
It's not terrible. There are some sharp podcasts out there.
It's nice whenever they actually post the picks on trackable sites so you can see how they've done for the last number of years, and
they're honest.
They track
their
everything
records.
When I'm betting on props, how am I doing on props? Betting on favorites, how are we doing on favorites? You can see breakdowns and all that.
They aren't always trying to bet them at +7 when the actual line is +6 or 5.5.
Oh my God, that's the worst. You see people on Twitter, they're like, yeah, I got him at +8. And you look at the liners.
Did you?
Yeah, come on.
Pierce in the chat, Jeff, your style reminds me a lot of Ali Najad. You're easygoing and partial as possible and specialize at collecting paychecks over pots. It's an honor to be compared to the legend that is Ali Najad. He was on the call for the live session of High Stakes Feud to kick things off, he and Ken Callis. Speaking of sports betting, Kazul in the chat. And Kazul, Jonathan, big sample size. He's 2-1 this year, recommending games in our chat. So I think that's enough to just trust him, to just go for it. He says, Thursday night, 6-pack of bets. If you tail and you lose, don't blame me. But if we win, I'm guessing we'll have to credit you, Kazul. So he wants Florida Atlantic -7. He wants the under 43.5 in that one.
Just stop.
No, yeah, I got to keep going. It's the Thursday night 6-pack of bets, Jonathan. He wants Georgia Tech +4. He wants the over 52. He's got the Rams -4.5 and the over 43.5. Everybody, tail Kazul in this 6-pack of selections, and let's rock.
Okay, we got him 5K each. Let's do it.
Boom. Booked.
Man, what was I going to say? I was going to say something good, and then you went off on your rant with this.
Sorry, I had to break in with that.
I got it. Phil Hellmuth. You follow Phil Hellmuth's NFL picks?
Yes, I do. Phil
Remember
Hellmuth,
how he went on a sick heater at the beginning of the season? It's like, oh, I'm so good at sports betting. And then he's went 0 for 5 or something. Being the greatest, The
absolute greatest. That's 15-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner.
That's fantastic.
Phil Hellmuth.
Phil Hellmuth posted about poker sports cards. Let me show you these things.
Oh.
I bought a box of poker sports cards. Look, #1 sports card. That's Hoyt Corkins. That's not who I wanted.
Oh, I was like, Hoyt's got the #1 sport. There we go. Daniel Negreanu. From what year are the sports cards?
Says on the back. This is from 2012.
2012. Okay.
I did it. No, 2006.
2006.
There's another box coming from 2012. I did a box opening for these the other day on my YouTube channel, where we went through all of these cards.
Yeah.
So anyway, lots of. I went through and told stories about everyone I opened. We have Negreanu. You all know Dan Negreanu. Hoyt Corkins, my hiking buddy. We used to go hiking a lot. TJ Cloutier, the craftsmaster. Antonio Esfandiari. Lots and lots of legends. So if you want to see me open up a bunch of poker cards from 2006, that's what we do on my YouTube channel, apparently.
I've seen TJ at those craps tables. Not always in the best of moods.
But when you're the king of the craps table, you can be in whatever mood you want to be in.
True. You're always going to be fine. Hoyt Corkins. I haven't heard that name in forever.
Hoyt Corkins grinded poker, never played super high stakes, played $10,000 buy-in tournaments, never played like gigantic stakes, made a bunch of money year in, year out, retired, bought a bunch of condominiums, got rich, chilling.
Wow.
Now we go hiking every once in a while.
And does it will he pop up at the series here and there for some tournaments?
I don't know how much I'm supposed to say about his life. He's kind of off the grid.
Okay.
Basically, he
That's
comes
fair.
back to Vegas during the World Series and plays some World Series tournaments. And his specialty seems to be the seniors event. He final tables the seniors event about every other year.
I could see him having a nice little edge in that seniors event.
Yeah, it's he's the man. I love White.
Cairo Dream says, just lost $100 on GG when a 6% river hit. When is the next miserable free roll? Well, with that kind of attitude, Cairo, I don't know what you expect, but I will give out the password for the next free roll in 3 minutes. That free roll, which starts at the top of the hour, will award 5 seats into the Big 50. That starts off the World Series of Poker Online Winter Series Circuit. I think I said all those words in the wrong order, but you guys get the point. It's the Big 50. Day one's already going on. It's a $1 million guarantee tournament.
Listen, everyone, if you play poker at all, and you can play on GG,
yeah,
and you have $50 of disposable income, and you're halfway decent at poker, buy yourself a lottery ticket and give it a shot.
Yeah, let's do it. Get in the mix.
You're probably going to lose, but you may win. And if you lose, it's only a little, but if you win, it's going to be a lot.
Oh, if you win, that's going to be a beauty.
Could you imagine if the winner just decided, all right, sure, JL said hop in there?
We'd like to see that. So let us know now if you jumped in.
888. How does Doug Polk always
Unreal.
have nuts?
Flop strips.
Good Lord.
13K pot for Doug Polk.
Do I still have my Magic the Gathering cards? I have a whole pile of Magic the Gathering cards back here. You can't see them. It's not a good thing. That's another solid vice. Luckily, those are kind of like an investment. I can sell.
Right. Are they worth a lot at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good then.
Yes. I have a addiction to signed and altered Magic the Gathering cards.
Okay.
I like it when the artist of the card further makes art on the card.
Oh.
Super
adding
nerdy
to the card.
Yes.
Okay.
Super nerdy.
Does that make it worth more or less?
It's going to sound morbid, but usually less while they're alive, but more when they're dead.
Got it. Well, you're just being honest.
A lot of the iconic ones are getting older.
Okay.
Or they're no longer with us.
Got it. So could be worth even more in the future.
A good example, like people don't really care about people's signatures on the cards, but there are a few artists who have either passed on or can no longer like hold a pen to write their name on anything, and their signatures are worth like an extra $100 or something. So,
Okay.
Also supply and demand, right? If somebody signed a bunch of cards, then it's not as much as someone who has signed none, right? Or a lot, whatever, you know what I'm saying. It's a fun game though. It's a fun game.
What about the poker cards? Are those worth anything?
I don't really know. I know on eBay you can look up like graded poker cards. Yeah. Actually, there's let me show you these. I haven't opened any of these yet. I'm saving these for a special day. These are from 2007. Okay, this pack of cards, it comes in a box of 5. I don't know if you all can see that.
Yeah, we got it. Razor Poker. Yeah.
Anyway, 1 autograph card per pack. So it's 5 cards in this pack and an autograph. You want to open one up?
If you don't mind, let's do it. Why not? Right. Let's get a sweat here.
Look for an autograph card for my favorite player. Who's on the cover? That's Negreanu and Helmuth, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Let's see.
One time.
5 cards come in this pack, and only 5 packs come in a box, and a box costs $70.
Okay.
It's a $12 pack of cards, okay?
Pricey for poker.
Never opened one of these before. This is my first time. Oh, wow. It's like in a case. What the hell is this? Is there only 1 card in this? It's only 1 autograph card per pack. I thought it was 5 cards per pack.
You just get the autograph card and that's it?
Oh, well, I have a dual signed card here.
Oh.
I don't know what that's worth. Here we go. We have Negreanu's friend Jennifer Harman.
Yeah.
And Kathy Liebert.
What's up, ladies?
I have the ladies card. It says, congratulations. You've received an autographed Showdown Signatures insert card from Razor Poker LLC. Nobody brings you poker like Razor brings you poker.
That's what I've always said on these streams.
It comes in a weird little package that I don't think I can undo. 1 card per pack.
1 card. But you got the double whammy.
I did get the double whammy.
Does it say how many of those were made? Like how many Harmon Liebert ones are there?
It does not indicate that on this. It says
Got it.
SS71. Who knows?
Okay.
I bet there's some website out there that you can look that up. Somebody look up
sure.
Razor 2007 SS-71 for me, please.
Ooh, 4-bet by Negreanu on table 2. Need to win a big pot. Negreanu down about 60K this session.
But we got the Kathy Liebert card.
This might have changed everything.
This could. I tell you what, if Negreanu turns this match around and wins this, I'll mail this card to him for good luck. This will be his card protector from here on.
There we go. Queen, 6, 2 hearts as Polk made the call. 22K in the pot. Negreanu with about 29K behind. Polk leads small. 6,600. Negreanu makes the call. Jack of hearts on the turn. Negreanu with 22K behind. There's 35K in the pot.
These flush draw turns are always neat. Because sometimes you're just against the nuts.
Yeah.
Because everybody has lots of ace-x of hearts, right? Both players do.
Negreanu checks back.
Check, though.
4 diamonds on the river.
I think I just broke my card.
Well, then definitely mail it to Negreanu. All of it from Polk. The snap call from Negreanu. Oh my. Oh my. This Negreanu flop trips.
Oh my goodness.
The cooler emoji is out. Polk had turned the flush. Oh,
come on. WSOP.com.
Oh my. Well, that sums up the challenge or the feud quite nicely so far.
We got the 4-bet in pre-flop, flop, trips, and the backdoor nut flush draw.
The lead from Polk here after Negreanu 4-bet. That's interesting.
Oh my gosh.
And then the turn. Oh no.
Well, that's not especially lucky. That's the opposite of lucky.
That much is true. Yikes. Had the ace of hearts also. Man.
That is the definition of a cooler there.
Right. I mean, what do you say after?
Well, you keep playing the other. You sit out is what you do. You go take a break.
Yeah, really. That's probably decent timing for this banana break, bathroom break, whatever you guys want to call it. Banana break. I mean, yeah, that started with when Kevin Martin and Kakiti were on the call, and Negreanu would take these short breaks. They went with banana break.
That sounds sexual to me for some reason.
Yeah, and I'm not, with those two, who knows what they meant. Yeah. I do think they just meant he was probably going to grab a banana. Oh. But they also could have meant it in a more sexual form. So now we've just kind of kept that up. 13K in the pot on table 1.
Oh, man. I figured out this card case. This is a magnetic case, so you can take the card out.
Oh.
You get that for $12.
That's good at least.
Yeah, that's good. We're running hot over here on this end.
Free roll password, which I forgot about. Sorry, is opener. The free roll password is opener. Sorry about that. 5 seats to the Big 50 event to kick off the World Series of Poker circuit as Polk wins another pot.
How long is this WSOP circuit? Is it a lot of tournaments?
Yes, it is. I'm so glad that you asked, Jonathan. It goes until January the 10th. 18 ring events, even more tournaments are a part of the circuit. $100 million guaranteed. Again, that is $100 million guaranteed over the next month. I mean, that's a decent amount, yeah?
100 million is a good amount.
It's a fair amount. It's 100 million guaranteed. And then every Saturday, starting on December 19th, Brent Hanks and I will be here with you on ggpoker.tv to call the final table. We will start with the Big 50. That's the $50 buy-in. There's $1 million guaranteed in that one. And oh, by the way, the main event for the circuit, it's the $1,700 buy-in with $10 million guaranteed.
I'm sorry, it's a $1,700 buy-in.
Yes. And a
10 million guaranteed.
Could we see Jonathan Little perhaps travel outside of the United States of America to find a spot to fire?
I don't know. Maybe. You never know. I think it's going to put all the backing companies out of business. I know that much.
Yeah. I think everybody will be in the mix in that one for the main event, and that'll wrap up our coverage of the World Series of Poker Winter Online Circuit. Matt about Vegas had followed you on Twitter. Jeff, thank you very much. Follow me at Jeff Platt. Jonathan, where can we follow you?
At Jonathan Little.
Easy. We're both very creative. What if like if you just so happen to own a poker coaching website? Where would I find that?
I think a logical name for a poker coaching website would be pokercoaching.com. Check that one out. See what you can find. Try pokercoaching.com/free.
And let's do Instagram while we're at it. Go for it.
My Instagram, got to summon it in my head. It is at JCardShark. JCARD.
Did get a little creative for this one. Okay.
Got a little creative. Made that a long time ago.
JCardShark. And I'm Jeff Platt 1 on Instagram. So also got very creative. Be sure to follow GG not only on this channel, but at GGPoker on Twitter. The guys are back.
Does WSOP have money on Polk? That's a good question.
If they do, they're dancing in the streets.
I have a little sprinkle on Negreanu. I bet on him before the start of the game.
Okay, and what odds did you get on
that bet? I think 6-ish to 1, 5.5 to 1, something like that. I don't remember. It was a month or two ago.
I have about 4 and I have a little bit on my little bit and your little bit, probably a little bit different. I have Negreanu at about 4.5 to 1.
Well, now we can get him at 15 or 16 or 17.
That's true.
Maybe
we just keep firing. Maybe we just keep going. Is Negreanu 3 bets? Okay. Polk 4 bets. This could be an important one, folks. After the way the last 20 or 30 minutes have gone. All of it. Let's now call aces versus kings. And a king on the flop. Negreanu needs an ace or a 10 on the river. And it does not hit. I mean, this is absolutely absurd. The thumbs down, indeed.
Yeah. Immediately sits out. Oh my God. What do you want from the guy? He flops literal triples and then he gets the aces and he loses all of it. What?
Wow. But, you know, I get paid to talk. I don't have much to say.
Sometimes when you make good hands, you're going to lose.
Right?
That's why we got to play 100,000 hands, not just 25,000.
Maybe. As Doug Polk has 150K on table 1, 130K on table 2. The chat going absolutely insane right now. Can't blame them. We had mentioned at the beginning that Negreanu had planned for this one to be perhaps the longest session yet. I'm not quite sure we're going to get there.
Maybe I'm Daniel's bad luck charm. Maybe I should.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think it's anybody specific after all of this.
Jeez.
Wow. That was pretty sick.
Well, luckily for Negreanu, he only had 1 buy-in on that table.
That's true.
He could have had a lot of buy-ins.
That's true.
And he would have lost all of them. So the one thing you can be, the bright side of this is that I only had 1.
Right. Jonathan Branch in the chat. Jeff, does Daniel have to come on the show later? No, he doesn't have to. He can do it every once. But to his credit, he's been here every session. He's been here after the good ones. He's been here after the bad ones. We don't know, the specifics of this break. I mean, that's got to be, Jonathan, so brutal. You go on break. You perhaps, calm yourself down. You sit back down. You get aces. You're like, okay, here we go. 3 bet, Polk 4 bets. You're like, okay, here we go. You get it in. Polk calls. He has kings. Okay, here we go. King on the flop. And just, I mean.
They even gave him backdoor equity. Did you see the jack came on the turn?
Right. Of course.
He had 6 outs.
Jack comes in for a bit of a sweat.
Flopped a backdoor flush draw, too. He had literally all the outs.
Yeah.
The most you can have when it comes king something
So he came back perhaps to just, even out the buttons. And Negreanu has been asking time and time again, when will the sun run come? He's going to need to get it
start
soon.
right now.
It could start now, but unfortunately, he's not guaranteed to get it. It's not like, okay, it has to come. It just, for him, it just might not. Okay, and they are back.
There was an internet article by one of my friends a long time ago, and it said something to the effect of, you can and will run substantially worse at some point in your poker career than you ever thought possible. I've had it. Every other good player who's stood the test of time has had it. I mean, I've had 2 World Series of Poker where I went out there, played well every day, well enough at least, got 4 or 5 starting stacks at the end of day 1, lost it all in, went home, did that 40 days in a row.
Yeah,
that
happens.
Yeah, and it felt pretty bad. And to be fair, I probably wasn't playing my best or whatnot, but you talk to a lot of the best players who play mostly no limit hold'em. That's going to happen if you play enough. I mean, I was very lucky that on the end of both those, I won $1 million in a WPT right afterwards, so that made it all better.
It eases the pain.
I easily could have just strung them back to back to back.
Right.
It could happen, and that's okay. Like if I play an online session, I'll play 30 tournaments in a day. I don't know, once out of every 10 sessions, you just get crapped on, and you don't win anything. And then other days, you make like 3 final tables, Yeah. And it's important to realize that happens. And like here, he flopped trips. What are the odds he flopped trips in a 4-bet pot and lose, right? Pretty low. What are the odds you get aces and lose? Well, whatever it is, 18% or something, you lose, right? And
then what are the odds that those hands take place in the course of 6 or 7 minutes? Pretty low.
But if you think about all the things that could happen, a lot of things are very low odds to happen, but something will happen, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes it's a low odds things. Like, what's the odds that Polk gets the queen on the river? What's the
90%?
Odds? Yeah, 95, 98% today, something like that.
Edward.
This all started happening, Jeff, when you just kept saying, "Oh, Polk wins another pot. Polk wins another pot."
That's
true. I said
to
stop saying it. And you kept saying it.
I was just trying to speak the truth.
No, you got to chill out with that.
That's just delivering the play-by-play. Just what happens. Edward says, but Jeff and Jonathan, not gonna lie, please listen to me one time at least. I'm no idiot. I'm always here. Jeff. So maybe it was our fault for not listening to Edward.
What does he want us to listen to?
I think just to whatever he has to say.
Thank you for being here every day.
Yeah.
Will the bleeding ever stop? Maybe, maybe not.
It could. Yeah, it could not.
If you don't stop bleeding, eventually you will die.
This much is true.
Yeah.
Negreanu down 147K for the session, puts him down 930K.
4-bet again.
4 bets on table 1.
You think he's getting gun shy or not really?
Nope.
I really don't think he is. I think he's just going to sit there and keep playing great.
I think
he's probably
so too.
losing his mind and throwing his computer and punching it or whatever he likes to do on his YouTube channel. But
all of it from Polk.
My God.
No way.
Negreanu really put in the 4-bet bluff? Wow,
yeah, Negreanu
strong.
does fold.
That sizing may have been a little bit bigger than normal. I'm not exactly sure. I feel like maybe they were going smaller earlier for 4-bets. He went 11-8 that time, I think. Is that normal size?
It's been in the, when some players are a little bit deeper, the sizes, of course, vary a little bit. But the 4-bets are usually 11K-ish.
Okay.
Some 10-7s, some 11-5s.
Is this an absolute poker skin? I think it is.
Reminder, password for the free roll, which I believe registration is still open to. The GGPoker.tv free roll is opener. You can win a seat into the big 50.
Like a can opener? Or the opener
yes.
to a bottle of wine?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
About a year ago, I got one of those Sharper Image bottle openers where it just basically does everything for you. That's the dream.
You
Saves
put it on top and push a
every
button?
time. Yep.
And it just pops it out?
Yep. Is that what you have?
No, I have a crappy little corkscrew.
Oh. You gotta invest.
But it's good because with the crappy little corkscrew, it kind of like makes some noise and takes some effort. And then my wife can come out and say, Jonathan, again. And then I have to put it away before I can get the cork out.
Oh, okay.
It's good. It's better that way.
Good or bad, depending on how you look at that one. Well, Negreanu had aces full for like a 5K pot, so
that's good.
Maybe things are turned around.
Congrats.
Yeah.
This is where Doug Polk texts him. Congrats on that big hand.
Right. I know.
Are these players actively texting each other?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that frequent, but it's significant enough to where they're referencing text every couple days or so. I know Polk needled Negreanu a little bit for a cooler spot that Negreanu chopped the pot in.
Yeah.
And Negreanu's like, are you serious? Running into so many cooler spots that have not resulted in chops. Yeah, John Brewster says swing change, perhaps. Perhaps that'll be the case.
Everybody keeps asking, is Negreanu down $1 million yet? Looks like only 930.
Right. Let's not get to that million mark at any point today.
And another neat thing about us humans is that we really, really put significance on round numbers. Even though,
that's true.
1.1 million is not all that different than 980K. You know
it
what
just
I mean?
looks
but like
to
you get
us
over the
like
million, like, the world's falling and crashing down on all of us. But like, our brains are funny. Recognize our brains are funny. And most things that may seem logical and rational are usually irrelevant. Like being up or down $1 million, right?
Yeah.
I remember whenever somebody got up 100K, they're like, oh my God, he's up 100K.
Yeah.
Like, 2.5 buy-ins, he did it.
3-bet pot on table 1. Polk leads, Negreanu calls. Another ace on the turn.
It does take a lot of discipline and fortitude to continue playing well when you are just really, really, really getting beat up.
Yeah.
It's hard to do. I mean, this is not this particular spot, but like when this happens over and over again for an extended period of time, that's where like people who are pretty good at poker just quit playing poker because it sucks. Plenty of poker players have gone on very extended downswings that are rare occurrences, but it'll happen once out of every, 300 iterations or 100 iterations that you play some sample, and it breaks them. But I don't think that's going to happen to Negreanu. I think he's going to sit here, continue playing. It may go great, it may not, but he's continuing to grind it out.
Grinding down about 150K for the session.
Oh, we got Chris here. The Kathy and Jennifer autograph card. Oh my gosh, what does he say? No info on how many were made, but there's one for sale for $112.
Oh, all right.
No, nobody's buying this thing for $112. Who wants it for $112? You can send me PayPal, Bitcoin, Venmo, Beanie Babies, Pogs, whatever you want to send me.
About 111. You got 111. You got to undercut the eBay market. 15K pot for Negreanu on the right. Thank you all in the chat for the happy Hanukkah wishes. Happy Hanukkah to everybody, whether you celebrate it or you don't. Merry Christmas to everybody, whether you celebrate it or you don't. Happy New Year to everybody, whether you you should probably celebrate that, but cheers, happy holidays, all that good stuff.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Some Rocky IV references in the chat. We are hoping that Negreanu is Rocky in this case and not Apollo.
I have never seen a Rocky movie. Am I going to get disowned for saying that?
Oh. Well, the good news is you didn't see Rocky V, which was terrible. So
I saved myself.
Yeah, you saved yourself 2 hours, but then cost yourself. I don't know. Everybody in the chat, what do y'all think?
To be fair, I haven't seen very many movies.
Although the international, we have a worldwide audience, and I'm not sure how big the international audience is on Rocky movies.
The international audience probably roots against Rocky, so we don't like them either.
Oh, yeah.
At least I know to root for Rocky, right?
Right. At least you know who the good guy is here. Uga said Rocky would go for 100,000 hands. He might. 16K.
Got a bet on the turn on the right from Negreanu and got raised on this straight flushy board. Tiny bet on the river.
Negreanu snap calls, kings and fives for Doug Polk to win a 27K
Jeez.
pot. No, Jamie, I have not gotten the Christmas tree yet. Won't be getting the Christmas tree. Do respect the Christmas tree and respect the Christmas holiday and love it. It's just not going to get a tree. I'm not the Grinch.
Would I consider playing Doug at heads up?
Oh.
Heads up Pogs or Magic the Gathering? Maybe. But no, my banana's too tiny to want to play heads up matches for rolls. Don't need that in my life.
Well said. Polk 3 betting on table 2. Ronnie folds. Daniel, with a fair point, says there was nothing wrong with Rocky 5. I just think it was significantly worse than the rest of them, but there was a great street fight scene in Rocky 5, which I think holds it up a little bit.
It's kind of tough, though, if the first 4 are really good and the 5th is just like, eh. You know,
I think that's why they stopped for a while.
Yeah.
Now, Creed is great. They kind of relaunched the series with Creed, Apollo's son.
Is that like number 6, or is that just like a remake?
So, a movie called Rocky Balboa, which is kind of looked at as number 6, like a new age Rocky movie, but still with Rocky. Then they had Creed, but Rocky was in it. So I guess we're like 8 Rockies in by now, if you count the 2 Creed films.
They should figure that out. It'd make it more clear what's going on.
Pierce says, Jonathan, do you have any thoughts on if DNegs should quit this session at the 2-hour mark or play on?
I think Negreanu should do whatever he feels like doing.
Mm-hmm.
If he got primed and ready to play a nice long session today and he's ready to do it, I don't see why a cooler or 2 would impact that. That said, losing every hand is no fun.
Yeah.
And the neat thing about playing additional hands is that in theory, every hand you are dealt wins or loses you some amount of money on average, right? I mean, I used to deal with this whenever I'd go play cash games at Bellagio. I'd be sitting there playing like 10, 20, no limit. And if you think you're going to make $200 an hour and you're down 5K or 8K, like, do I really want to sit here for another hour and make $200 on average? It's like, not really. I'm kind of annoyed. So you get up and you leave. Yeah. And right here, if Negreanu thinks he's going to win a little bit or lose a little bit and he feels bad, I mean, at the end of the day, we're trying to enjoy our lives here. Put on a good show for all of you.
Good point.
Right? So if he's not having a good time, he should pack it up. If he's having a fine time, then sure. I don't think there's any bet on how many sessions this thing has to be done by or anything like that. So, you know, if he feels like playing, he should play. If he doesn't feel like playing, he shouldn't play. Same thing for Polk, right? If he wants to keep playing, he should keep playing.
Again, the only requirement when they do schedule a session is that, barring, of course, some kind of technical difficulty, that they play 2 hours. And at that point, it's just about free reign for anybody to choose to withdraw themselves from the session.
I think in theory, if Negreanu wanted to maximize his potential chance to win this, he should basically always quit after 2 hours.
Okay.
And the reason is because he should then have his team study every single hand that was played.
Yeah.
And try to get as much good actionable info they can about Polk. See if there's anything he's doing out of line in terms of frequencies. Maybe he bets the flop too often and as a continuation better. Maybe he doesn't bet the turn often enough, whatever, right? They need to try to find any leaks in his game. And if there are no leaks, you hear my kids screaming? They should, in turn, just really focus on Negreanu playing good, fundamentally sound heads up poker, right? And that's a practice thing. And I'm sure he's practiced this plenty already, but you can always practice more. And the thing is like Polk has infinite practices this, whereas Negreanu has far less than infinite practice at this. So I think it's in Negreanu's benefit to extend this thing as long as possible. That said, maybe that's not what he wants in his life, right?
Right.
Negreanu's not poor. He's doing this for fun. He's doing this for the community to some extent. And maybe he doesn't want to be doing this for the next year. Mm-hmm. Maybe he wants to be doing this for just like a month or 2. So anyway, if I was him, I would try to get the maximum amount of study time in as possible. I mean, Phil got fun at a heads up PLO challenge, and I've never played a hand of heads up PLO in my life. And I was like considering playing it with the idea that he was giving like 6-1 odds or something to anyone that owns a training site.
Right.
Which is like insane odds. But like I have no experience, so like I'm probably not going to do it. But if we could put some stipulation in where it was a short session and I didn't have to play very many hands per day, and I could just devote like 6 months to studying this thing, it's probably a pretty good gamble.
Sure. At those odds.
If it's a short session or short match. As it gets longer and longer, then it's clearly going to favor whoever the best player is by a mile, right?
Negreanu has told us before that he's putting in the nightly sessions with his coaching team. Whether it is a 2-hour session or a 4.5-hour session that he puts in.
If I was in either of these players' shoes, I would definitely have a team lined up to be compiling data if that's allowed as they are playing.
Yeah.
And whatever, follow the rules, clearly, whatever the rules are. I don't know the rules.
Sure.
But I would want to wake up and have a report for my team. They have a day off between every session. I would want to study these things on that day off. And then I'd want to, play the next day fresh. So you sit there, you get actionable information when you wake up, you study it with your team that day, you sleep, you wake up, you make sure you learned it, you play again. Over and over and over and over. I think that's at least a reasonable way to go about making sure you're at least progressing and improving throughout this process. But what you don't want to do is you don't want to lose with your aces against kings, get mad, then butcher yourself with your vices for 2 days in a row, and then show up and play again. So you can play these challenges in various ways, but at the end of the day, you still want to make sure you're enjoying life.
Three-bet pot on table 1 goes check on the flop. Second heart pops up on the turn.
Varun says, how can Daniel improve his heads-up game? I literally just told you. Look, if I was in Negreanu's shoes, I would have hired the best heads-up players in the world to teach me.
Sure.
I would look at who has beaten Doug Polk at heads-up, and I'd hire him. They're playing for big money here. You can hire one of these coaches for $100,000.
Yeah.
And it's probably worth it. I've paid a bunch of money for coaches in my life, and it's been well worth it. It's like going to college, right? You want to become a doctor, study becoming a doctor, right? You want to be a good poker player, a good heads-up, no-limit player, study from the best at that. And whenever you're playing a high-stakes feud, it is worth investing substantial effort at this. So I would have hired whoever's beaten Doug a time or two and copied their brain.
Negreanu does outkick Doug for a 14K pot on table 1. You never know, folks. Negreanu down about 132K today, chipping into that lead that Doug Polk has.
How do you not get a little mad when you lose with aces to kings? Well, you understand that when we got it in with these aces against the kings, we won some equity. Let's say the pot was $100,000. I don't know what it was. Say it was 100,000. You put in 50, and in theory, you get back 82.
Right.
That means you made $32,000 on that, which is fine. Also, recognize that if the situations were reversed, both players would have gotten it in anyway. Neither player did anything wrong here or abnormal. So no real money was changed hands in that scenario because both players would have played the spot exactly the same, right?
Sure.
So in theory, nothing happened there. But a lot of people look at that, oh man, I got unlucky. It's so disastrous. But in reality, you can't worry about spots like that at all. You have to look at spots where perhaps your opponent would have played differently and maybe they played better than you. That's a problem because they're making money in those spots. They're not losing as much money as you in those spots. And but you can't worry about getting unlucky. Getting unlucky is going to happen. It's very interesting here. Some of them despise me and some of them love me.
It always seems to be a polarizing mix.
Well, luckily, if you don't like me, there are plenty of other YouTube channels for you.
Right. It's the good thing about these chats is, the people who love us might say something and that's awesome. People who kind of like us will never say a word and that's totally fine. We're happy to have you here. People who absolutely hate us will probably comment in the chat and the people who kind of hate us probably won't say anything. So I'm just happy to have all of you here.
I'm happy to have all of you here as well. If you're going to give me advice about my appearance or my voice or my mannerisms, please make sure they're actionable so I can improve myself.
Right. We'll take the constructive criticism or the very creative trolling. Joey in the chat says, "Sup, Jeff? Fat Bob here. Have a great stream." What's up, Fat Bob? Mentioned Fat Bob yesterday. Stopped by my Twitch stream. Was maybe a bit of a hater at first. We turned him. into a fan, and then now he's here. He's Joey on YouTube. He's Fat Bob on Twitch. Fat Bob, obviously the more entertaining nickname. And Henry Kilbane is here. He says, I love you. Don't worry. Thank you, Henry. Thank you.
Henry says, I'm a great mate. Hell yeah.
Thank you.
I can mate real well.
13K in the
I have
bottom
2
table
children.
too. There we go. Jack 6 5 8 2 spades 2 hearts. Creative trolling is GTO. I agree with you, GTO commentator Henry. Give me the creative trolls all day.
Let me see me lose 100K and say, don't worry, I actually won 83K. Watch Poker After Dark in a few days.
10s for Negreanu. So are you on that first episode that's going to air Sunday? Do you know?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I may be on a bunch of the episodes, but not necessarily playing. But I'm definitely on, definitely on a few of the episodes playing. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on. I haven't seen it yet.
Interesting. Good tease. Poker
It's a
After Dark
surprise.
returns to Poker Go on December 13th. That is on Sunday. High Stakes Poker returns to Poker Go on December 16th. That is on Wednesday.
I should have elky hair. I used to have hair kind of like Doug Polk back when I was a child, but then I grew up.
Doug Polk we can find on High Stakes Poker this season. Don't believe he's a part of the first episode as he goes 7-7 for trips.
Why didn't you get more money in the pot? If you know it's going to come, runner
true.
trips by the river the majority of the time, shouldn't you just make the pot big?
Matt K actually brings up a good point. Like Jeff and Jonathan, stop focusing on the big pots and look at the small to medium pots. That is where Doug is cleaning up. The big pots go back and forth, but the smaller pots tell the story. I get that in theory, Matt. It's just when we're broadcasting every single hand, it would be such a grind to me, to Jonathan, to you guys watching, to most of you guys watching. I get some of you want every single hand analyzed to its core. But like a Polk race to 900, Negreanu calls, they go check on flop. Negreanu checks turn, Polk bets $700. Negreanu calls, it goes check river. It's just like the entertainment value for those hands doesn't quite stand out, at least to me. I certainly see your point, and those smaller pots could tell the story, but the big pots for this show, for this broadcast that we're putting on, those are kind of what stand out, at least to me. But I completely understand what you're saying.
I will also say that you don't get to see the cards in the small pots the majority of the time.
Yeah.
And you do in the big pots because you're all in, or the pot's already substantial. They're going to try to get to the showdown. And if we had the cards face up, then that'd be a whole lot easier to do, to focus on these small pots right here.
Sure.
Like imagine Negreanu here has, 10 high, and he bluffs, and Polk folds out, pocket twos, let's just pretend.
Right,
That'd be cool to see. But like now,
we
just don't get to see anything. Just goes like, check, 5 wins, okay. It's like, sure. Low equity hands, play a small pot. All right, move on with our lives.
Right.
And
Just
there'd be a lot
lives.
of that over and over and over and over and over again. Plus, there's 2 tables going on, so that'd get kind of tedious as well.
Yeah.
But I do agree that a lot of the value Polk is probably getting from this match is going to come from the pots that are played more often, which is often the smaller and medium pots. But it's hard for us as onlookers without seeing any of his cards to actually know what's happening, which is why poker is a tough game, right?
Great, good point by Nick White in the chat. Nick says, well, we have different co-commentary each stream, but the only thing that's always Platt on the GG YouTube commentary, maybe he's Daniel's run bad charm. Jeff, you're awesome, bro, but get out, LOL. Nick, I don't have that great of a comeback to that. I will say that I haven't been here every time, and I have been a part of some winning sessions, so hopefully that puts me a little bit more in the clear, but I love you, Nick, and I appreciate your concerns there. Yeah, Matt, I gotcha. That's kind of what we're saying. Kind of what you're saying. We're all agreeing here.
We should
4 minutes away from the 2-hour mark. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
We should figure out a way to make it to where the players play whole cards face up, but they all somehow agree to not analyze it.
Yes.
That would have been great in
Yes.
theory, right?
Yes. Right.
But you know, if they're working with teams or if they're watching, look, trips again, why not? Or if they're watching the commentary back or whatever, that's it's kind of like impossible in practice because they're going to hear stuff, and it's probably really easy to cheat at that if you felt like it. So it's a tough thing. But it would be a much better viewing experience if we could see the whole cards.
Right. Which is the good thing about them going back into the Poker Go studio around the halfway point to pull off another live session of High Stakes Feud. Matt also adds, Jeff, I need Hinge updates. I need Tinder updates. And I am serious, very serious. Matt, there's not, it's tough in 2020. Don't have as many meeting opportunities with the
Jeff,
ladies.
did you match with Matt on Tinder?
I'm, more looking to the women, but you guys, people can do whatever they want in this world. It's a beautiful thing.
Okay. Trying to help you find a match.
Both, I appreciate
trips.
that, but maybe focus on the opposite sex. Trips again.
Yeah, he has a lot of trips. I think 3 trips 7s in a row. Is that accurate?
And he has a lot of two
and
pairs.
2 pairs. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
aces and 4s.
I was hoping we'd get a nice call Negreanu on our interview today, but he's going to be livid.
yeah, there is a chance. Ooh, Daniel says, Jeff, any Tinder tips? I matched with a beautiful girl today and no idea how to start. So Daniel, I would say that the start is very important. Do not be generic. Do not just say, hey, do not just say, what's up? Do not just say, how are you? Think of something, be creative, either something about her or a creative little pickup line, a funny, cheesy one. So that'll be my advice. Okay, we'll stop.
I'll give you better advice. I've never been on Tinder, but
Okay.
I have a friend who has a service that you pay them. It's like a concierge service for professionals to do all this stuff for you. And that way you just get sent the date information and then you show up and go.
So they act on your behalf on Tinder effectively?
Yeah, they do all of it.
Huh.
They make your photos, they have pictures with you and a baby or you and a cat or whatever. And, they Photoshop you to be good looking and they talk to them. They think they've have AI that figures out the right things to say on average. Like playing GTO, do you want to play GTO Tinder or do you want to play by feel?
Yeah, good point.
And then every day you just get messaged where you got to meet for dinner.
Huh.
And then they give you tips for that too, but that's a little bit harder. You can't use the AI to necessarily do that for
Then
you.
it's
You have to do a little bit of work on your own.
And along that point, Crandall says, how would Jeff know what to do? He's still single. Well, that part's true, but at least at the beginning, as Polk flop trip 5s for a 27K pot on table 2. At least at the beginning, I can get them to the date. I might mess up the date. Sure. They might mess up the date. Who knows? Pedro says Jeff will use that service for sure. Already thinking about it, Pedro. Already thinking about it.
Oh man, four trips in a row and 2 pairs. You think he has trips again? There's 7 on the board.
I think only on table 2.
On table 1, he gets quads and straight
Right.
flushes and stuff.
Did have quad 7s earlier. Did have a straight flush earlier. Did have kings against aces and win earlier.
Ben says he wants to get out on the service. There's a just Google it. There's a bunch of services like this. It's GTO.
Yeah. So our guy Alex says Jeff is amazing at getting the dates with the girls. The problem is when he gets to the dates. Come on. Give me a little bit of credit.
Oh boy, Negreanu's about to get wrecked by a boat here, probably.
Who wins on table 2?
Look, the way this match is not going to be fun is if Negreanu just gets stuck his eyeballs.
He
Yeah,
did
trips
flop
again.
trips. That's pretty absurd.
And he didn't go for the river bet. I mean, to be fair, very bad river. Trip 7s again, by the way. Four trip 7s in 5 minutes.
Yeah. And trip 5s. Don't forget the trip 5s.
Holy moly. Holy moly.
Wow.
Can't even keep a thought straight. Just thinking, Negreanu's head's got to be spinning right now. Oh my god. What's a good creative pickup line? Do you know one? I don't know any. I haven't picked up a woman in a long time.
If you Google it, you'll be fine. I got a good one, but I can't share it with all you guys, or then it's not going to be creative or original. Sorry.
you imagine you went out to the club to pick up somebody and you say the line and like that other guy just said that.
Right. And it's like my original line and I'm like, no. Oh, man. You guys are funny in the chat. Good to have you all here. In fact, right now, let us know where you're watching us from. As I say, every single broadcast, we know we have an international audience. We appreciate every single one of you tuning in. So let us know while we check out this pot on table one. Big check raise from Polk. He makes it almost $16,000.
I know I haven't been paying the most amazing attention to the tables, but it seems like Negreanu's not doing a whole lot of check raising, whereas Polk's doing a decent amount more.
Right. Yeah, I think that's fair. Now 36K in the pot. Negreanu with about 35K behind.
It's hard to work in random raises, especially with like low equity check raises that you can check raise like 12% of the time or something. It's hard.
All of it.
You think Negreanu has anything here? Probably has busted flush draw.
Yeah.
Jack of spades or something.
Seems to miss on those.
Jeez.
Negreanu lays it down. Illinois, Oklahoma, Germany, Bosnia, UK, Winnipeg, Chicago, Ireland, Germany, Norway, UK, North Dakota, North Korea. I'm not sure. I believe one of those two, I should say. Atlanta, Sweden, Pennsylvania, Tokyo, Bulgaria, Portugal, Liverpool. Hello from Australia. Good day, mate. Yep, nailed it on the accent, I know.
Wow.
Ontario, Saskatchewan, Fullerton, California, Toronto. Negreanu now down $181,000 for the session. Texas, there we go, Jose. Tel Aviv, Ontario, Baltimore.
Is it humanly possible for Negreanu not to be on tilt? I mean, look, I don't pretend to know Negreanu's actual mindset. Is it possible? Sure. I mean, yeah.
Malaysia, Germany, Finland. Thank you guys. Thank you all for tuning in.
Also, what are we calling tilt? Is tilt like
right.
batshit crazy tilt, or is tilt like just kind of annoyed? Like, for example, if you listen to Phil Galfond when he was down $1 million or whatever at PLO, he talked about how he wanted to take a day or two off. But like, I can guarantee if he sat down and played, he probably would have been fine.
Right.
But just not playing his perfect A game, right? He's probably playing his solid B game or something. So, like, what are we calling tilt here? I mean, if you look at it, Negreanu's not like going all in every hand, so he's not on ridiculous tilt. But, I mean, look, if you have a bunch of beats in a row, you may not be thinking perfectly clearly. Does that mean he's on tilt? If that does, then yeah, he's probably on tilt. Everybody's on tilt then. But you can still, like, whenever people get flustered, they kind of revert back to the base level of knowledge, whatever that means. It's if they really know. And if what you really know is good, perfect poker, then if you do go on tilt, it's not even that big of a deal. But if what you actually know is like really, really basic stuff and you just don't know how to play very well, then you're going to be punting off left and right. And this is what happens to the very bad players in most poker games, is that they play okay normally, and then they get stuck a little bit, and then they lose their minds and go off. And this is why a lot of poker players have small winning sessions or big losing sessions sometimes, because whenever they start losing a little bit, they just go off the deep end. And if that's you want to make sure that when you do have the big losing sessions, it's not from you making poor plays, right? I mean, sometimes you're going to have big losing sessions. It happens. But if your big losing sessions are from you making some big mistake at the end of your session, then you want to fix that.
Kiwi in the chat says, Jeff and Jonathan, the award for the most biased commentators has just been awarded to you. Kiwi, this is the stream we have Amanda Negreanu on. Are you saying we beat her out as far as most bias is concerned? Come on, Kiwi.
I just want a good competitive match. So Negreanu needs to win some hands. I mean, otherwise it's no fun.
And I just want Negreanu to win the whole thing. But yes, competition is good as well. 19K in the pot on table 2.
Also, it's well known that Kylo Ren, whenever he loses, he gets really whiny and complaining, as you've seen in the Star Wars movies. And so we need Kylo to lose some pots, right? To see if he's actually the supreme leader or not.
It's sixes for Negreanu, and those sixes are good for a 19K pot.
Finally, as nothing wins. Negreanu always has nothing, and every once in a while he wins. Thank you, Doug, for letting Negreanu win a pot. I appreciate that. You must.
I don't know if this is similar to your lack of Rocky viewing, but I don't know who Kylo Ren is, and really haven't seen.
He's a supreme leader in the new Star Wars movies.
Okay, I haven't gotten to the theaters yet for the new ones.
And he's like really, really whiny and a baby, and that's what they call Doug Polk on his stream.
Yes, I know Doug is the supreme leader. Yes, okay.
Yeah, and he's like this whiny baby bad guy who like can't beat anyone. He loses every fight he fights. And I think that's who Doug Polk is modeling himself after. That's what they keep calling him, at least. I don't know. Maybe gotcha. It's supposed to be endearing or something.
Oh, there's Amanda in the chat.
We have the real Amanda in the house. Hello, Amanda. Hope
she says, listen, I'd hear it if he was on tilt. He's not, but I am on tilt. Fair. How could you not be at this point? We'll have Amanda Negreanu on with us tomorrow. She'll join me and Brent Hanks for our happy hour stream. Bring in a couple cocktails and join us tomorrow. Same start time, 10:30 p.m. UTC, 5:30 p.m. Eastern, 2:30 p.m. Pacific.
How have you not seen Star Wars, man?
Well, I saw the old ones, I think. And and then I just, I haven't gotten to them yet.
Well,
they're very popular.
Come on, man.
They're very popular.
Go get Disney Plus.
I do have Disney Plus.
It's a children's show after all. Go get Disney Plus and watch them. It's well, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do.
No, I mean, I'd take the rec.
If the villain pretends to be the bad guy from Star Wars, you should probably do a little bit of research, right?
That's true. I knew he was always referred to as the Supreme Leader. I didn't know as a Star Wars note.
Yes.
Interesting. Interesting. I got Disney Plus for Hamilton.
Well, there you go. You already got it.
Right. I need to watch something else on there to make the subscription more valuable. Really supporting that Disney streaming community with the Disney Plus and the ESPN Plus. Hulu is involved with them in some way.
Man, oh man, so many services. Like initially you get like one or two of these streaming services. Oh yeah, $20 a month, no big deal. Right. Next thing you know, in 5 years, we're gonna have like 100 of them.
They do add up.
Just got to get rid of cable immediately. That's the expensive one. Small bet raise and re-raise on the river. Here we have the street poker. Tiny bet, raise, re-raise. Wow. Brutal.
Okay.
With a bluff.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
All right. I wonder how he really picked that hand to bluff with.
That works.
That's wild.
Let's take a look at the replay.
It's a wild river bluff. Like, see, that's the spot where I am literally not studied at this heads up, no limit hold'em at all.
Yeah.
And that just seems insane to me to re-raise the 7 of diamonds. But again, not a heads up pro at all. Mm-hmm. It's probably right. Maybe that's the spot I'm going to run in the solver, put on my YouTube channel in a day. I'm like, yeah, good play.
Right.
A play that I would never find, but hey, maybe it's just a good play. But like right here, what blocker do you even want to have? It's like, I don't know. Because usually when you're finding bluffs on the river, it's because you have a blocker of some sort.
Right.
Like the 7 conceivably could win, right? If you bet the river and get raised and you call, you beat all the bluffs, right?
Right. And for those of you saying Daniel had the nuts, he did not. The nuts would be the deuce 3 of diamonds.
Effective nuts.
The effective nuts, sure. And everybody is asking, I should say, why does he just call there? Is it because he's only getting called into shove by that deuce 3 of diamonds?
Maybe. Actually, maybe. I mean, look, when on the river when it goes bet, raise, re-raise, re-raise, it's like, all right, you got the king, right?
Right.
That said, I don't know. Could be a jam and heads up. If you ran that through the solver, it probably says jam. Probably. I don't know. Again, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
Not a heads up pro.
That makes 2 of us over here.
What's the timestamp? I'll run this one. Let's see. What are we looking at?
About 2 hours, 10 minutes into this one.
What happened to my pen?
Or maybe a little more. We started a little early.
Okay.
unreal amount of viewers as always. So thank you guys again for being here at ggpoker.tv. Be sure to like, be sure to subscribe to the channel. Big plans in the future for GG Poker's YouTube subscribers. Next week, we're taking off, but we're back for one more session tomorrow.
How would my wife react if I lost $1 million while playing poker? Well, I don't really talk to my wife about wins or losses in poker. Maybe that's good, maybe that's bad. I don't know. Never really had $1 million loss, so I don't know.
What about the big wins? Like, will you tell her if you made a big final table or something to that effect?
I mean, like of some WPT or something, or a World Series event, sure. But like, you play online on a Sunday and you win 50K, like, not really.
Got it.
If it's significant in any substantial way, then sure. But like, what is significant? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you know on any individual Sunday you buy in for $12,000 worth of tournaments and you win 4 days worth, it's not that big of a deal, right? But if you win $1 million, then sure.
Right. Or if your bankroll only allows you to buy in for $200 worth of tournaments and you win 50K,
sure,
probably a much bigger deal.
Exactly, right? So significant amount, sure. But also, like, the bills are paid. You know, it's not like we're gonna be broke. If I could go broke by losing $1 million, I wouldn't be losing $1 million playing poker, right? I'd be playing substantially smaller.
Yeah.
I've always been really, really, really nitty with bankroll management to some extent, probably to a fault, really, because I'm sure I've passed up on some good shot taking opportunities in exchange for just never putting myself at risk to going broke. And looking back, I probably could have been more aggressive, but I'm okay with my decisions to not take shots. Back when I was playing sit and goes a long time ago, on Party Poker, the biggest no limit hold'em game they had was $2, $4. That was it. That was a big game. Yeah. Then like overnight, they made 5, 10, 20, 10, 20, and 25, 50. And in my games, in these sit and goes was Phil Galfond, Dave Benefield, Justin Bonomo. We were all playing the high stakes sit and goes because you could play $2,000 buy-in sit and goes back then.
Yeah.
Stupid, right? Like $2,000 buy-in sit and goes or $2, $4 no limit.
right.
So we were all playing sit and goes. They opened up the cash games and they all moved to cash games overnight. And then it was just like me and 2 other sit and go eggs in the sit and goes against all the fish. It's like, oh, well, my ROI just went through the roof in these sit and goes. Why would I possibly leave this game?
Right.
Whereas they went to 25, 50 and probably cleaned up for even more money there. Got a hold of that money, went and played Guy on full tilt, won millions, right? And I did not get that opportunity, right? Instead, I just continued grinding out the quote unquote free money in the sit and goes. And that did not work out for me. That said, there were other people who did try the exact same thing they did, and they went broke because Guy got them for 300K or whatever by running hot against them. So I had 0% chance of going broke. They had some, or at least maybe not broke, but a good chance to lose half their bankroll or 2/3 their bankroll or whatever, playing 500 to 1,000 or whatever it was. So it's really like, how much gamble do you have in you? I don't think I have all that much gamble in me. I have some, but not a ton.
Like you said, there's something to be said to have a poker career never at risk of going broke, as Negreanu raises here on the river to 11K quick fold by Doug Polk. Amanda Negreanu says, pretty sure I remember your first WPT, Jonathan.
The good old days.
Yeah, indeed.
I don't remember when that was. That was so long ago. I used to be young. Back then, I didn't even have like a comprehension of money. I won $1 million. I didn't care. If I won $1 million today, I'd be ecstatic. Funny how that works.
Was that Amanda's season that she worked on the World Poker Tour?
I am not sure.
Remember? Amanda, do you remember?
My memory is so bad for all of that stuff. I remember Amanda was around.
Yeah. No, she was around the poker world. Just didn't know the timing.
She was working for one of
lined up.
Hard Player or Poker News or somebody.
Salco says, Jeff, can we have this match earlier? Because in Europe, it's 2 a.m. and it's getting hard watching every stream. I understand it's difficult for international viewers. We're just going with what the players want. That's the most important thing to us. And Polk and Negreanu have agreed on this 2:30 p.m. Pacific time start time.
Listen, everyone, we're playing Texas Hold'em, okay? So this has to be at a time that works for Texans.
That is a good point as well. God bless Texas.
If you want to have
the great state of Texas,
European Hold'em or whatever, we're happy to change it to your time zone.
Right. Amanda says, I think I was doing WPT. So she thinks she was doing it. You think she was around. We'll just go ahead and
who knows?
Say that she was there. Who knows indeed. David says, I respect you guys for commentating without seeing whole card. So much harder. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about 1.3 million times harder to commentate with double cards.
Yeah. I'd say that's fair.
And look, we can't get in the nitty gritty on range analysis and all this because the play goes very quickly and we don't see the whole cards. And you all are trying to chat with us with many chat messages. Thanks you all for being here. Maybe we should just mute the chat. You just want to get rid of the chat and not talk to them anymore?
No, that's all we have. Maybe we should
just ban everybody in the chat.
That's all we have. Absolutely not. 4-bet from Polk gets it done on table 2. I'd hate that idea. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. Maybe my man Carlin will fill in for me. But Jonathan, while I'm gone, do not ban the chat. Do not mute the chat. Maybe you can ban the fake Amanda Negreanu in the mix.
I'm just going to ban a few of them, okay?
No, only the fake Negreanu is the one to be banned. I'll be right back, Carlin, to jump into the mix. If not, Jonathan, you'll just run the complete show. All right, BRB.
I was going to take a bathroom break too, and then Jeff left. Brutal. He's outplaying me. Sometimes you get outplayed left and right, you know? Ooh, we could play Russian roulette with Europeans. No. I will say in this time of COVID, lots of people are having, don't know the right word or the PC word, mental issues, right? A lot of people have mental health issues, and being home stuck by yourself is very difficult. So, there are various phone lines, whatnot you can call if you're having any issues, and make sure you take care of yourself. At the end of the day, we all need to be happy, enjoy our lives to the best of our ability, and make the most out of our experience. In this COVID time, by the way, there's nothing better to do whenever you're sitting at home, watching Netflix and chilling. Take a little time off from chilling and study something, whether that be poker or another language or math or whatever. Study something, learn something, improve yourself. And you're going to find that if you improve yourself, good things will come in the long term. Party poker days equals free money. They were definitely free money back in the day. It was insane. Talk about Magic the Gathering some more. Oh, I played a lot of vintage Magic the Gathering back in the day as a kid. I won a few PTQs, but never really played any big tournaments. How does luck work in 25,000 hands? I mean, I did the math before this feud started, where essentially it looked like Negreanu would be a good bet at like 4 or 5 to 1, somewhere in there. If he was losing at about 10 big blinds per 100, that was like a roughly break even bet. And I figured Negreanu was somewhere between 15 big blind loser, or if he was really good, maybe like break even. Who knows how good he is? And how much luck is involved? There's certainly some luck involved. Decent amount of luck involved. It's tough to know. 25,000 hands may sound like a lot, but it's not infinite. Here we have James B. Maybe. Why did Tom Hanks play Mr. Rogers when you have me? Yeah, that's a good question. Do you think I could pass for Mr. Rogers? James, we're hearing funny sounds in the background there for you.
Hey guys. Yeah, I just turned off the other sound.
There you go. Good. What are your thoughts on this match so far?
Well, hopefully Daniel gets out of it, and that's my main thoughts for it. So we still got some time left. We'll see how he does.
Why are you openly biased towards Daniel Negreanu?
He's my man. He's my boy.
Okay, fair enough.
yeah, gotta cheer him on. I'm not a huge Doug hater, but come on. I'm on the GG team, so Daniel's on my side, and I'm on his side. So I'll be rooting for him.
I bet a little bit of money on Negreanu, so I hope hope he wins. I'd rather win money than not.
Yeah, I haven't bet anything on it, but the respect part's on there, so he's got to turn it around.
Orange Raven says, "Who in the world is this guy James B? Who are you, James B?"
I'm just a guy who loves poker.
So if you want to be on the show, give us a call in, and you can be on the show too.
Yeah, I like poker, and I set up some of these streams. I get everyone involved, so I decided to hop in. Carlin said hop on in, so I did it.
James is the boss. Here he is.
Yeah.
Have you played much Heads Up No Limit Texas style?
I have not, other than the like rare times that I've made it to heads up in a tournament. I've never played heads up cash. Perhaps maybe while starting or if a cash game dwindles out. But yeah, I have never played anywhere compared to how these guys are doing it.
You may be way better luck than Jeff because Negreanu's like won every hand since you sat down. So
all right, I don't want Carlin to put the good luck charm because we did that with Patrick yesterday, and then it just completely reversed it. So no jinxes. We'll keep it unbiased for that, and I'll wish the luck on the outside. There we go. Some DNegs emojis.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I actually don't have a lot of heads up cash game experience either. I've played a bunch of heads up sit and goes, but that's mostly shallow stacked poker. But that's a very different game than deep stacked heads up, no limit hold'em. I never really got into playing heads up, no limit hold'em cash games all that much. I think it's because, I mean, it's going to sound bad. It always felt kind of predatory to some extent to me. It was like, I don't know, it's like you're actively trying to get in good games. That's a lot of the skill if you're going to be playing heads up, no limit hold'em all the time, is making sure you're playing with at least a reasonable edge. And it was always annoying to me when I'd sit down, I'd start playing with somebody, then they just quit after like 4 hands. It's like, okay, I played 4 hands reasonably, so we're done. Like, that's pretty lame.
Yeah, typically you don't want to hop in with someone that's just going to crush you. But
a lot of players want to go play for like break even.
True.
It's like, oh, he raised reasonably the first 4 hands, I'm out. It's like, okay. You're looking for the real spots. They want you to be like limping or raising the 7 big blinds pre-flop. They want you just being really out of line. Not, of course, the super high stakes. The super high stakes, I'll play with tiny edges, right?
Yeah, that's no fun though. Like, if you want to play some poker, just play some poker.
Just play some poker. I like playing some poker.
Yeah, make sure you're rolled for it, and then just go for it.
One thing I like about the GG games, the cash games, is that you don't really get to select your table all that well. You do to some extent, but not really. And it kind of just like, say you want to play the cash game, you click on the button, you get in the cash game, and you start playing. It's convenient. It's way less predatory than some of the other sites, which is good. Yeah,
you don't get to select that. You just get to select which emoji you want to pop up. So I don't know if you've seen, but we got the Elky one is definitely a huge favorite at the moment. There we go.
I like Elky, but I'm not sure if I like that avatar. I don't know. It's kind of creepy to me.
Yeah, that one. There we go. The not sure if classic emoji.
That's a good one.
That's one of my top 5s.
What does not sure if mean specifically?
It can mean whatever you want. Yeah.
Perfect.
You could be a little bit confused. You could be a little bit tilted. You're just not sure.
You're not sure. So here we have a pot bet on the flop from Polk in this deep stacked hand on the table 2, the right hand table. I guess it's the right hand table. I don't know if it's the right hand table for everybody at home. I guess it's the right hand table.
Yeah, table number 2, as Jeff would say.
Okay. They need to be numbered or something for us slow people here who can't tell 1 is on the left and 2 is on the right.
1, 2 is sort of easy. I don't know. I think our viewers can get that.
So we had a pot bet on the flop, and now we have a pot bet on, or 3/4 pot bet on the turn. And they're both playing kind of deep stacked here. It's a spot where Negreanu almost certainly has a really good hand or a draw. One of the two.
It's looking like it's going to get all in here.
These are the spots where Polk often does go for the bets, but he does not.
He doesn't there.
Where's Jeff gone? He was bad luck, so we made him leave.
I think Jeff might hop in right after this hand. Okay, Daniel goes for it. No snap call, and then a fold. There we go.
For the first time today, Negreanu has 2 starting stacks in front of him on a table.
Maybe I am good luck, but I'll still pass it on to Jeff.
Stay there, James, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll be putting my good luck vibes in the background.
Okay, that's fair. Well, James, thanks for filling in for me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, that was awesome. That was James. That was Boss Man James, as we call him. Executive producer James, running the ship, running the show. I thank him for filling in. I was watching you guys on my phone. I'm like, this is great. James does great when he fills in. Carlin does great when he fills in. I'm gonna have a little bit of dinner. I had some turkey. It was a beautiful thing while you guys just just crushed the action. And speaking of crushing, a nice little stretch for Negreanu, huh?
Negreanu won literally every pot while you were gone.
Right. Well, it continues now. Maybe.
All right. So since you got to take a break, I'm going to take a break.
You take a break.
Might as well get James back in. I'm going to go give my kids a hug goodnight.
Okay. That's the most important.
It's going to take me about 2 minutes, 36 seconds. Okay. You can time me if you like.
Okay. I mean, well, yeah,
all right. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. We'll see you then. I timed him. I don't care, but I'll time him. He says 2 minutes, 36 seconds. Let's do it. Negreanu down for the session, $121,000. Scratching, clawing, fighting its way back. Kazul says, Jeff, go away. I don't think the commentators really matter. Maybe I'm just saying that because when I was gone, he was crushing. I don't know. There he is.
How you doing, Jeff?
Carlin, I am fantastic. How are you, sir?
Man, I'm doing well as well.
What do you think about this, Carlin? We have a whole stable. So, like, I was gone and James filled in. Jonathan,
I like it.
You fill in. This is pretty nice, huh?
I like it. We are prepared for all the scenarios. We got 2 backup commentators. You name it.
Yeah.
There's a whole crew.
Fantastic. Carlin, your thoughts on today's session?
Brutal, I guess, is the right word to describe today's session. I mean, I can imagine after the first huge putt, what was the putt where he decided to take a break and then came back and got the aces and
the trips versus the flush was the first one.
Yeah. So you take a break, maybe you decide to, stretch a little bit or whatever, go get some fresh air, you come back, you get aces. Yeah, you get it in all in.
Great break. Yeah.
You get it in all in pre against kings, and there's another tough beat to make it even worse for you. So I guess Daniel has to find a lot of toughness in him tonight, and and especially if he planned to go for a long session today, if he really decides to stick to it even after all this stuff happened tonight, then all props to him. Has to be super tough for him tonight.
Yeah, I'd say so too. And we mentioned a little at the beginning. He came into the session planning for it to be the longest one. It certainly did not go his way, but he is sticking it out. This is important. Carlin, Amanda Negreanu in the chat says, "We got this. I'm going to use my one time this match." So this session,
go, Amanda.
This round, we get the Amanda Negreanu one time, and
that's what we need.
I would say we kind of need it at this point.
Yep. This is the time. Definitely the time.
Wow. Jonathan Little came back in about 2 minutes 32 seconds, so his prediction
that's pretty accurate.
Was I off by 4?
Yeah, but I mean that's pretty strong. Depending on when you were supposed to start the clock, I might have started too late or too early, but
I'm good at time.
That was pretty good, I would say. As Negreanu overbets on the turn. Well, thank you, Carlin.
Jeff,
I mean,
I'm playing the free roll, by the way. I have a feeling I'm shipping this again.
Oh, so, there we go. If you ship it, you got to jump on and tell us. Okay.
Yeah, 50 people left. I'll let you guys know.
Okay, sounds good. Best of luck to Carlin in the free roll. Best of luck to you guys that are playing in the free roll. Jonathan Little is back. And Negreanu takes down another decent pot.
Carlin needs a 1-900 number voice. He has a 1-900 number with that voice. Yeah, that's very accurate. That's a solid voice there. I wish I had a good voice. Everybody says I sound like the Big Bang Theory guy, which is unfortunate.
But look at how successful the Big Bang Theory guy is.
It's true.
Well,
I guess that's
now it's trips for Negreanu.
Oh my God. All you needed to do is get up and leave for just a minute.
Maybe
and then
that sparked the change. Forget the Negreanu breaks. It was all about my breaks. So while you were gone, Jonathan, this is important in the chat. Amanda Negreanu said that she would use her one time on this very session. So her Amanda's one time has been put into play on round 18 of High Stakes Feud.
Amanda, why waste it? You got to wait till round 42 when he's buried 1.8 million, and then you're going to go on the sun run of your life for 2.3.
Oh, that would work. Although this might be when it's most necessary here.
That's true. To be fair, if you get buried early / in the middle of a long challenge, I can't even comprehend how that would feel mentally. Like I know I've had a backing deal in the past where I got stuck in makeup a decent amount right off the bat. And that's tough because like you win a tournament, you don't get any money and it's brutal.
Yeah.
And it takes a strong mindset to sit there, show up, play your best, grind it out day in and day out. And most people don't have that in them, but I think the true grinders do. And I think Negreanu's a true grinder. I think he's going to show up and put in a good effort every day.
Amanda says, okay, fine, Jonathan, just feels necessary right now. No, I think it's out there. I think
it's out there. You use it.
It's into the poker universe. It has been used on this round.
Jeff still has one, and so does Brent Hanks. So they're here every day. They might as well be Negreanu's spouse as well.
And so does Daniel. I think.
You don't really get to use your own one time. Look, Negreanu's probably used his one time plenty of times already.
Yeah, that's probably true.
He's ran pretty hot. He's done all right.
We've seen him his rant videos. He uses plenty of one times. Amanda says, I am not the normal wife who doesn't understand the swings. I get it. I just don't like it. It's fair.
Yeah. It's important to know what we signed up for. Most people don't know what they've signed up for when they start playing the Cadillac of poker. Jeff, how many times have you been in a Cadillac?
Probably like 6.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I feel like in the 90s I would have just been in a friend's dad's Cadillac or something.
I'm not sure if my grandmother had a Cadillac, but I think she did. And it was like old and tan. And there was like...
And nice? Was it luxurious?
No, it was not nice. It was like falling apart. And I think I remember there being like some insect growth in the corner. Like a hornet's nest, but not a hornet's nest. It was something different. I remember that being there. And I remember like never sitting next to it. That's what a Cadillac is in my mind.
Oh, that's not a very lovely memory of a Cadillac.
Yeah, enjoy that, chat.
Yeah. Negreanu betting 5,200 on table 2.
I almost got a Cadillac back in the day. What was it called? Like
new Cadillacs.
The decent looking one.
Yeah.
There was a good looking like sports car one back in the day, but then I looked at the gas mileage and it got like 12 miles to the gallon. I'm like, oh, that's not ideal.
Pierce says swings are for playgrounds, backyards, and bored married couples. This is poker. I think swings are still in the poker mix too, but
do you know how many swings are located in Texas? So many. Every house has 1 or 2 swings.
Yeah.
A lot. And we're playing Texas Hold'em here, okay?
Yeah, true. With 12,500 American dollars in the pot on table 1. Polk leading for 4,100. Negreanu calls. King of spades on the river with about 21K in the middle.
A very tough thing with no limit hold'em is that whenever your opponent bets almost nothing, you have to call a lot. That's hard to do.
Yeah.
Like these third pot bets, 25% pot bets, you got to defend a lot of your range. And that leaves you with a lot of pretty junky looking hands on the river. And right here, you got to make sure you defend a pretty good amount of your range facing these small bets. And that's way easier said than done. Do we ever have a Negreanu raise coming in here? No, a fold.
Have a fold.
Like right there, I worry Negreanu may be folding out pretty junky bluff catchers that maybe you should call. Because it's tough. Like a lot of people look at that and say, oh, why would Doug ever bluff small? Isn't just trying to get calls? But I presume Doug Polk's good at no limit hold'em, and he's going to have bluffs in all of his ranges, even his small bet sizes. Even when he uses a small bet size, and he's going to be appropriately balanced, which means he does have some bluffs, which means you in turn have to defend a pretty good amount of the time in those spots. It's tough to do.
Apple Juice in the chat says, Amanda, I'm going to use my one time for DNegs on round 42. So we have our one times spaced out.
Are they playing for real US dollars? No, they're playing for play money. No one would play for this many dollars.
Sevens do beat sixes, I do believe.
Do you think anybody would play a $12,000 real money pot with a pair of sevens against a pair of sixes? I mean, come on. That would be insane.
This is for real money.
Wait, it is?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I thought this was just for fun this whole time.
Oh,
all right, buckle up, everybody. We're playing for real now.
Got almost $14,000 in the pot on table 1.
Holy moly. It's like a Texas home game.
Tens for Negreanu.
69 wearing a suit.
Right.
No good. Oh my goodness.
All right.
There's an old guy here named Lime. He doesn't like change. He wasn't a fan at first. Thanks. And now you really enjoy the vibe. Okay.
Okay. Lime and
I'm growing on you like the Big Bang guy.
Lime and Cuervo. Try to update that to Lime and Casamigos or something. Lime and at least Patron. Cuervo's kind of. Ugh.
I really just like the Big Bang guy, by the way.
You do? Why?
Just don't like. Maybe he's too similar to me. I don't know. Really don't like that show. It's very annoying to me. It sounds terrible, probably coming from me, right? Oh man. Oh, how many swings are actually in Texas, Jeff? How many? Did you look that up? Did your team look that up? How many swings?
Yeah, we still have research working on it.
2.63 million.
Yeah, they're thinking it's around there. Still counting.
Yeah, it's a lot. That's a lot of swings. Lots of swings, lots of swingers, all sorts of people hanging out on swings there.
J Min says, I'm using my one time for a shot with fake Amanda. All right, trying to get with one of Amanda's imposters. I mean, seems like a reasonable goal.
The dude from the Big Bang is so successful, you don't even know his name. I don't know his name on the show or in... his name's Sheldon on the show.
Jim Parsons.
I don't know his real name, though.
Okay, I was going to say I don't know his name on the show, but I know his real name, so good teamwork. Jim Parsons, Sheldon.
Jim Morrison?
No, Jim Parsons.
I don't know. Jim Parsons.
Yeah,
that's a pretty boring name.
Somebody else. Right.
Am I drinking liquor? No, I'm drinking water. I have very little liquor left in my house, and if I drink it, my wife will know and will get mad at me.
Lime and Cuervo
it's good to
says,
have someone keep you in line a little bit. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that.
Otherwise, I'd be in the gutter right now.
True. That's about where I am. Nobody here. Lime and Cuervo says, sorry, Jeff, but I do prefer Patron, but I am poor. Okay. Yeah, you get to the Patron. The Patron's not that much more. Lime and Cuervo. DM me on Twitter, Lime and Cuervo. DM me your address. I'm going to send you a bottle of Casamigos because you've been in here day after day after day. So no bullshit. I'm serious. DM me on Twitter at Jeff Platt what your address is, and I'm going to make sure that you have a bottle of Casamigos Blanco, just fairly basic to enjoy with the lime.
Think of the value for being here, huh?
Yeah.
You be here, you're interactive, you're nice, you're friendly, you get rewarded. Good job, good work.
I give away one bottle of tequila per 10 sessions that I broadcast, so very good monetary value. It's like another free roll.
I try to do a decent amount of giveaways to my Twitter audience.
Oh, I love that.
I have a big one coming up soon for a seat to play with me on Poker Night in America. No, not Poker Night in America. Poker After Dark.
Oh, even bigger. All due respect to Poker Night, but even bigger.
Sorry.
Wow.
They named them too similarly. Poker After Dark. You get to play with me next season. It's coming up soon. Make sure you follow me on Twitter at Jonathan Little.
Ooh, that might be a nice one to get.
I think this last year we gave away like $20,000 or so worth of tournament buy-ins, cash game buy-ins, just stuff, and raffles, giveaways, etc.
Oh, that's so cool.
You don't want to give back to the community. You give back some tequila. Is that what you gave away, tequila?
Yeah, I give away tequila.
Give away tequila. Let's do it, man. You get them drunk, I'll give them some money. We'll all go to Vegas and have a party.
Everybody wins, right?
Everybody. Yeah. Another medium to big size pot brewing. Snapchat.
K in the pot.
Wow.
Polk with the flush.
That's a bluff, Daniel.
Good check back by Negreanu. JS says Casamigos is arguably better than Patron. Oh, yeah. It's not an argument for me. It's definitely better. Mr. Tancha, I'm here every day too, Jeff. Where is my bottle? Yeah, that's why I dug myself a hole with that one for our devoted fans who are here every day. And I love all of you. It's just I probably can't, send out to all of you, but you never know. Keep on tuning in.
You could just PayPal them all the money to buy it themselves.
Yeah, I don't think we need to get into specifics there, Jonathan. We'll give away the one bottle today, and we'll see.
You could
in the
convince
future.
that tequila company to sponsor GG in exchange for 1,000 bottles of this alcohol. And then
Now
they can mail
we're
them all to
talking.
everybody.
Now we're talking. I'll call my good friend George Clooney over at Casamigos.
Yeah, do
Put
that.
him in touch with producer James, and I think we'll have a deal probably by tomorrow. You think? I think by tomorrow's stream they'll probably have something worked out.
And if you give someone a bottle, you can have like an avatar icon on GG that's like special emote icons for them. So like instead of the what if face, it's like a bottle of tequila popping.
Yeah, I like that. I think we got
pop.
something here.
I don't think they do. Yeah, but tequila.
Maybe we don't have something after that emoji. Not sure if the check raise for Negreanu.
Interesting check raise spot.
Polk calls. 21K in the pot. They're pretty deep on table 2, both with about 85K behind. About 3/4 pot bet by Negreanu.
I will say my super deep stacked my super deep stacked heads up no limit holding game is very lacking. I don't know what you're supposed to be doing when you're 300 big blinds deep or whatever this is. 200 something.
Let's see what they do in the moment. Polk lays it down. Nice pickup for Negreanu. Nice. I like that emoji. That's one of the first times we've seen that one.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that.
That's a good one. Mr. Food Services just says Jeff is going Oprah Winfrey on us. Sweet. Yeah, let's not get too carried away. Trevor, you've been here every day. I know, and I appreciate it. Love you.
There's a lot of value in surprising and delighting your fans.
Yeah. Chris says opinions on mezcal. I prefer it over tequila. I can't do mezcal straight. It's too like smoky. I'm too weak for it. Apple Juice says, how should I tell you where to send my bottle of Opus One? All right, Apple Juice, let's not get too carried away here. That's more of the Negreanu's wine variety. 16K in the pot on table 1. Seen a decent amount of decent sized pots.
Since we took that little pee-pee break and came back, they started playing big hands.
Right?
Negreanu just went on a straight upswing on the right-hand table. He had 40K, now he has 106, winning every hand. Left-hand table, not so much. He hasn't got stacked to get on the left-hand table, so that's good.
Sure. That's true.
It gets really exciting whenever the stacks get really deep. Wow, look at this.
The overbet shove.
3x pot overbet I was hoping for. This is where Negreanu just needs to have his trap, you know?
Yeah. Lays it down. Oh, man, that would have been awesome.
It's hard to have the nuts. It's hard to have the nuts.
McPartridge boy, hey, is that Jeff? Wasn't he at Daniel Negreanu's wedding? Didn't he sit next to Phil? I mean, I was at Daniel and Amanda Negreanu's wedding. We're all friends. I don't like to brag about it though. But since you mentioned it, McPartridge boy, yes, I was there at the Negreanu's wedding. It was quite lovely. I was invited. Did sit next to 15-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner Phil Hellmuth, but again, don't like to talk about it. Don't like to discuss.
Phil Hellmuth has an autobiography called Poker Brat. I helped make that get published. Check it out.
There we go.
Bunch of Phil Hellmuth stories. He has pictures of him and his family and all of his wins. Do I have it behind me? Probably. Let's see. Here it is. Yeah.
Like it. Poker
Check it
Brat. Beautiful. I think I've read that one.
Get back in there. There you go.
Cynic Hogan says, Coke Can Dan will post a 320K win tomorrow just to make the happy hour crew talk cards. We would talk about poker tomorrow. Not all of our focus is on it, but if Negreanu won 320K, we'd sure ramp up the poker talk a little bit.
It is neat to see how they all of a sudden just started playing big pots here.
Yeah.
It was like kind of nothing for the first hour, and now all of a sudden every hand's 3-bet and 4-bet. They're getting after it. Maybe this is what Negreanu was trying to cultivate, cultivate the nice battle-y session.
Yeah. This is what he was thinking when he said this was going to be the longest session.
I will say, not talking about Negreanu here, but what happens to some people is they play reasonable poker for quite a while, hour or two, then they kind of get bored. And they're like, all right, I'm going to kick up the action a little bit. And they don't even necessarily do this consciously in their mind, but they do it like 2 hours into every session they play. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you see this with pit gamblers all the time. Where they'll play blackjack, they'll buy in for, I don't know, $200, $5, $5, $5, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. Yeah. All of it. Oh, I'm out of money now. And they do that every single time they play.
Yep.
And they don't necessarily go there thinking they're going to do that, but it just like something triggers them at roughly the same time every time. Then they go nuts. So you want to make sure that doesn't happen to you when you're playing poker. A lot of people go there, they play. If they don't get very many good cards for a while, they start pushing the action, thinking, oh, everybody thinks I'm a nit now because I haven't played any hands. And next thing you know, they're all in every hand, and then they're all out shortly after that. So don't lose your mind 2 hours into every session.
Yeah, seen that time and time again. Unknown Chip Magnet says, I once doubled up Jonathan in a WSOP event. Luckily, I was the dealer. Thanks for doing these streams. Jeff, you can thank GG for those.
Thank you. One time, this dealer came up to me and told me he loved my training materials. He had me sign a book that he brought. Like, he clearly loved me. And then we sit down, we're playing. This is like in a big tournament, like some 25K or something. And I just like immediately get it all in with aces and lose. And the dealer felt so bad. You could tell he was like, oh, what have I done? But like, clearly he didn't do it. But
of course.
It was funny.
That's pretty funny.
I always try to look at things from other people's point of view. Like imagine you're a fan of someone, you like them a lot, and then you just wreck their day and a lot of money.
Yeah, the whole time he's dealing it out, he's like, oh, please have the aces fold. No.
Oh, it's fantastic. You got to enjoy the experience. Even if it's a bad experience for you, you got to enjoy it from the other people's point of view. Enjoy the weird moments, interesting moments. Enjoy the swings. How do pros keep track of how they bet in the same situations in order to stay balanced? Usually you're betting a percentage of the pot. And in most spots, you're usually only using 1 or 2 or maybe 3 bet sizes. And you just kind of know what they are. And it's not necessarily on like the flop, you always bet these sizes. It's on these particular types of boards, you bet these sizes. Like typically on coordinated boards, you bet more than on uncoordinated boards, just in general across the board. As you get deeper stacked, you're going to use slightly bigger bet sizes in general. It's like things like that happen, but it's not all that hard to do once you kind of figure out general strategies.
Johnny L says Amanda will probably dump Daniel for Doug once Doug breaks him. Oh, sick, Johnny. Really got her on that one. Nailed it. Sick burn.
Is the fake Amanda in the chat still single? Does anybody know?
Not aware.
Does the catfish have 4 dates lined up yet?
Not aware. Surprised I haven't run into her on Tinder yet.
I point out that empathy is an important skill in poker. Indeed. I have a show called Little Coffee, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern time, bright and early. I wake up, have some coffee.
Nice.
Talk to all of you about... Yeah, with the people. We just sit down, we chat here on YouTube.
Oh, all of it from Negreanu. Polk folds. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
You about fell out of your chair there.
Yeah, that's right.
Negreanu doesn't put it all in all that often.
Right.
And I did a talk on empathy a while back. Must have been 4 or 5 months ago at this point. We do it Monday, Wednesday, Friday. It's a pretty regular thing. And empathy is important. It's important to understand what other people are thinking, what they're seeing, what they're feeling, right? Especially at the poker table, because like say you're at the poker table and someone's about to go on tilt and they go on tilt 2 hours into their session, like we talked about a second ago. If you're ready to capitalize on that, that's fantastic, right?
Right.
I think a lot of people like view the word empathy to mean I feel bad for the people or feel bad when they feel bad. But at the same time, it's important to see the world from not just your own point of view. And that'll explain a lot about what people do. Very often when somebody offends you, quite often they weren't trying to offend you. They're just doing their own thing. And it just happened to offend you or whatnot.
Right.
Anyway, be understanding, be forgiving, be loving.
Love it. Good breakdown.
We don't have to all fight. They're fighting on the right-hand table, though. Table 2.
How much is true? 30K in the pot.
Fun river. It's pretty easy for someone to have a 10. Big pot on table 1, too.
Yeah.
Finally playing some big pots. Let's go.
Action developing. Negreanu calls on table 1. Ooh. 1.5x overbet from Polk on table 2.
Can we just give Negreanu a 4 and a 4 one time, please?
Negreanu calls with a 10. The trip 10s are good.
All
and
right.
Here comes Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah.
Oh, great emoji usage. Now, can he win this pot on table 1? No, he cannot. All right. Yeah, back to the cooler.
Oh,
okay,
man.
okay. Checking out that replay of what I believe was the biggest pot of the day.
Yeah, don't fold a 10.
Not.
See, this is what I was hoping for Negreanu earlier. This is a nice way to keep the match nice and close and just catch every big river bet.
Sorry, dog moved. Mike went crazy.
You have a dog on your lap this whole time? I thought you were just enjoying yourself this entire time. No, there's a dog. Can Jeff not hear me? I don't think he can hear me.
All right, I'm back. Dog came down hard on the headphones cord and everything went awry.
Welcome back.
But I think we're good. Come on, buddy. Amanda Negreanu in the chat, fired up. Yes. Let's go. Get a tally soon.
I like dogs, but dogs are a lot of work.
Yeah. Very
Whenever
true.
I moved out of my parents' house, they basically made me take one of their dogs, a little Boston Terrier, and this thing would follow me around everywhere. Like I'd go to the bathroom and he would just like sit there and stare at me the whole time. And I'd be playing online poker and he'd sit there and stare. Like, I can't handle this. I got to get rid of this dog. Yeah. So I gave him back. But oh man, it was weird.
Yeah.
I like dogs a lot though.
Yeah, it's basically what he does. This little guy just follows me around. He's pretty chill. He's just, adjusting his laying down position and doesn't really have a care in the world for the headphone cords, and just plop right down on him and there we go. D. Clouser, that poor dog looks like he spent the night playing Duck Heads Up. He's a little tired today. The dog's a little tired. Negreanu's sitting out probably for a banana break / bathroom break. He's got a little momentum now. Wanted it to be a long session. Has trips.
Oh my goodness. Don't sit out when you have trips, Daniel. Come on, man. I got the momentum.
There we go. Okay.
Do we get to see how many ... they type here, or is that just is it one ... or two ...
I think the ... signifies the end of the session, which we do not believe that we will get to for at least a while, as we're about 3 hours into this one. Jeff Platt alongside Jonathan Little. Thank you all so much for being here for High Stakes Feud. So, Jonathan, perhaps Mr. Negreanu mounting a comeback of sorts here.
Well, he broke even for the first hour and then lost every hand for the next hour, and now has won a lot of hands recently. Not all of them, not quite like Doug Polk did, where he went trips. I think he had 5 trips in like 20 minutes. He's coming back though.
Yeah.
Slowly grinding it back. It's tough though when you get down at the beginning of every session. It's frustrating, it's annoying, but it feels so good whenever you claw back to being profitable a little bit. But look, we need a superheater for Negreanu to get him closer to, not even for the day, even for the feud.
Right. As for the feud, Negreanu down about $875,000. He's down $92K today. A couple big sessions for Doug Polk to start the week, but caught finally, Jonathan with his hand in the cookie jar there, betting 45K into 30K. Negreanu was waiting for that one. Make the call with the trip tens. That'll help the comeback effort just a bit.
I would love to know if Negreanu is keeping track of Doug Polk's river overbets, because I know when you play poker tournaments, most people fold way too often to overbets, which means you should be overbluffing a lot whenever you are overbetting, at least in my experience and in a lot of other people's experience. And if Doug Polk is utilizing that strategy of bluffing a little bit too often, Negreanu in turn should be bluff catching a lot, right? But if he's just using the GTO strategy, then it doesn't really matter, just bluff catch appropriately. But spots like that are kind of hard to balance in general, to some extent. I mean, maybe not for Doug Polk because he's very good at no limit hold'em, but if he is out of balance in those spots, that would be interesting to know. If he is out of balance, then I would love to see Negreanu finding like even more hero calls. Because you see right there, Polk had 7-5 for like nothing, right? And usually when you are overbetting in spots like that on the river, you're either gonna have just totally nothing or some junky blocker like bottom pair or whatnot. So you should be calling there a lot of the time if you don't have relevant blockers to their bluffs, and you can beat the bluffs, which are usually like bottom pair and worse, which means you should actually be hero calling a lot sometimes if your opponent is over bluffing. So I'd be interested to know if Negreanu could perhaps make that adjustment. And then if you do make that adjustment and you start hero calling and you catch Polk a few times, he's going to stop bluffing so often. Then in turn, you don't have to face these giant overbets nearly as often, which is good because you don't really want to be facing these giant overbets where your opponent's going to be pretty close to perfectly polarized.
Nananoku is here in the mix. He's in the chat. Randy Lewis. He asks, where did Jonathan find that trophy in the back? At a yard sale?
Which one? I got a bunch of them.
Oh, hello. How about that?
I go yard sailing every weekend. I try to find a nice trophy every weekend. So we have these, we got a stuffed shark. We got all those up top. We got a few.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Trevor says, tomorrow I'm getting wasted with Platt, Amanda, and Hanks. Can't freaking wait. Yeah, tomorrow is our happy hour stream. Brent Hanks, Amanda Negreanu, and myself. Everybody welcome. Bring some cocktails if you would like. If you drink. If you don't drink, still join us. Be a good time.
And if you're really nice to Jeff, he might buy you a bottle of tequila.
That is possible.
Jeff needs friends, everybody. Can somebody be Jeff's friend so he can buy you tequila?
That much is also true. I'm imagining if I say I'll buy you tequila, then I'm going to have some more friends.
Could you imagine how popular this stream would be if the tequila company just decided to give away 300 bottles of tequila tomorrow?
Yeah, it's not a terrible idea for a partnership. Perhaps they hook up the commentators with a couple bottles, just good promotion.
Could have one sitting back there for your dog to knock over.
Yeah. That'd be a disaster. Little Casamigos. Might have a little Casamigos and just ordered some Topo Chico. So the tequila and Topo Chico, I think, is the dream mix. I think that's what I'll be sipping on tomorrow.
What is a Topo Pico?
Topo Chico is it's just another water. It's a natural mineral water.
Wait, what is a water?
Yeah, it's just a water. It's just like one of these sparkling waters, just not flavored really, but it's just very I don't know. It just goes perfectly with tequila. Anybody in the chat got my back on this one? Topo Chico and tequila. Just like a tequila soda, which is not that popular of a drink, but it's getting there.
Why don't you just call it tequila and water?
It's a sparkling water, though, so that could get confused for just regular water.
Like Perrier?
Yeah, it's kind of like a Perrier. Not as bubbly.
I see. Every once in a while, some of you ask some advanced poker question that is an essay, and I can't even get through reading it before it flies off the screen. So I apologize for not answering the advanced poker questions today. Send me an email, and I'll do my best to answer it.
There we go.
Lime flavored tofu Chico. Is yours lime flavored? Is that the one you like?
No, but you splash a little bit of lime juice in there. I would preferably put a real lime, but then you got to cut up the limes and everything. So it's just a splash of lime juice, good enough. No water in your fountain. No, Sean, I do not have Topo Chico in my fountain.
You all are fancy. I just drink wine.
Well, wine is pretty fancy. Stuart says tequila soda lime is my drink of preference at the moment. Me and you both, Stuart. Although I do enjoy the vino.
May have to get up and go to the wine store after this.
Yeah, I may have to get up and get a bottle of wine during this. Camille, Jeff, do you drink the Rocks tequila? I have tried the Terramana tequila and quite enjoy it. Quite nice, quite smooth. Amanda Negreanu now a moderator in the YouTube chat. That's bad news for the imposters.
Ban him. Use the ban
for them
hammer
to get through. Yeah, look out. Although I think Amanda is just more likely to unban people than ban.
One's already gone. See ya. You used to play Dungeons and Dragons for 28 hours straight. I've never played Dungeons and Dragons.
Whew.
Funny things that the nerdy people fall into. Sometimes they fall into all sorts of nerdy stuff. Sometimes only specific nerdy things. Like I loved Star Wars as a kid, but like never watched Star Trek. Don't know why. How it went. Never played Dungeons and Dragons. Love Magic the Gathering. Who knows?
What's the longest poker session you've put in?
I don't really play long poker sessions. Like I don't even know, like 18 hours or something. Not long.
Okay, and you play mostly tournaments anyway, yeah?
Well, I mean, I used to play a ton of cash games. I used to play like 5-10 to 25-50 at Bellagio every day. Did it for like a year and a half straight, and I would go there and I'd play from noon until midnight every day, 7 days a week. And if the game was especially good, I'd stay till like 4 a.m. and grind it out.
7 days a week for how long did you do that?
About a year and a half.
And about how many days off did you take within that span?
Maybe 2 days a year, give or take.
2 days a year?
Yeah, I don't take off days.
Oh,
I work all the time.
My.
I don't know if you know this. I typically am pretty productive. It's because I don't take off time.
Yeah, that I can understand.
It turns out if you're making a bunch of money, you don't really want to take time off.
That's true. That's fair.
But no, I mean, some people, they'll put in like infinitely long sessions. And I never really comprehended that because my brain doesn't work so well when I'm tired and I'm not enjoying myself at all. I definitely rely on getting a lot of sleep. Like when I go to play a poker tournament, I sleep like 11 hours a day. It's insane.
Yeah, sleep's important. Yeah.
Whenever I'm at home with the kids, I sleep like 7 hours a day. But whenever I'm playing poker, I make a point. Like sleep is the main priority. It takes priority over pretty much everything.
Man, I am impressed with the lack of days off in the 25-50 streets.
Oh man, whenever I was playing Sit and Goes back in the day, when I was 18 to 21, I took half a day off for Christmas. That was it. And I
just
3 days straight.
Yeah.
I mean, 7 days a week, 1 day off per year.
For how many years?
3. Then I traveled live poker for a few years, and I moved to Vegas and played the cash games all the time. And now, when I work on my coaching site, I do that all the time. I like working. It's fun, you know? I mean, people say to some extent, find something that you enjoy doing that's fun for you, that other people find to be difficult or strenuous, and then do that thing, because it doesn't feel like work to me. It feels fun and enjoyable. So I'm playing to some extent, right? A lot of people view it as work, but I view it as fun. Like playing poker for a lot of poker players, right? They play poker all the time because they love it. And to get to the top or anywhere near the top of a very competitive game or activity like, poker or anything, any competitive environment, you really do have to devote your life to it to some extent. You can get pretty good if you hire a coach and still devote a decent amount of time to it. But get to the very top, you do have to devote a lot of effort to anything.
Man, 3 half days off in 3 years. That is so impressive.
But again, every day was an off day because I was doing what I wanted to do.
Sure. Right.
I probably have a bit of an addictive personality. I can sit there and grind it out all day. It's fun.
Oh, really? Hard to tell after those stats that you gave us. Yeah.
No, I don't mind it. I like it.
Man, that's awesome. Respect.
I do run into this issue where you have to make sure you're not being busy just for busy's sake, right? Because there is a lot of value in like having a clear schedule and having a clear mind, because that's when you start coming up with new creative things. But anyway, it's good to make sure you are not being stagnant, because everybody wants to watch Netflix and chill all the time. And if you spend all day chilling and Tindering, then
Wait, it sounds like you're getting personal here, Jonathan.
Just trying to help you out here, Jeff.
Okay.
If you spend all day doing these things, all you're going to make is children.
Yeah. Noted.
Let's see. After 10 months, sorry, I'm trying to read this chat. This keeps too many people here chatting.
Yeah, how dare you guys?
Stop chatting so much. Amanda, ban them, please. How do you think play is going to be in live poker after people start going back to play poker due to the virus? I think the games are going to be pretty great. I mean, to be fair, if you can play live poker now, the games are probably pretty great.
Yeah.
I have not played them at all. And, I don't know about the safety of them or whatnot because I'm not a virologist or an event planner. But the games are going to have to be good. I mean, as soon as everything gets back to normal, if it ever actually does get back to normal, people are going to be going off because there's all this pent-up demand for experiences and fun.
Right, like that first real World Series of Poker that we get, and I mean, hopefully it's in 2021. We'll, if we have free reign, the turnouts will be absolutely absurd for it.
It's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah.
What do I do now? I'm an active poker player. Pre-coronavirus, I was traveling to play high-stakes live tournaments about 1 week per month, and then about 3 weeks per month, I was home, usually helping my students. I have a training site, pokercoaching.com. Over under 6.5. Someone said that I would say pokercoaching.com today. I think we're at 19.5 so far. I knew I wanted to settle down and have a family and be a good dad. And that meant I could not be traveling 3.5 weeks per month around the world. So figured I'd settle down a little bit, help my students out a lot, still travel, still play.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm doing now.
How do you pick those tournament spots? Like when you look at the schedule, you know you're going to leave 1 week a month. What goes into the selection process?
I want to play as many high value tournaments that I can in a short period of time.
Okay.
So that often means I want a main event that's like $10,000 buy-in, maybe $5,000 buy-in that has a lot of satellite qualifiers.
Yeah.
Can Doug Polk stop getting top pair and trips? I mean, he hasn't had trips recently. He has a lot of top pairs.
That's true.
So I want a lot of high value tournaments, and that usually ends up being like, for a while it was the EPT series, and the Party Poker series recently have been amazing because they satellited in 1 million people. Stuff like the World Series of Poker is a good thing to go to. I would usually go in the beginning and the end because they have a lot of good no limit tournaments at the beginning, and at the end, and a lot of mixed game stuff in the middle, which I don't play a ton of. But I would usually skip stuff like random $3,500 buy-in tournaments because I would rather invest more money with roughly the same return on investment. So it's a math game. Essentially, I want to invest as much as I can with a good return on investment in a short period of time.
Sure. And that most likely is going to send you off to the Party Poker Million series, the EPT, stuff like that, versus, World Poker Tour main in the States that pops up. To your point, it's like a $3,500 buy-in, but not that much else going on.
Yeah, they had a WPT in Montreal that was always pretty good. They'd have
Montreal's a little different. Yeah,
there they would have a 5K main event, I think, or maybe 3,500 main event. Then they'd also have like 2 or 3 side events right around it.
Right.
So it's like a 6-day series, but you could invest, I don't know, 25K or something in 6 days with presumably a pretty good ROI, return on investment. So that was a good one. But yeah, like random 5Ks with no side event is usually not worth going to. The way you have to think about it if you're trying to make money is you want to think, how much am I going to make on average per X amount of dollars I invest? So say you go to play this 5K in Los Angeles, let's say. Mm-hmm. So you have to spend $1,000 to go there. And let's say you think you're going to have 50% return on investment, which is pretty good. That means you're going to make $2,500 in the tournament minus the $1,000 you have to spend to go there. And it's going to take you 5 or 6 days. That means out the door, you're making $2,500 minus $1,000, which is $1,500 in 5 days, which is, what's that? My brain's not working. $300 a day, which is fine, but it's not like getting rich money, I'd much rather go somewhere else where we can invest $30,000 and have 30% ROI. So now you're making $9,000 minus $1,000, so you're making $8,000. So would you rather make $1,500 or $8,000?
Right.
But that's roughly how it goes.
Pretty easy business decision.
Yeah. Also, I try to go overseas a lot so I can play online poker.
Oh, that's smart.
It's another just a good way to utilize your time, right?
Right.
Like when I went to Nottingham recently, I played live until I was done with the tournaments. Then I go home and I play online all night, right?
And crush it online, yeah?
Yeah. Well, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. You never know.
Right. So our latest tally had Negreanu down about 92K, which, I mean, he was down almost 200K at one point in this session. But has battled back.
Can you stop saying Negreanu's down any amount, even if you have a qualifier before or after it? Just no, Negreanu's up. He's up. Since the rock bottom, he's up. Come on, man.
That's true. That's true. I need to rephrase. Upswing indeed. There's Amanda. There's our newest moderator, Amanda Negreanu. I'm back. Had to give the man his coffee. Amanda, do you have any idea how long he plans to make this session?
Don't know, Jeff. No. We're going all night, man. He's just going to win every hand for the rest of the day. We're locked in. Oh, man. This must have been, I guess it was before COVID happened. It felt like just yesterday. WPT had me commentate on some tournament in Marrakesh. Sounds right?
Okay.
And they said, yeah, it's going to be like a 4-hour stream. We get there, and somehow they didn't know what was going on. And they started with like 18 people left.
Oh, boy.
And the thing went 18 hours.
Oh, God.
And it was just me. And I did my best. I think it actually went about as well as a solo person can do for 18 hours. But it's like, oh, come on. I don't know if anybody else is going to put up with this.
Oh, 18 hours. That's an intense one.
You got to get a true grinder here to do this.
Yeah, that much is very true. And even the true grinder, that'd be tough for.
It was a tough one. My wife kept coming in. She's like, when's it going to be over?
Yeah, right. Hello.
I think I actually went super late, like 6 or 7 a.m. or something. So she went to sleep, woke up, It was a long one.
16K in the pot.
Is that guy on speed? No, Jeff's not on speed. He's fine.
I'm not on Johnny L. It's funny when Amanda gets here in the chat, you say you love her. I seem to remember a certain comment earlier, but let that one slide. People change, Jonathan. People change. Sometimes in the course of 12 minutes.
Sometimes they do. Is it better to be GTO or try to pick up tells on your opponent? Well, you can do both. You have to understand the optimal strategy in poker essentially all the time. I'm lucky for Negreanu that Polk got a 9. The right strategy in poker for the most part is to play a reasonably fundamentally sound strategy, which I guess you could call GTO. You should adjust for whatever the players in your game typically do wrong. That's like adjusting to player pool tendencies. Like let's say we talked about earlier, people fold to overbets on the river. So you should be overbet bluffing to some extent. Speaking of overbet bluffing on the left-hand table, table 1, big pot. This is one of these spots where Negreanu's probably yelling at his computer because he probably had top set. That would be standard for the way this is ran.
Yeah, we've seen that before. Oh, Polk had flopped the flush and Negreanu had flop top too. So perhaps fortunate that extra club and the 8 of clubs that came on the river.
So anyway, adjust to take advantage of player pool tendencies and then figure out what your specific opponents do wrong and adjust accordingly. And that can mean picking up live tells. It can mean picking up betting patterns, like anything, right? Say they continuation bet the flop 100% of the time.
Yeah.
You check raising a lot or calling their bets a lot and bluffing later. So you want to figure out what they are doing incorrectly and then adjusting accordingly. But if you ran a situation through a GTO solver and you adjusted your opponent's strategy, let's say they continuation bet 100%, the GTO solver will give you a new strategy to account for that adjustment you have input, right? I presume both these players are doing this if they have any observations about their opponent here. Like, for example, if your opponent overbets the river too often, you in turn should call a ton, like a lot, and with any bluff catcher. So don't think that the GTO strategy is it is a rigid thing, but you should be adjusting from it accordingly, and the solvers can do that for you.
I like it. Good breakdown. That's Jonathan Little. I'm Jeff Platt. Happy to have you here for round 18 of High Stakes Feud. Amanda asks, is this the thing we get angry at? No, this is not the stick it up your ass Johnny from the last couple of weeks. Different Johnny, I believe.
More big pots.
16K in the pot on table 1.
a lot of people, a person or two in the chat seems to not like it whenever I talk about things not relating to the specific hand. And you have to understand, I'm used to playing like 20 online tables at a time. Like right here, we see the giant all in.
Yeah.
I'm observing
Yeah,
it.
we do.
But like in my mind, I don't have to sit here and sweat it out. Because he's going to call when he calls, or he's going to fold when he folds, like we're going to see it very shortly. Maybe I'm not so good with suspense. Maybe I should work with suspense.
And it's for effectively 2x pot.
Yeah, it's a big hand.
I can do the suspense. You do you. Negreanu with kings and fives. Polk with kings and sevens. Ugh. We see that cooler emoji again for what seems like the 14th time today.
Whoever's in charge of that cooler emoji had that pulled up way too fast.
Yeah, they were ready. Yeah.
That's not right. Get those bad vibes out of here, okay? It should have taken at least 5 seconds to get that cooler emoji up. Your hand should have been over the running hot one.
It was just trying to be efficient. Yikes. And there you see the replay I saw on the turn.
I mean, come on. That's just ridiculous, right?
And oh god.
Pretty bad.
We've seen the overbet bluffs from Polk.
Because it's pretty rough river.
Pretty rough indeed.
Anyway, if you want to play a lot of tables at a time online, you have to get really quick at moving from one spot to the next and not like dwelling on it too much. Otherwise, you'll be timing out all the time, right? And that's kind of how my brain's thinking all the time to some extent. It goes relatively fast. It can jump from topic to topic and jump right back to the other one within reason.
It's a skill.
Well, I think it's a curse. I can't sit here and enjoy the suspense like a regular human.
True. Negreanu raising it up on table 2. Polk folding. Polk has a 6K, 267K on table 1. Negreanu 165K on table 2.
It's a shame that they don't have all the money on one table.
Right. Latest tally has Negreanu down $161,000 for the session, about 950K overall. After he had really chipped into that lead that Polk built. We will indeed have an exclusive post-match interview with Daniel Negreanu whenever his round is done. He had planned on this being a super long, perhaps the longest session.
How much do we attribute his being down to luck versus skill? You have to understand, I don't know. I have not studied the data. It's important to recognize I have not studied the data, right? So it's okay to say you do not know if you do not know is instead
right, we prefer you say that.
Well, I know you do, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people want you to say something either very extravagant or they want you to make some gigantic guess. Like, I don't know. I haven't seen every hand. I haven't studied this immensely, right? It does seem like Negreanu is running poorly from what I've seen. He's been cooler left and right today, from what I can tell. And you told me that he's over 25 in all ends. So, probably running a little bit bad. How much bad? I don't know.
Right.
How's it winning $1 million at Foxwoods? That was fun.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, it was good. It was the longest WPT final table in terms of hands. It went until about 5 a.m. After that, they shortened the heads-up matches. They used to just be regular 2-hour levels the whole time, and then they shortened.
Oh, you were the reason.
Yeah, I actually had the 2 longest ones. One I won, one I lost. I lost one in Foxwoods. They both went till like 5 a.m. and after the second one, they changed the rules. After that, it was just me and like the WPT crew. We went out to Fuddruckers, which is a burger hot dog place, something like that. I don't know. I was there with my parents. That was a celebratory meal.
That's great. About 27K in the pot on table 2. 13K on table 1. Polk with about a pot size bet behind on table 2. Rips it. Negreanu just snaps him off with the queen, and that is good for an 80K pot for Daniel Negreanu. There we go.
Yes.
There we go.
I will say a lot of people in the chat seem to be very emotionally attached to the money, or they are extrapolating that idea onto their opponent or onto Negreanu, that he must be very emotionally attached to the money too. And while he may be, I don't know how he views money or thinks about money, most professional gamblers don't really care about running bad to some extent. And most professional gamblers recognize the game they are signing up for, right? Both players knew very well that they are going to go on $1 million upswing or downswing in this game, right?
Yeah.
And I understand that the dollar amounts are gigantic, but they're not actually that gigantic in terms of the stakes that are being played. And some people are saying bad beat after bad beat. This is only 18 sessions. Lots of professional poker players have had 6 or 8 or 10 losing sessions in a row. Usually that comes from bad beat after bad beat. It happens. It's not fun, but it does happen if you play enough. And these players have both certainly played enough. They've had some great runs and some terrible runs in their careers.
Well, like you said, Jonathan, earlier, dogs are a lot of work. I got to take the dog out. Fortunately for us, we have Carlin to jump right into the mix. So I'm going to hand things over to you and Carlin for a couple minutes, and I'll be right back.
Hello, Carlin. Welcome. Anyone with a small to modest bankroll worries about running bad. If you are not properly bankrolled, you should be concerned about running bad, because if you just run bad for a little bit, you'll be busto out of action. I have an article at jonathanlittlepoker.com/bankroll. It's called the Bankroll Bible. It'll give you some advice on bankroll management. You may not like it because it's going to tell you need a big bankroll, but it'll keep you in action and ensure you don't go broke. Hi, Carlin. How you doing?
Hey, Mr. Jonathan Little. Am I still obligated to call you Jonathan Little as you asked me to? Or are we on?
You can call me, where is it? You can call me whatever this thing says.
Yeah, that says Jonathan Little.
That say Jonathan Little?
Yeah.
Okay, that's my name.
Okay. All right. So we're not on the J Little or Lil J level yet? Are we not that good of friends yet?
You can call me Lil Jon.
Lil Jon? That's the rapper. Do you listen to him?
No, like Robin Hood.
Ah, okay.
You know Robin Hood and Lil Jon?
No, I don't.
Robin Hood is a man who robs from the rich and gives to the poor. And Lil Jon is his right-hand man.
Ah, okay. So it's like his partner in crime, basically. It's like Batman and Robin, basically, right?
Yeah, I'm the partner to a criminal.
But like a good criminal.
A good criminal, yeah.
A good criminal, right. All right.
Or like Lil Jon with his East Side Boys. He's getting low.
He's getting low.
Yeah. Getting low into the windows.
If my name was Jonathan Little, I would only listen to Lil Jon.
Yeah, I listened to Lil Jon when I was in 9th grade. It was really, that was when I was being rebellious.
I mean, but right now, when you listen to Lil Jon, I guess it brings back a lot of good memories, doesn't it?
Yes, there's some nostalgia there. There's some nostalgia.
Yeah. Yep.
I feel good about it. I don't know last time I've listened to Lil Jon. Maybe I'm gonna, when my kids wake up in the morning, I'll listen to some Lil Jon with them.
Yeah. They'll be very surprised. How old are your kids?
2 and 4.
2 and 4. Okay. So I
Perfect
guess
age for Lil Jon.
Yeah. I was about to say you shall introduce them to Lil Jon, but 2 and 4.
Yeah, it'll be perfect.
Yeah, might be too early.
No, it's too early.
Yeah.
I may have introduced my 4-year-old to a few too many adult things already. But yeah. What can you do?
Does she understand?
God.
Oh man, that's straight. Yeah.
Straight. But look, Negreanu didn't lose any money. It's fine to lose to the nuts as long as you don't lose very much.
Yeah, especially today for him.
Yeah, man.
Duck is really running hot tonight. It's insane to see. The sequence with the trips felt like that was insane. I've never seen nothing like that.
It was a lot of trips.
Like every freaking hand, like 6 hands in a row. It's insane. I was about to ask, you said your daughter is 4?
I have 2 boys.
Okay. So, do they understand what you do? Do they get the concept of? Nice.
There's Mr. James running around with no clothes on. in the park. You see him?
Yep.
Oh, he's so happy. Yeah, so one day I was sitting here playing a nice online session. It was going great. And then my boy James came and banged on the door and said, "Dad, you're going to lose."
Oh my God.
And then he left.
Oh.
But then I won the tournament. And so that was really good luck for me. But I don't know. That he like we play war. He calls it poker. You know, where you do like high card basically.
Yeah.
So we play that, and because I mean he can count and whatnot. So he knows that a 10 is really good. And take out the face cards. I figured those are too difficult so far. He's like, "Ooh, a 10," and he thinks an ace is a 1. He doesn't know an ace is good yet because it has 1. You know, you think it's bad.
Yeah.
But no, so does he know what I do? Yeah, they leave me alone for the most part. It's good. I go in my office, close the door, we work.
Yeah. And would you like them to go the same route that you went? Like, are you gonna teach them your secrets when they grow?
I mean, so my route was essentially trying a bunch of things and then finally finding something I liked to do. So I would hope that they try lots of things and find something they like to do.
So you're not gonna like make them play poker?
No, I'm gonna teach them all sorts of games. Like I'm already teaching them chess. I played chess as a kid. So I'm not gonna make them be obsessive over it or anything. But like, no, I'm gonna teach them how to do all sorts of stuff. I'm gonna teach him to try things, find things he enjoys, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But no, I highly doubt what they're gonna fall into is poker. But maybe it will be, and if it is, sure, happy to help.
Yep. I mean, they will have a strong coach behind them, you know, just in case they decide to go for the poker career. So
yeah, for sure. Well, whatever they get into, I'm going to make sure they hire a coach for it. I mean, I've learned a long time ago that an easy way to get good at anything is to hire someone who is crushing that thing and learn from them. Wow, look at this. We have a bet on the river from Negreanu and a gigantic raise from Polk. I can't even count how many multiples of the pot this is. This is humongous. Wow,
yeah, we've seen this from Polk a couple of times. Even as a bluff, I think Daniel called him once in a similar spot, and it was a bluff.
The tough thing is that you're getting really bad pot odds.
Yeah.
That said, we know Polk is at least capable. He does call.
Oh, nice, Daniel.
With the bluff catcher.
Bluff. I gotta put the run hunter mode for this one.
Yes, that's exactly what I was talking about, right? If Polk is going to be over bluffing in spots like that, Negreanu has to make calls like that. And notice, he didn't even have to have the ace there. He could have had whatever middle pair it was. If Polk is going to be substantially over bluffing. And I'm not saying Polk is substantially over bluffing, but if he is, these are spots where you can find somewhat big hero calls, right? The nice thing about having top pairs is that you block some of the sets and 2 pairs and whatnot. But like right here, say Negreanu does river an 8, he probably doesn't value bet it to begin with. But if he did value bet an 8 or maybe like pocket kings or something, I guess he wouldn't bet the river either. So it makes it easy. Here you just call with your top pairs, right? But a lot of people who are a little bit weaker fold out top pairs here. And that's clearly not great.
Yeah, I mean, props to Polk for bluffing at the same time. I guess 5-6 is one of the best hands that you can turn into a bluff, having that 5.
Yeah, you definitely want to have the 5. And in spots like that, if you think your 6 cannot beat most of Negreanu's bluffs, which I suppose it probably can't, then usually a 6 or a 4, I think, are the cards you want to have, along with your 5.
No, of course.
5's very good to have there. Polk's really good at finding the right blocker to bluff with. Like he tried some river 3-bet earlier today with like some seemingly totally random hand. I couldn't even comprehend, but I'm sure it was probably just good.
Yeah.
And because he's really good at that kind of thing.
Yes, indeed. I see my man Jeff is back. Jeff, is the dog
No,
okay?
no, stay here. Jeff left and Negreanu won a stack.
Yeah, I mean, I came and sat down and I thought that you guys called this hand brilliantly and it worked out brilliantly. So, I mean, I can just kind of sit around and chill and enjoy the show. I mean, this is awesome.
I can't steal your spotlight like that. Jeff, let me put you back in.
The light is very small. Thank you for filling in.
Yeah, of course, Jeff.
Nice pickup for Daniel Negreanu. It's up to 228K on table 2. Polk up to 280K on table 1. So we won't see super deep play yet. But perhaps, Jonathan, we could say the night is young. Who knows?
Whatever they want to do. It's early in Vegas.
Sure, just 6 p.m. out here in Sin City. We're about 3.5 hours into this session. It's round 18 high stakes feud. Negreanu versus Doug Polk.
Did you go on a date with the fake Amanda while you were gone?
I did not. I wasn't able to run into her, so I just walked the dog real quick instead. Still working on
she was outside your house stalking you.
That's very possible.
Yeah.
That would account for the woman who was running after me screaming. Might have been her.
Kick Jonathan out and bring Karlenko back.
I mean, Carlin's a superstar. That's the reason we can't have him on here too much, or he's just going to take all of our jobs. And then GG will be like, wait, Carlin, so you can run the show and be on camera and commentate? And he's like, yeah. And then like, that'll do it. That'll do it for us. No, genuine thank you to Carlin and to James for filling in for us today. Our last tally had Negreanu down, let's see, about $100,000. Puts him down a little bit less than $900,000 for the session. I feel like down 100K at this point, Jonathan, is like a...
Yeah, he'd sign for it. That's not so bad.
Yeah, it's really not so bad. At one point, Polk was up almost 200K. Oh, my guy Lyman Cuervo says, I'm so old I had to call my kids to figure out how to Twitter you a message. With that address, send you some Casamigos. Thanks for hitting me up on Twitter. Be sure to follow.
What happened to our game?
I think, I don't know. Slight interruption, but we're back. We're back in the mix. And we're back with about 10K in the pot on table 2.
Sorry, I got impatient there, everybody. I was ready to see the action.
Okay.
I knew Jeff was coming back. I wanted to see Negreanu get set up again. Raul says he started my new tournament masterclass halfway through it. Final table 3 out of the last 10 tournaments. Woo! Good job. Good work.
Nice.
I released a gigantic tournament course recently. It's about 45 hours long. It goes through every spot, has quizzes after every video. There's 180 videos. It's big. It's a big course. It'll teach you everything you need to know about tournaments. Nice. It's at pokercoaching.com.
Big bet by Doug Polk. 4-hour bet for all.
Wow. He's doing it. And he made a giant bet while you were gone too.
Okay. Negreanu perhaps has a decision here.
Come on, computer.
Might have frozen up a little bit. Negreanu folded.
Come on, internet. Come on, internet. Here we go.
We're fighting the good fight.
Jonathan Little, the communist. I don't think I resonate with communism whatsoever.
You don't strike me as one.
I don't think I'm a communist. I think I'm the opposite of a communist.
Well, also said, Jonathan, your poker coaching is amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Do my best. It turns out if you do anything for like 15 years, you're either a degenerate or you'll get good at it.
Yeah, true. Danielle says, hi, all. Really looking forward to tomorrow's cocktail happy hour, as are we. Thanks, Danielle. We'll see you tomorrow, 10:30 p.m. UTC, 5:30 p.m. Eastern, 2:30 p.m. Pacific time. Myself, Amanda Negreanu, Brent Hanks.
You got to do this again tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. I'll be back.
Oh, my gosh. You're grinding.
We're grinding. I was here yesterday, here Monday. I love it. Love it. Love it. As Grizzle says, I don't always have to talk. That's true, I guess, but it's not like the online guys are talking.
You can also eat a banana.
I could eat a banana. I could. I have some bananas. They aren't quite ready yet. I think tomorrow, though, break out a banana. And some tequila and Topo Chico. Most popular drink combo on the 3 Negreanu on table 2. Polk makes the call. King Jack 6, 2 diamonds.
My internet may be freezing a bit. I'm not even sure what's happening. You let me know if I sound okay, Jeff. I'm not sure.
Okay. This still sound good to me
on my end.
Okay. Well, that's not great for business, but you sound good to me.
Okay, fine. We'll do our best here.
Bet is 2,700 from Doug Polk. Negreanu calls. 14K in the pot. Ten of clubs on the turn. Negreanu checks. Polk checks 4 on the river. Oh, Amanda says, is it choppy for you guys or is it my internet? So
it's choppy.
It's a little choppy. But we can see that Negreanu bets and was snap called by Polk with Jackson 10s for a 35K pot.
That's okay. We wanted to get deep stacked on that table so we can just win it all.
That's true. That's true. That's true. That's a good point. We want to build the future size of these pots.
I remember a long time ago, Negreanu talked about playing rebuy tournaments at the World Series of Poker. Not re-entry, rebuy. To where if you go broke, the floor person comes around, you give them more money, and they give you more chips. So all the chips you lose to people at your table stay on the table. Unlike a re-entry tournament where you lose, you got to get up, you got to go to the cage, you get a new seat, right? So he talked about how he would basically just play like a lunatic, lose a bunch of chips, win a bunch of chips one way or the other.
Yeah.
And after the re-entry period, his table would be full of chips. And everybody was terrible in the random $1,000 rebuy tournaments. And he'd be in for like 50 entries, so 50K for this $1,000 tournament. And then he would just like win them all back.
Yeah.
And that always felt a little bit risky to me because you kind of have to take like third place in the tournament to get your 50K back.
Right.
But there's a chance he profited on that. There were a few like high stakes players who did that, and you got to presume it wasn't a horrible idea, especially if you care about winning bracelets or whatnot.
I do remember him being in 1 year for 27, and then to your point, final tabling it, making like 105K total or something for a nice little profit, so a nice little ROI. Another break, and we'll see if this is the end of session break or the banana/bathroom break. Dog Buddy has had breaks all day. Rough life for a dog. Just got to lay around all day. And Amanda says, be right back, guys. Got to take the pups out. Speaking of dogs, Rocky and Apollo taken out by Amanda, the Negreanu dogs. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here. It's ggpoker.tv. Be sure to like, to subscribe, to comment, to share, all of that good stuff. Negreanu down $131,000 for the session, down a little more, over $900,000 overall in the high stakes feud. Did anybody win the free roll who's in the chat? What's up with that? Hit us up. Let us know if you want a seat to the opening event of the World Series of Poker circuit on GG. That'd be the Big 50. And Jonathan, how about this? A Big 50 that guarantees $1 million in the prize pool for a $50 entry. Not
if you win the tournament, what do you get? Like 150K?
Yeah,
I can't even count that high. Is that 3,000 buy-ins or 30,000 buy-ins?
At least that would be 3,000 buy-ins.
Okay, 3,000 is a lot.
Yeah.
You could play for a long time with 3,000 buy-ins.
God, to turn 50 bucks into 6 figures.
I remember one time, a long time ago on Poker Stars, I won a $10 tournament for like $14,000. Which felt, I mean, I already had plenty of money, so I was kind of annoyed that like that's the one I ran hot in.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Because I was playing, all the other stuff. That was just like the random soft $10 tournament everybody would play. And I'm like, man, I just got, I guess it was 1,400 buy-ins. I'm like, if this was the World Series main event, I'd have $14 million. Instead, I got 14K. Which is good, don't get me wrong.
Hot for the main. Right.
But it's still like, that was probably the most hot I'm ever going to run in my life. That was the one we used it on. Looks like we're back in the action. That's good. The dogs went out.
Yeah, we're good to go. I'm very curious as to how long they plan on going. Like when Negreanu says he expects it to be the longest session, does that mean 4.5 hours to barely eclipse the longest session, or does that mean like 6?
Jeff, don't worry about it, man. 9 or 10 or 14, it's all right.
Or it could be 9, it could be 10, it could be 14. That's right.
It's okay. It's okay.
We're here for it.
I can do it. I got you. You can take a break, go on a date, watch some Netflix, do whatever you want.
Okay, I keep that in mind if it does go 10 to 12 hours. Date break. Jonathan and Carlin can take over.
You're going to go play live poker, 1-2, What book do we recommend? Mastering Small Stakes, No Limit Hold'em. There you go. Yes, I'm shilling it. I wrote it. Get over it, chat.
That's okay. He asked.
What do you want from me? You want me to ignore the chat? Amanda, just ban all of them. Ban everybody.
I think it's a fair answer. Brendan says, I misclicked with deuces for basically my entire stack. I'm assuming that means in the free roll.
Oh, it's so annoying when you misclick.
You get another shot at it tomorrow.
You have free rolls every day?
Free rolls every single day. Two of them. Sometimes 3.
No wonder everybody's here. You're just giving away the money, the tequila. What do you all want from GG and Jeff here?
Why would you not be here? 11K in the pot on table 2. King, king, 7, deuce, 6. Running bets the snap call from Polk with the 8s. The 8s are good.
I think whenever you're sitting here grinding out in these long sessions, it's very important to get up, stretch your legs, take a little walk.
Yep.
Remember, somebody said this I'm sure a bunch of people have said it. Basically, something along the lines of every hour, you got to get up and walk around for a few minutes. Get up, walk outside, look away from your computer. Don't be like staring at your screen the whole time. And I completely agree with this. It's something I don't necessarily strictly follow, but I do think it is good for you. And especially if you're playing heads up, which is like way more mentally taxing than 9-handed poker or 6-handed poker, because you're in every hand here.
Right.
You definitely need to, I would recommend giving yourself a little bit of a break, especially if you're playing against someone like Doug Polk, who can probably grind harder than most people, right? He's just better conditioned to grind this particular game more than most people.
Sure.
Because like I'm sitting here thinking, I would love to get up and walk outside right now. I'm in an apartment, so I can't. But I'm sure the players...
You could. It would just take you a little longer.
Not worth it. Okay. Too much work. But I think that's something some people don't do. They'll just sit here and grind all day.
Yeah.
And you got to be careful of that.
I agree. I think even if you're sitting there watching, give your eyes a break from the screen, take a little walk, whether it's outside or around your house or apartment or whatever.
For sure. It's our hobbies to be here, but you all don't have to be here. You can get up and take a break. Right.
Sometimes when we do commentary in the Poker Go offices, when we do a super early morning one, like for British Poker Open or for some of the Russian tournaments, I'll during our breaks, I'll jog back and forth in the hallways, just get the blood flowing, body pumping. And then I'll still be kind of tired because it's really early in the morning. But, utilize your breaks.
I used to work at an airport a long time ago before I played poker.
Yeah.
And what I would do, because I learned to play poker while I was at the airport, because I would structure my days so I had free time. What I would do is I would work a double, have 8 hours off, a double again, have 8 hours off, then have a double again. And I would get 6 work days in a week. Ooh. That way I got a day of overtime, right?
Right.
Then I'd have a few days off. And on those double shifts, half of the double shifts were graveyard shifts where not a whole lot went on. And that allowed me to get paid the $10 an hour that you get paid at the job.
Right.
And gave me time to study poker, right? And it gives you basically you grind hard, you get your work done, you pay the bills, and then you still have time to study and improve your skills at something besides just the airport job, right? And I think a lot of poker players have the grind in them. They don't mind the grind. Whereas I think a lot of people hate the grind. They don't want the grind. And
right.
How'd I get on the grind? Oh yeah, Negreanu's sitting here grinding out, and so is Polk. Someone asked earlier, does Polk ever take a break? We saw him take his first break today for 10 seconds. Yeah. Probably a misclick.
Pretty efficient airport work strategy by you, I would say.
You got to make the most of your time. We only have one life,
That's true.
It reminded me because you said you like waking up early. And yeah, I like waking up early too. Wake up early, get the work done. It's fantastic.
I don't know if I was ever on the record by saying I like waking up early. I said I had to wake up early for some certain commentary gigs. I don't mind it, but wake up at 3 a.m. to be at work by 4 is a little bit of a grind.
Little is insufferable. Yeah, I really don't suffer. I enjoy my life very much. It's a lot of fun, and I recommend you enjoy your life too. If you're not enjoying your life, well, you're probably not doing it right.
Kenna James says, I bet this individual session at even money that Daniel would not lose more than $125,000. Do you like my side? I mean, if you made it before the session started, then
that's a great
absolutely bet. And that is an absolute steal, and you should make that bet every single day. At this point in the challenge, though, I mean, it's about a flip.
It's not so bad to think that just now it's a flip. I mean, to be fair, if we think Negreanu is a disadvantage, it's not really a flip, but I guess if they knew the session would go super long for some reason.
Yeah.
Like, say somehow we knew they were going to play a 12-hour session, then I guess I don't like that bet as much. But even then, I still kind of like it. I mean, 3 buy-ins and 1 session's kind of a decent amount.
Poker shares odds going in at Doug Polk is a -140 favorite just to win the session at all, $1 or more. So bet 140 on Polk to profit 100. It's Negreanu at a slight underdog. But yeah, as Tim says, how do you get even money on 125K? I mean, there's some spread bets as well. If you were to take Doug Polk -30K on poker shares, you'd get +104 for that.
-30K. So that means Negreanu would be like -120 or something.
Yeah.
So exactly. Then that means Kenna got a great deal.
Yeah,
he got a better deal than that. He got a better deal than that.
Every single day.
Yeah. How long ago did I work at the airport? When I was 17 and 18 years old. So that was 17 or 18 years ago. The good old days.
The good old days. What airport?
Pensacola Regional Airport.
The Pensacola Regional Airport.
I fueled up airplanes, dealt with people's luggage, cleaned airplanes. It's a nice, easy job. Fun, enjoyable. Got to do lots of different things. Got to have free time if you work the graveyard shift to study poker books and play online poker. At the graveyard shift, I would go there. I would download Party Poker every afternoon on the company computer, and then I would play online for like 4 hours. And there was this helicopter that would fly in every once in a while. It was like called Life Flight helicopter, like an ambulance, but a helicopter. And you'd have to like drive 10 minutes to go fuel it at the helipad, which was a ways away. And so I'd be playing sit and goes. And if anytime it came in, I'd have to lose my sit and goes to go fuel the airplane or to fuel the helicopter. And by the time I quit working at the airport, I was playing $200 sit and goes. So I'd have $800 on the table. And then I have to get up and go fuel up the airplane or the helicopter. I keep saying airplane. Fuel the helicopter. I'd lose $800. So that happened a few days in a row, and I lost like $2,400. Like, okay, I should probably quit this job now.
Right.
But that was fun. The good old days.
The good old days. Back in the day.
What is Jonathan's biggest win? I've won 2 WPTs for $1 million each and a second for $750. That was a long time ago. Oh, the good old days.
Best World Series of Poker showing. What was it?
Not very good. I think I've had 2 third places. One was for a decent amount, like, I don't even remember. some 100Ks. Okay. I don't know. Not a ton. 200K, 300K, something like that. World Series is tough. Big field tournaments are tough.
Right.
You say right. Everybody has like 6 bracelets besides me.
I think that's a bit of a stretch. Although
I was listening to a podcast with Ari Engel the other day, and he's like, "Yeah, I probably played more World Series events than anybody who started around my time, and I have 0 bracelets as well."
It's funny. Ari seems to crush just absolutely everything outside of the summer. Goes into the summer, and just the variance. That's variance in a nutshell, right?
You don't get to pick where you win.
Right.
Sometimes you run hot in some games, sometimes you don't in others. I will say that World Series events are usually kind of turbo-y compared to other high-profile events, which leads to more variance in them in general. And like back in the day, World Poker Tour events, for example, had super slow structures, like 90-minute levels in all the tournaments, super deep stacked. But they've made them more turbo-y as well recently. It's kind of tough because they've kind of gotten rid of the freeze out, slow tournaments. They used to be like what every quote unquote main event was. Kind of like the World Series of Poker main event, except for they all had 90-minute levels instead of 2-hour levels, and they were slightly faster, but not really. And those were very skill intensive, whereas now they're a little bit less skill intensive, which leads to lower return on investments, which not ideal for the pros.
Yeah, and then hopefully on the flip side, they're drawing more recreational players to the game by providing that kind of a structure, hopefully.
Yeah. Would you ever consider 200, 400 cash games at your local casino if it ran a couple days a week? When I used to sit there and play 10, 20, and 25, 50 at Bellagio, I got to play 200, 400 a few times. Usually what happens is there'll be a few recreational players who want to play gigantic stakes, and it was usually me and Andrew Roble and a guy named Pat, and we would just hop in the games and play because we were willing to splash around. Sometimes it went well, sometimes it didn't. Most of the times it went pretty well, though, because the game was usually pretty good.
3-bet from Polk on table 2. Negreanu makes the call. Mad about Vegas. Jeff, how did you and Daniel meet? I think I met Daniel at one of the Poker Go Studio events. Maybe Poker Masters? Whatever I was doing break desk for. My first jobs out here in the poker world is DNegs fires 2800 on the Queen 8-5 rainbow flop.
I like how you randomly pick this hand to say what's happening on the table. A random innocuous pot.
I was just looking to not talk about my lame meeting Daniel story.
That's fantastic.
Thought I could transition somewhat smoothly into this. Ace on the river.
Ace on the river. There it is. The ace of spades. Am I still doing my little coffee show at 9 a.m. if this goes on another 4 hours? Yeah, I'll stay up all night for this if I have to, and I'll do it in the morning. I don't care.
Nice. Respect. Pot size bet from Doug Polk. I did pick a good one to go to. Okay.
You did randomly pick a good one for a small pot, small turn bet, big river.
Right.
Or small flop bet, whatever it was.
Oh, Saad says, thanks for the $50 ticket, GG. I won the free roll. There we go, Saad. Now turn that free roll into the ticket into the first place prize. Go get it.
Please do it. Please do it. What's up with Matt Affleck? Matt Affleck is a coach on my training site, pokercoaching.com. Every week, he does an in-depth webinar with the students. He basically goes through whatever they want to. He uses Pile Solver a lot, goes through a lot of intricate spots. I've learned a ton from him. He actually has a lot of tricks to figure out common scenarios, like which hands to 3-bet in various spots, which hands to 4-bet, which hands to defend based on kind of simple rules. I actually learned a lot of basically shortcuts for a lot of common spots.
I like that. I like the shortcuts.
Who's better, Jeff or Jonathan? Jeff is definitely better because he still gets to play on Tinder.
Oh, true. I was about to say you for sure, but that you do bring up a good point.
Not me. I sit in this office all day.
Yeah, I get to extend my range a little bit.
Oh man, to be young again.
Young, debatable, but on Tinder, yes.
God, I never even got to play. I'm so tilted. Brutal.
It's fun, but then you realize you've been sitting there on the couch for swiping for 2.5 hours, not the most productive.
No, you should not. You got to outsource that. Outsource the swiping immediately, and then maybe even outsource the texting. You got to do it. That'll save you a lot of time. You can play with your dog more.
That's not a terrible idea.
They'll do it for $10 an hour or something.
And then when you meet the girl in person, they've kind of prepped you as to how the conversation went.
Yeah. They'll say you're going on the date with this person, and then you'll look it up and read it,
Right.
I mean, I guess you don't have to, but you probably should.
Yeah, probably is recommended.
Yeah, you would think that would make some sense.
She's like, that was a great story you told. Can you tell it again, please? You're like, oh, yeah. So, it's over there.
You got to do a little bit of work, okay?
Okay, that's fair.
Is that some weird small 3-bet size we just saw? To 3,600? It's interesting.
Danielle says, Jeff, which WSOP has been your favorite either to play in, party at, or to cover, and why? Okay, I'll give you mine, and then we'll ask Jonathan the same question, so I'll split it up. Which WSOP has been your favorite to play in? 2015 Maine finished 60th. Don't mean to brag, Danielle, but since you asked, that was a year I finished 60th in. That was definitely favorite to play in. Favorite to party at? I would say 2018 WSOP was a lot of fun when I just started to meet everybody. 2019 was kind of fun too. So the last two, and then favorite to cover, I would definitely go last year. I got to do the sideline reporting for some of the final table streams. Got to talk to Daniel Negreanu a couple times for the broadcast. So there you go. That's my WSOP breakdown. Jonathan Little, what WSOP stands out to you?
Wow. We're all bad.
They all run together.
There was one where I published this book, Excelling at No Limit Hold'em, with a bunch of very good people like Mike Sexton and Bill Helmuth and Olivier Bousquet. A bunch of good people were a part of that book. And the day it was released was the day I final tabled a $5,000 six-handed tournament. And I think I was like chip leader three-handed. And then I was like, oh my God, I'm going to win this thing on the day my book came out.
Oh my God, the dream.
Yeah, but then I got spiked on and I was out in third. Oh. So that was fun. That was a good time.
Yeah, overall, still pretty good. Still pretty solid.
Last World Series of Poker, I coached David Einhorn for the $1 Million Buy-In one-drop event.
Oh, yeah.
He's a recreational player who has a hedge fund. Yeah, he does well for himself. And that was a lot of fun getting to hang out with him and go to nice dinners, go to parties, watch $1 Million tournament. Played a bunch of big tournaments that time too. I didn't win any of them.
Yeah, Millie's
it'd be nice to win some tournaments,
It would be nice. It's hard to do, believe it or not.
That was actually, I had just come back. I think maybe the World Series was one of my first tournaments after I had my second kid. And so I showed up and the first tournament was like a 50K, I think, that I played. And at the World Series, they give you like 3 times or 5 times the number of the buy-in in terms of chips. They had like 150K in chips and they were all weird colors, like pink and green and blue. And, they're not like 25, 50, 25, 100 and 500s. They were just gigantic random denominations. So I the first hand I was playing some big pot against Nick Petrangelo and he like bluffed me on the river and I called a top pair, but I was like trying to figure out how many chips to put in to make sure I didn't raise,
Yeah.
And I think he thinks I slow rolled him, but I didn't. I just couldn't count the chips.
You just couldn't figure out the chips.
Yeah, because it was like literally a giant pink chip I had to put in.
Negreanu figured out the chips on table 1 to win a 23K pot.
How much did I get on the Einhorn deal? $0 because he donates all of his money to charity.
Yep.
So if you are teaching him, you're teaching him for charity, which I'm happy to do.
Absolutely. A class act. You and Einhorn.
He did send me 3 cases of wine after the fact, which I drank all of them in like a month, like we talked about earlier.
Oh, so he was the guy who sent you the wine.
Yeah.
Got it. It all comes together. The circle of life on stream. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it was really good. Almost ruined my life.
Yeah, I bet.
Good test, Can you survive 3 cases of wine in a month? Let's see. Let's see if you can survive this and come out alive on the other end, a better person.
3 cases of wine in 1 month?
Something like that.
Okay.
It maybe took a month and a half. It was fun.
Yeah. Challenge accepted. You can send the wine to me.
Yeah. Oh my God. All right. A few little pots for Negreanu.
Okay. Hi in the chat says, hi, my name is George. Hello, George. Thank you for being here.
Who would win if we played all of this in person, Daniel or Doug? I think it would be a whole lot closer because Daniel's very, very good at reading people. I don't think many people particularly like playing with Negreanu whenever he starts getting his live reads on and whatnot. And there's some of these old school live players like Negreanu, Helmuth, Mattisau. They may not play the most fundamentally sound poker. 7 high bluff for fun. Yeah, they may not play the most fundamentally sound poker, but they're like right on their reads a lot. And that's something I learned from Phil Helmuth, actually. I had a webinar a long time ago where we reviewed his World Series Europe win together, went through all the key hands. And he basically said, you just gotta, like, if you've been playing live poker for a long time and you're paying attention, like clearly you're trying to do, you're probably just gonna start developing reads. And I started going my reads a little bit more in live poker and just like making bigger bluffs and bigger folds. Because I don't like folding. Folding is not how you win the pots. But I started making some bigger folds, making bigger calls, whatever. Like you're just going with the read, And I think there's probably something to that if you played a whole lot of live poker, like
I'd say so.
A lot of the old school pros have. And Negreanu definitely falls in that category where He'll just like randomly find calls that you're like, how in the world do we call it that? And he's right.
JC says Jeff could survive 3 cases of wine in a month. That lush Brent Hanks might need to drop by for a day or two. Yeah, I could use some teamwork. 3 for Negreanu. They did play 1 live session. That was to kick off High Stakes Feud. Daniel Negreanu won more than $116,000. They played 200 hands in that one.
It would take forever to play 25,000 hands live.
Oh, God. I mean, I think those 200 hands took, I want to say like 6 hours or so, maybe 5.5. And whew, yeah, that would be a while. We're past the 9,000 hands mark. We're going to be past the 9,500 hands mark. In fact, we'll probably be pretty close to the 10,000 hand mark after their day is done, as our longest session was for 852 hands. That was session 10. And I think that was right around the 4-hour mark, which we are at right now.
Jay Lee took second in the World Series of Poker 6 Max at Harrah's AC in March. Nice job.
Nice.
Good work. Nice way to
there we go, Jay.
round out pre-COVID time.
Yeah, the timing of that, pretty decent.
I'm interested to see how the world changes or how it, reverts back to semi-normal.
Yeah, hopefully with this vaccine, it'll be the latter and reverting back to at least semi-normal. Next year might be a little weird, next year and a half, et cetera, but then hopefully we're okay.
A year and a half is a lot more time.
I understand that.
Oh man, I'm ready to get out of this office and go play some poker.
Hopefully, right. I mean, I'm begging and pleading for a 2021 World Series of Poker in like July or something. I think that's fairly reasonable.
Do we think Daniel will stop after 12,500 hands? Well, I hear we're going to get to interview him today, so maybe I'll ask him that. That way you won't have to guess. Because I'm not Daniel Negreanu. Doesn't do me any good to ask, or doesn't do any good to ask me.
Yeah, hard to speak for him in that question. But yeah, if you guys have any questions for Daniel, fire them off in the chat. We'll take the good ones. Perhaps we'll ask him.
1 million is too much for Dan. Wow. You must be his financial advisor or something.
Yeah,
that's sweet.
Yeah, I don't know if
Thanks for being here in the
know.
chat. I'm sure you got a lot of clients to deal with, but here you are.
Right.
Who'd have thought? People wondering if there's rake taken out, etc. Yeah, there's rake taken out of every pot, but they get 100% rake back, so they account for all of that.
Just goes right back in. As Alex says in the chat, he has said in the past probably wouldn't stop at 12,500 hands due to there being too much side action.
I know that. That's why I bet on him.
Aces and sevens for Polk.
Negreanu would definitely be a really bad bet in the beginning if he would quit after 12,500, by the way.
Okay, yeah.
In my mind, at least.
How much
of the total? Polk's not quitting, right? So if Polk's not quitting and Negreanu would have quit sometimes, then the bet would have been way worse.
Right.
Like, he made it pretty clear he wasn't quitting before the thing started, unless he was just like super buried. And 20, 25 buy-ins, whatever it is not super buried.
MCM says, how much are the total standings? Good question. You can check them out on the bottom of your screen. You'll see our latest one about to be added. Negreanu down 140K for the session, puts him down 924K for the overall feud. Okay, Shlomo, not into the vaccine conspiracy theories. Thank you, though.
No conspiracy theories, no politics. Get out of here with that, everyone. Right. It's not your first time on the internet. Have you ever been on the internet? Come on.
Just take the damn vaccine. It'll work. We'll all get better. Life will go on.
Oh my gosh. People still haven't learned how to use the internet, Jeff. Come on, it's 2020.
Will they ever?
Apparently not. Apparently not. I still have the sunglasses I won the WPT Mirage with. I do not. They were cool though.
Ooh,
a literal
gets there on the
straight.
river.
Come on. on the ace and the jack and the 2 with the 10 and the 8. Yeah, Negreanu got to sit out for a second.
Yeah.
The literal 10 and the 8. Oh my God. What are they doing to us at WSOP.com today?
And on Wednesday and on Monday.
May have to change sites. May have to fly up to Canada to play on GG or something.
Yeah, fire up the GG stream. Amber, is each player playing with their own funds, or are they backed by people? I believe that they're their own funds. There's a lot of side action, though.
Wow, Luke says someone's forcing him to be here watching this stream. That's brutal. Sorry. Do you think this would be something they would do to torture people? Like say
put on high stakes feud?
Yeah, me and you specifically. Do you think that is something that
perhaps
for torture you must watch me and you talk to each other for, I don't know, 150 hours? Do you think that's enough to drive somebody crazy?
Yeah, with all due respect to us, yes, I do.
Yeah,
150 hours, a long time. Queens and 8s for Negreanu, who's going to play this hand and then sit out, and perhaps it's a quick break, or perhaps we continue on.
Sorry you got to sit here for so long watching us, Luke. They chained you down and made you sit here. But, there are plenty of ways. There would be plenty of things that would be less fun. Sorry, I can barely put a sentence together. We've been doing this for a while.
Hey, yeah, we're at the 4-hour mark. We're past it, I should say. That qualifies this, I believe, for the longest session. It's going to be close with session 10. We had the second longest session of the challenge on Monday. I guess that'll move down to the 3rd. So they've probably played around 850 to 900 hands. So we're in that 9850 to 9900 hands, approaching that 10K mark. I think the plan is when they're somewhat around the halfway point, they will meet in the Poker Ghost studio once again for a 200 hand session. Also at that 12,500 hand mark, the loser has the option to bow out of this high stakes feud, but we don't expect that to happen as well. So Monday, Polk won 160K. Yesterday, he won $101,000. Today is up 140K. It's been, Jonathan, it's been quite the battle ever since Polk jumped up to that awesome start.
Well, Negreanu got off to a great start to begin with.
Yeah. At the very, very beginning, sure.
That was a long time ago at this point.
Right.
But then, Polk came roaring back, and since then it's been a little bit of back and forth with Polk slightly getting the better of Negreanu. It's been a lot of coolers. That said, I will say that you don't want to focus on luck in general when you are a professional gambler. You always want to be looking for ways that you can improve, because at the end of the day, luck evens out in the long run. That said, 25,000 hands is not all that long. So someone is going to be luckier than the other person over these hands. And if you are a winning player and you're a little bit unlucky, you'll still probably win. If you're a losing player and you're a little bit unlucky, well, you're definitely going to lose.
Chris says Polk has ran white hot. And, let's not forget that he's one of the best in the world, and he's playing really, really well. When he's running really, really hot, that's a good combination. And Negreanu says, let's keep going. Let's cement this as the longest session in high stakes feud. So we're 4 hours and 10 minutes into this session.
Which book do I recommend that is not mine for deeply studying poker? Modern Poker Theory by Michael Acevedo. The book on GTO poker.
Oh, yeah.
All the high stakes players calling it their Bible. Modern Poker Theory is great.
And for a poker book, but not necessarily a poker strategy book, we got to go The Biggest Bluff by Maria Konnikova, which is an iconic poker book.
What's my weirdest piece of poker paraphernalia behind me?
Oh, good question.
I don't know. Here we go. This is a tournament that was not on Hindenmob for a long time. Here we have a bracelet. It's kind of cheaply made. Can you see it?
Yeah, it looks kind of cheap.
You can't read this. This is
No, we
from
can't read
the
it.
2007 Turks and Caicos Poker Classic.
Oh, sick.
Where I won this tournament and I beat
Okay.
a guy named Choppy, who was the #1 online player in the world at the time, and a guy named Timex, who's Mike McDonald.
Ah, that guy we know.
We got 3-handed, and I beat them for this little thing. That was fun.
Sounds like fun. Who is Choppy, and is he out of the game now?
I think his name's Matt K. I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, man. I don't know. I haven't seen him for a long time. I don't know what he's up to, but he was number one Pocket Fives player for a long time back in the day. 2007, back then. I remember Mike McDonald and him like flew in. They were friends, roommates, or something or other, and like they were young. Back then, Mike McDonald was tiny and skinny. Now he's like buff, you know. But back then he was so small. I don't even know if he was 18 by then. He maybe was just 18. Oh, the good old days.
The good old days.
And then after that, they had rented a jet for us to fly to Aruba to go to the Ultimate Bet Poker Classic.
Oh, yeah.
So we went to Turks and Caicos and then to the Ultimate Bet Poker Classic.
God, you guys just living the dream.
Oh, the good old days. And there was this parrot outside my room that would wake up really early and squawk and be really, really loud.
Well, it gets you going in the morning.
Yeah, back then I didn't want to wake up early.
Right. The thing with all poker players had to sleep in.
I don't think any of us knew how good we had it.
Yeah, it's certainly true. I'm sure a lot of people took those years for granted. Let's see.
When do we think Doug is going to pass the $1 million mark? Well, clearly the answer on this stream is never.
Right.
Clearly the answer on the other stream is next hand.
Right. That is 6,700 here. Negreanu lays it down. Booze Brewgy, our moderator, Jeff in the chat. I've been here for pretty much 150 hours and it's still somewhat okay. So not torture, Tim, not yet.
Jeff got to day 5 of the World Series one time. How's it feel to get to day 5 of a tournament, Jeff?
It felt great. And then the next year I made it to day 6. Oh, don't mean to brag.
Good job.
Thank you. I was lucky. Yeah. I would say I was good then, but that's not accurate.
I've done quite poorly in the World Series main event. I remember the first 3 years, I just bluffed off my stack every time. I got like a quote unquote obvious bluff spot, you know?
Yeah.
And I pulled a Doug Polk and went for it when my opponent was just always calling. And it didn't work out. They're like, oh, I have a full house. And you could tell like they were kind of nervous to call with it. They're like, oh no, only got the third nuts.
Right, because it's the main, you know, for some people that's their only tournament of the year.
Yeah, and it's a big one.
It's a pretty big one, I would say.
For a lot of them, they won all this money in their home game. All their friends have 5% of them each.
Yeah.
This is all of their money put all in on the third level of the World Series main event when this kid blasts them all in for 300 big blinds. Stupid kid has a busted straight draw or something.
I call.
Yeah.
Just have kings full. And you're like, oh, kings full is good. Yeah, queen high, good game. Nice playing with y'all.
Yeah. So I did that for years in a row. So I really haven't played it every year because the first 3 years I gave it away.
You gotta punt it off sometimes.
Yeah.
We've seen some pretty epic main event punts. Huh.
Well, all you gotta do is just say all in and not have a good hand.
That's all it takes.
And sometimes
with some cameras around you.
Oh man.
Danielle asked, which year did you guys first play a WSOP event? I think my first one was 2007 2500 six max.
Oh man, you have a great memory. I can't remember any tournament I played.
Well, when I played, I probably played much less WSOP events than you, so they stand out a little more.
I remember the first year I went to the World Series, I wired them like all the liquid cash I had, which was like $70K.
Okay.
And they lost it for like 2 weeks.
Oh God.
And so I got out there. Luckily I was rooming with some people and they like fronted me despite the fact that I had no cash besides the cash that the World Series had.
You're like, if they don't find it, I cannot pay you back. No guarantees here.
Yeah. So that was fun. I think that was 2006 as well.
Okay.
The good old days.
The good old days. I was just going to say that. My first day at the World Series of Poker at the Rio, I had a college friend there, and he knew David Williams, and he introduced me to Johnny Chan on the very first day that I got there. And I'm like, this is the dream, the World Series of Poker. Do you remember walking into the Rio for the first time and like taking it all in? Or you're like, nope, right to my table, right to my seat, let's go to work.
I remember back then that giant front room was like a poker convention.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
The
all kinds
World
of
Series of Poker used to only be back in the Amazon room for those who know the World Series of Poker. Then the front room was like a legitimate convention, legitimate gambling convention. And all the poker sites and gambling sites would all have these extravagant booths. They'd all be handing out poker cards and like T-shirts and hats and stuff. And you had to walk through it, you know? So like they try to get you to buy stuff. Now they make you walk down that side hall with all the people trying to sell you herbs and phone chargers.
Very legitimate herbs and phone chargers, please clarify.
So yeah, that was fun. I don't know why that popped in my mind, but I remember.
No, it's all about first time memories. Anthony Berman says, my first series, I got kings cracked by ace queen in the first 90 minutes, LOL, all in free. That's kind of like what we're talking about. You know, you make a big deal out of this one tournament, you show up, you get the chips in, whether good or bad, whatever, you get eliminated, and you're like, oh, that sucks.
Yes, no
people in the chat, if you have some good first WSOP moments, be sure to let us know. Andy, how many people are on Daniel's team? That I'm not sure of. How long do they study and review each session? That I'm not really sure of, but I know they study every night. So I just don't know how long they go.
If I was playing for $1 million, I would have a heck of an operation.
Yeah, and it sounds like Daniel does as well. Pocket says, first time I was in Vegas during the main was 2015. Got to sweat the main for a few days. Got to see a guy from my home. I lost it. Got to see a guy from my hometown bust in like 91st. All right. Got the sweat. Platt would have still be in. Was he the guy wearing the tie-dye wife beater? No, that was not me. It's a little more dressed up.
What do you recommend for someone starting off without a big bankroll? Play the free rolls here.
Yeah, there we go.
They have free rolls every day we do this stream. You might as well get in there and try to win $1 million. Well, your share of $1 million.
Yeah, or you know, work your way up to the milli.
There you go.
4-bet by Negreanu. They're pretty deep on table 2, about 250 big blinds deep. Ace, ace, deuce, 2 diamonds. Negreanu betting small.
Bet. Tiny bets are fun. Like you just can't fold.
Yeah, and Polk does check call. 4 of hearts on the turn.
It's like, give me that $4,000, please. Thank you.
Negreanu fires small again.
Interesting tiny turn bet.
Polk check calls again. King of spades on the river with 43K in the pot. Negreanu bets about 75% pot, the amount of $32,000.
Interesting spot because clearly Doug Polk could just have an ace here, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's definitely possible. But not that
Polk
time.
folds. Nice pickup for Negreanu.
Can anyone on Negreanu's team beat Polk? We don't know who's on Negreanu. I don't know who's on Negreanu's team. Maybe Jeff does, and it's a secret.
It is a secret. I maybe kind of sort of have an idea, but won't speculate here. Will says, I played the $1,500 event, my first World Series ever. Busted 20 minutes before the end of the first day. Quads over quads. That's a sick one for the first event.
One time I mean, this doesn't have to do with the World Series. It was funny to me. One time I was in Atlantic City. They had, I think, a $10,000 tournament there. And I was sitting at my table, like third hand of the day. Nick Schulman comes in. He like kind of runs in. He was late. He's like, yeah, I just got off my plane. He sits down, plays like 2 hands. then gets quads and loses to a straight flush.
Ooh.
They just like gets up and leaves.
Oh, well, yeah.
It was so funny.
Good to see you guys. Yeah.
He was like so excited to make it kind of on time, you know?
Oh, that's pretty
He's
good.
out.
Aaron says Daniel busted me in the 2,500 six max in the money. That's a brutal one, Charles. I had aces cracked by sevens on my very first hand.
Did you like it? Was it a good experience?
Yeah,
I think a lot of people don't enjoy their experiences when they run poorly. They think they're only supposed to enjoy their experiences when they run well. But look, humans are going to have swings of emotions. You have to observe them, enjoy them, look back at them fondly, realize I survived that, and it's okay.
Patrick, do you think WSOP will be played in Vegas next year? Yes, at some point.
I think they're going to play a final table in Vegas very soon.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah, I think so.
Like on December 28th?
Something like that. Yeah, somewhere around that time.
Well, funny you mention it, the final table, the WSOP.com version of the WSOP main event. Wow, Polk picks him off with just eights.
That's a unfortunate spot.
WSOP.com main event starts on Sunday, day 2 Monday. They'll play down to 9. The 9 will meet at the Rio on December 28th. The winner will meet the international winner from the GG side of the event on December 30th. That tournament is already down to 9. Those 9 will meet at the King's Casino in Rosvedov on Tuesday.
So I have a question. Did the people who are playing heads up start with the same amount of chips, presumably?
Yes, they will.
Do we know how many people the American version is going to get, roughly?
I would guess in the 200 to 250 range.
So you get a little bit of bonus equity then.
You absolutely do, considering the international version had 674 players.
I'm sure I can't do any quick math here right now, but basically you get 3 times as much of that $1 million as they do. Well, 500K, you get 3 times as much of the 500K because you each get a portion of 500K, right? Whatever it is. Get a little sprinkle of value if you're going to play on the American sites.
Well, plus EV. 4-bet from Negreanu.
Come on, Doug, give us some action over here, man.
And you get plus EV if you're playing in the American version because I'm going to be in the tournament. So right.
And a bunch of Americans.
Yeah, and a bunch of Americans. So if you want to play with me and a bunch of terrible Americans, head on over to WSOP.com if you're in Nevada or New Jersey. If you want a piece of my action, no free ads, but StakeKings.com. And we just put a package up there. And so I'll promise you the sweat because I'll Twitch stream and I can't promise you anything else.
You're going to stream your play live with hole cards.
Yes.
Well, on a little bit of a delay.
On a little bit of a delay, yes.
Holy moly.
Aces for Negreanu. Yeah.
Why would you do that to yourself?
Jeff Platt. You know, I just want to be there with the people. I just want to talk with the Twitch community. I don't want to be by myself.
While you're playing the biggest tournament of the year.
Yeah, exactly. I want to experience it with everybody. I want the virtual rail to be there.
I think it was, who was it? I'm sure a lot of people have. My name, I'm blanking on the guy's last name, Kevin.
God, Kevin Martin?
Yeah, Kevin Martin.
Okay.
My brain was not working. He streamed the World Series main event the other day, and I told him good luck on Twitter, and then he busted like 2 hands later. Like 3 hours into it or something. It's always fun when that happens.
Yeah, he had a rough go at it. He had a really weird spot, I would say.
Oh, man.
First WSOP, Raul won 30K off single table satellites. That works. That does the trick.
Single table satellites are good. Were good.
JC went out to the series in 2006, was staying at the Bellagio. Farha was playing blackjack on the main floor for huge stakes. I just wanted to sweat it, but then he told the floor to clear the rail. That's brutal. Come on, Sammy. Aiden, my first WSOP, I played this brash kid who bluffed off 300 bigs into my king's full. Huh. Sounds familiar.
Ha ha ha.
4-bet from Polk takes it down. Vegas John 2018 played the 1500, lost with aces versus aces. Runner for a flush. That is a lot of fun.
I remember in a PLO tournament once, we were down to like 20 people and I won aces against aces. That was a lot of fun.
With the
I mean, you're going to do that way more often in PLO than
sure.
Hold'em, but It was still very, very nice. I had the worst aces too. It was like ace, brick or something. And
Johnny says my first live tournament was 2005 main event, and I came 18th for $350,000. Yeah, I'd say that's a decent first time at the series.
But see, that ruins your poker career though, because that's like that's going to be your highlight, and you're never going to run that hot. Like I know a few people who have final tabled the main event as recreational players, and that's all they talk about, ever.
Yeah.
Because that's like by far the highlight of their career. And you probably think you're sick at poker now, and
it's terrible.
Which may or may not be true, and you're gonna think you're gonna win for forever, or maybe not. Maybe you have a brain and you realize, okay, I ran like God.
Right.
Let me invest some of this money. Let me take it slow. Just because I'm bankrolled for giant tournaments now doesn't mean I am necessarily properly skilled. Let me continue getting good results, and then you move forward productively.
Daniel Waters played the 1K in 2016 all in on queens the very first hand. He was knocked out. Same pre-flop bet. Sorry, I don't get that message. I probably should have read it beforehand. But sorry, you busted.
How good am I at PLO? I don't know. So every game I think that may be a potential future game, I will always try to spend some time learning. And
smart.
6 or 8 years ago, it looked like PLO could have been the main game. Maybe it was like 8 or 10 years ago, really. It didn't pan out really, but like it looked like it could become a big game. And so I spent 6 months or so like grinding it online, 2, 4, 5, 10 PLO cash games. And I played a decent amount of PLO tournaments with pretty good results, but like I don't think I'm a sicko or anything. I think I'm like when I sit down at the World Series to play, I'm very, very confident in one of the best players in the tables.
Yeah.
Especially in like $1,500s and $2,500 tournaments. But like I probably have no edge in random 10Ks or whatnot. I don't know. But like I don't know.
Fair
Don't take enough sample. There's a lot of variance in PLO too.
Sure.
Like you could play six months online and win and still not know if you're actually a winner or not.
Negreanu firing 21,500 here on the river. Second 9 on the river.
Negreanu's not done much overbetting today. On the river, at least.
Sure.
At least not that I've been aware of.
Polk weighs it down.
Have we ever played against JC Tran? I've played against almost everyone. Yes, I've played against JC Tran quite a bit. My claim to fame a long time ago, I was heads up in a tournament with JC Tran at Bellagio, and he wanted the win, and he agreed to basically pay me $3,500 to give him the win. Because he wanted the win.
Okay.
And I took second place.
Yeah, all right.
He paid me for the chop. What more do you want than to get paid for a chop from JC Tran? Am I allowed to say that? I probably shouldn't say that. Sorry, JC. It's tired. My brain's not working. I like JC a lot. Well, I don't know him all that well, but every interaction I've ever had with him has been cool.
Yeah. Let's see.
I've played online. Played a pretty good amount of 200, 400 PLO back in the day. Guess that's pretty big.
That gets pretty big.
Yeah. I was mostly short stacking back in the day.
Okay.
The chat can hate on me for short stacking, but it was super profitable back in the day. On Stars, you could buy in for 20 big blinds when everybody else is playing like 300 big blinds deep. You sit there and wait for good cards, and you print, tiny bits of equity. They're going to give it to you. You got to take it.
Yeah, for sure. Faustem, sorry, I'm mispronouncing. My only main in 2012 lost the second hand all in. Queens to 6-7 suited. Runner 6-7. When did you get the chips in that one?
Who haven't I played with it? I would like to. I haven't really played with a lot of the like newer, good high stakes cash players because they don't really play many tournaments. And I'm not playing any giant cash games currently. So I don't know. I think playing with Jungle Man would probably be fun.
Yeah,
seems like a character. Try to play with Dur. Yes. Let me see if I can find this thing. If I can find it, it's somewhere up there. I have this medal from a heads up tournament that there used to be a forum, and we had like a get together for the forum, and we played a heads up tournament, and it was like Tom Dwan, Phil Galfond, Andrew Roble, me, a bunch of other good people, and Andrew Roble won. I took third or fourth, something like that. Tom Dwan was there. It was a good party, Very, very good party way back in the day.
That's quite a list of names, I would say.
We all played sit and goes back in the day. And for some reason, a lot of good poker players came out of the sit and goes. I think because it forces you to learn like kind of fundamentally sound strategies to some extent.
Right. I can see that.
They're like pretty mathematical games, and it turns out those skills can translate to other games reasonably well. Have I played with Brad Owen? Ooh, yeah, I have played with Brad Owen. We played on Poker After Dark.
There we go.
That'll be coming up this season.
There we go.
What's my pain threshold? I have a mental problem where I don't really have a pain threshold. I just don't care. I really just don't.
I think that's important. I think that's important when you play.
I mean, the thing is that like, I know I'm not going to risk too, quote unquote, too much, whatever too much means, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't have it liquid. Like I have a lot of money that's just locked up in investments and stuff that I just cannot access. And there's like literally no way for me to lose it if I wanted to. I've like never been one to take credit at casinos or anything. So it's not like I can just go and get $1 million line of credit. So like, I'll take some amount of money with me or wire some amount of money with me. And if I lose it, it sucks, but it's within reason.
Right.
Ever played with Garrett Adelstein? Yeah, Garrett's great to play with. He's a lot of fun. He's a scary poker player to play against.
Yeah, Garrett's awesome.
Could I play fixed limit hold'em against Andy Beal? Could I? Probably. I mean, I don't have the bankroll for that, but I have played a ton of heads up limit hold'em. I actually got my start playing limit hold'em back in the day. And I was very good at it. One of my World Series events, that final table was in limit hold'em, and I got three-handed against two guys who were sicko limit players who were also roommates. I'm like, oh my God, this isn't going to go good. Luckily, I got aces back-to-back and lost, so I didn't have to worry about anything funny happening. Any interest in short deck? Yeah, there's interest, but there's not really any opportunity to play for me. So not so much at the moment. And right now I'm kind of in like the wait and see phase because I don't really want to devote a lot of time getting good at a game if I'm not going to be able to play the game, really. Because it's a lot of effort to get good at any game.
Sure.
And like I probably was going to start getting into it for the purpose of playing random 10K side events. Like Bellagio randomly has them and Aria randomly has them. But then COVID happened, so no. Ever played with Jeff Platt? I don't think so.
I don't believe so. It would have probably been more memorable for me than for you, but still I don't think so. Andrew says first WSOP got heads up with Athanasios Polychronopoulos and lost. Tilt late reg the next event only to find out it was limit.
One time, one of my friends did that. He registered for a shoe event, which is, I don't even know what it is, stud, hold'em, Omaha 8 or better, and stud 8 or better. Yeah. He took second place.
Damn. So
never played any of the games. He was only a no limit hold'em tournament player.
You see that with the deuce to 7 sometimes?
Yeah.
People jump in randomly into the 1500 and then they just go win it.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
That's good. Straight for Negreanu. That's fantastic as well.
How's it different playing poker full time when you have a family? You just have more stuff going on in life.
Yeah.
You're a little bit more distracted. You realize you're probably not going to be the best in the world, which is, I think, what a lot of people who devote their lives to anything aspire to at some point.
Sure.
But eventually you realize you have other priorities in life, right? And so that's okay.
That's fine.
You recognize it's fine. Have you ever staked poker players? Yes, I'm part of a Pocar backing company, Pocarr. Check it out. I wrote a book with a bunch of their coaches recently, selling at tough no limit hold'em games, powered by Pocar. Yeah. Including people like Ape Styles, John Van Fleet. He has a great stream. Bert Stevens, Draft Ganger. He's a coach at pokercoaching.com.
Crusher.
Super crusher. We have Rob Tinian. He won the Sunday Million twice. Lots of world-class players in here. Good, solid GTO-based book. Lots of sims, lots of math.
Nice.
High-level book. It'll get you good at poker. How am I so high energy after 5 hours? Meanwhile, Jeff is dead. Well, like someone said earlier, I'm on speed.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Actually, I'm not. I don't really do many drugs. How am I so high energy? I realized this is what I'm showing up to do today, so you better come prepared. I had a nice chill day, didn't quote unquote work too hard on anything. Kind of took it easy, for me at least. You know, that only involved 6 hours of work instead of 8 before the show. And
an off day, effectively.
Yes, basically an off day, right? I came ready to play. Also, I didn't have to deal with my kids tonight. My wife took care of them.
That helps.
So that let me have basically a real off day. I only had to wake up at 6 a.m. and deal with them.
Easy day. A 5-bet from Doug Polk to 20K.
Ooh, don't see that too often.
Negreanu makes the call. 7-3 deuce rainbow with 40K in the middle.
This is a dangerous board because Polk's 5-betting range is probably pretty good.
Negreanu calls. 5 of clubs on the turn.
5-betting range really should just be like the best hands here plus a few bluffs. A few suited ace bluffs at that. A lot of them which actually kind of nail this.
Right.
You may have like some random ace 4 suited. You can even have like ace 7 suited is good against Negreanu's whatever. Ace king, ace queen, whatever he flatted with. Rough spot.
Check. An ace on the river.
Negreanu has like very few threes. Polk may randomly have that ace 3. I'm sorry, ace 1.
Ace 4?
Yeah, my brain's not working, sorry. See, I'm not sharp after 5 hours, everybody. Jeff can read the board better than I can.
Polk checks over to Negreanu. Negreanu checks back. Polk had the 9-7 off. Thumbs down indeed. The 5-bet with the 9-7 off.
I didn't expect to see the 9-7 off.
Yeah. Huh. Let's take a look at the replay here.
What is he doing?
Negreanu
like I said, look, I don't know 200 big blind poker. I don't know what's going on with the 9-7 offsuit, okay?
Was it perhaps a misclick? Was it a min 5-bet?
I don't think it was straight min.
Okay.
Brutal.
Ugh.
I was expecting to see like the ace-7 suited, you know?
Right.
I mean, I guess like I could see 9-7 suited, maybe? I don't even know. I don't know.
Oh, man.
I'm not a 5-bet 200 big blind poker pro here, but that seems optimistic.
Well, when you know you're going to spike, just keep getting the chips in.
Well, to be fair, spiking the 9 is not really spiking. I think Negreanu maybe could have found a way to go.
There we go. 9s versus 8s for a 17K pot.
All right. When I was grinding in 3 years, what was my favorite meal and drink at the table? So I used to play at Bellagio. This was before Ari existed.
Okay.
And there was a place called Noodles. I don't know if Noodles still exists. But I know they got renovated, and this is going to sound bad. I love Bellagio, but it was way worse after it got renovated. Before it got renovated, Noodles was great. They had they had noodles, and they were really, really good. So I ate those a lot. Probably not good for your health, though.
It's probably fine.
OMG, it's Jonathan Little hosting today. No, Jeff Platt's hosting. I'm just hanging out.
Our all-star analyst is Jonathan Little.
Have I ever played with Mike Postle? Yeah, one time, and now he's suing me for speaking poorly about him.
Oh, I saw his lawyers one would like to detach themselves from Mr. Postle.
Yeah, probably wise because...
Well,
I'm not sure how much I'm supposed to speak about legal things, but...
Yeah, sure.
Basically, there's a thing called an anti-slap motion, and if we succeed with that, which it seems pretty obvious that we would if we did go to court, the other law firm likely could be on the hook for all legal expenses, which could be a lot when they're suing ESPN and Poker News, Negreanu and Haralabos and me. So they don't want to be on the hook for 100K legal expenses, especially when it's like doesn't look great for you.
I mean, shouldn't they have thought of that before they started this process?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, just checking. Just checking.
Toxic says, you know me from Brad Owen. Yeah, Brad Owen has a great YouTube channel. Check out Brad Owen.
Absolutely, he does.
We're going to be playing Poker After Dark together coming up this season.
Go.
So make sure you check that out on Poker Go.
New episode starting December 13th.
That's in 3 days.
That is in 3 days.
That's
and
exciting.
in 6 days, we have new episodes of High Stakes Poker premiering on Poker Go. Amanda Negreanu, our newest moderator, said, "Sorry, I think I just accidentally banned someone. My bad. Getting used to this. LOL."
No, Amanda, that's what you're supposed to do.
Right.
If you show up and you type something in the chat, you deserve to get banned like
That's
one
why
out of
you
100
have the power,
times.
Amanda.
Yeah, just let them know that you exist. Can you imagine some nice poker fan there probably typing something nice?
Right.
And then it
Like,
says,
I
"You've
love
been
you, Amanda."
banned."
Yeah, just
Perma-banned.
Unbelievable.
Brutal.
Figure it out, DNegs.
I've accidentally banned a few people just like Amanda probably just did. And every once in a while I get an email saying, "You banned me," and I typed that I love your show. Why did you ban me? And then, like, you know, I don't know how to work YouTube. I can't figure out how to unban them. Like, sorry, make a new account or something. I don't know. Don't know how to unban you.
That's pretty good. Garrett asks if B. Hanks is sweating the action. And I don't believe B. Hanks is spending time with the fam, but he and Amanda will be here tomorrow on stream. Four bet from Negreanu. Polk folds. Polk with 272K on table one.
Is Adderall big in the poker scene? Can we talk about drugs here?
Yeah, free reign on GG.
I mean, like, I actually don't know. I tried Adderall a long time ago. A doctor told me I have the most severe ADD he's ever seen in his life. But he says I channel it into productive things for the most part. Unless, you know, start drinking or degenerating a lot. Because I can drink and degen a lot if it comes to it. But he says I mostly channel it into productive things. He recommended I try Ritalin or Adderall if I felt like it. I tried them both. I didn't like either of them.
Okay.
So I do no drugs whatsoever. I don't really know a lot of poker players who do Adderall, personally. I don't think most of my friends do many drugs, if any. They'll smoke pot every once in a while. I don't know. Alcohol is clearly a drug. I like drinking, but I don't really drink all that often.
Same. I only drink 6-7 nights a week.
Yeah, I mean,
Adderall is, I think, fairly prevalent in the poker community. But with that said, it's not like I know many people who use it during poker sessions either. Ranveer Sin, if you asked me the same question 150 times, and I already responded to you also, so I'm going to pass on responding on stream. But thank you for being here. I appreciate it. What's up, FizzGig? Good to see you. Anthony, Daniel, James. James says, "Jeff, looking at signing up for Poker Go. How long are the seasons going to be for High Stakes Poker and Poker After Dark, and how often are new episodes coming out?" New episodes are coming out every week, and they'll have enough to go for a long time, and then they'll shoot a new season, and then those seasons will start right away. So, James, you're going to be in pretty good shape as far as new content is concerned. I think that the only time they're going to take time off from that is during, hopefully, the 2021 World Series of Poker.
And if you want a chance to play on Poker After Dark, follow me on Twitter at Jonathan Little. We will be releasing a giveaway to play with me. We're going to be buying you in to a $5,000 buying game on Poker After Dark. So make sure you follow me there. Get in the giveaway. That'll be happening in a few days.
I don't want to be too nosy here, but they flying out to Vegas, you know, they get to stay at the Aura. What else goes into the Poker After Dark experience?
I don't know. It'll be good.
Okay. I'll take it.
It's a long time from now. We're going to get a guy around the filming season 2 first. Well, season 2, the next season.
Right.
But that's coming up.
So when you were there, was the bar on the new set open?
No.
Damn.
Oh, wait. So there was a bar there, but you couldn't drink at it.
Right. There was a bar that was on set.
Yeah, that existed.
Okay, but it wasn't an operational bar.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
They had a camera there. You could talk to the confessional camera through the bar.
Okay.
So you could sit at the bar and talk to the camera about whatever nonsense you want to talk about.
Yeah.
As if it was a host, kind of, right?
Right.
Like somebody to interview the players randomly. So that was there, but no, there was no drinking allowed on the set at the moment. So some people would get up and go do shots off the set. Can I say that out loud? Probably not. Nobody drank anything no one drank anything in the show.
How dare you mention any alcohol products being used during Poker After Dark?
Only Justin Young.
When there's a bar on set. Only who did you say?
Only Justin Young.
Okay, yeah. He's got more of an IV. Alcohol just straight into the veins. Justin, any good PokerGo sign-up discount promo codes for the loyal stream watchers? I think if you follow PokerGo on Twitter, you're going to find a good one. And make sure to follow Jonathan on Twitter to have a chance to be in the mix.
And come back to the next stream, and Jeff will give away some more tequila.
Yeah, that's always a possibility. That is always a possibility. Luis, thanks for checking us out from Mexico City. Much appreciated.
We have more Alex Fitzgerald content coming on pokercoaching.com. Yes, all the coaches there regularly make content. Ever played with Vanessa Selfs? Yes, she is crazy. Actually, so there are a lot of poker players who go through phases in their general strategy where they essentially like play crazy for a while and then they just like have to chill out because people just start calling with all sorts of stuff. Gus Hansen is another good example of this, where I used to play a lot of tournaments with him when he was insane. And then after everybody just called him literally every time, he just had to chill out. Right. And I think Vanessa kind of went through that process as well. And then she got out of poker, probably got a better job and probably doing well. I don't know. I haven't seen her in forever.
But Jacks for Negreanu.
She had to chill out.
Yeah.
You can only play absolutely crazy for so long.
Negreanu wins about a 20K pot there.
I'm going to take a quick break, okay?
Do it. We got Carlin, we got James. So somebody's going to jump in the mix. Take your time. Take a stroll. Be sure to stretch.
They're like, oh my God, I gotta get up and get on the camera now.
Take your time. We got your back.
Watch Jonathan Little's A Little Coffee. He was always this honest. I mean, look, I try to not sugarcoat too much. I don't want things sugarcoated. I want the truth so that we can all progress together. And I'm not a big fan of nonsense. There's a lot of nonsense in all forms of entertainment to some extent. Mm-hmm. I mean, look at Jeff, right? And
perfect definition.
Yeah. And so anyway, I just try to give it to you straight. I try to help everybody improve their skills.
Sorry to hold you here, but don't take a break just yet, just in case this is the final break that Daniel Negreanu is taking. So let's just see what his break is like. I don't want you to miss out on our exclusive post-match interview with Negreanu.
Okay, you got it.
In case the session is over. But Negreanu gets back to the action. You don't think so?
No way it's over. I mean, we've only been here, 4 or 5 hours, right?
Which makes it the longest session by about an hour. All right, so here we are. Jeff Platt, Jonathan Little. We don't know if this break ends it or this break is just another banana bathroom break. Our last tally had Negreanu down 144K for the session, about 930K for the feud. Now, he won a couple of small pots since then, but still overall obviously not optimal. If he is done for the day, we'll have an exclusive post-match interview with him right here on this very channel. You get it every single session, whether he wins or whether he loses. I don't know if you guys were all in the mix for yesterday's, but that was entertaining, to say the very, very least. Jonathan, I wonder what we're going to get today.
Well, he didn't most recently get completely crapped on in the last 5 seconds, so I think he'll be slightly more sane. But maybe not. I don't know. Today has been kind of like the long, slow, grindy beatdown to some extent.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's still kind of gotten the bad end of the stick in terms of coolers, but a lot of the coolers were earlier in the session, and he's kind of just been like hanging around since then to some extent. So I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna get. But I do know if you lose like 2 or 3 buy-ins back to back, and then you're asked to do an interview, usually you're not in the best mindset.
Right. I'm just kind of scrolling through our totals. We had Negreanu down about 200K at the 4:30 mark. So I guess that was about 2 hours into the session. And since then, he had that one swing where he got it down to about 100K. But other than that, it's in the 115, 120, 140, 130. That kind of range. And right now it's at Negreanu minus $152,000.
Yeah. Back and forth.
Yeah.
Can Jonathan Little beat Doug Polk? I think he's bigger than me, and typically in a fight, usually the bigger person has a pretty solid edge.
All right, you said it. They're back to the action. So let's send you off. Let's send you off on your break, Jonathan.
One thing I like about Negreanu is that he has good integrity. If he says he's going to do something, he does it. And
That's very
when he
true.
says he's going to do a long session, I believe him. When he says he's going to play 25,000 hands, I believe him. Right?
Yeah.
Because he's typically stuck by his word. He turned me on to this book. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. The 4 Agreements. See this book? It looks a little bit hokey. It looks like there's some marijuana leaves on the front.
Yeah.
This book is a little bit hokey, but there are 4 quote unquote agreements that if you live by them, you'll be very happy. Let me tell them to you.
Please.
Number 1, be impeccable with your word.
Okay.
Number 1 agreement, do what you say you're going to do. Right? Don't lie, don't cheat, don't, do what you say you're going to do.
Be impeccable with your word.
Don't take anything personally. Negreanu maybe broke this one in this Doug Polk match.
Okay, don't take anything personally.
But like seriously, look, there are going to be people out there who do things you don't like. There are going to be people out there who don't like you. Believe it or not, there are Jonathan Little haters out there who randomly blatantly lie about me, right? To try to make me look bad to build up whatever business they have. It's okay.
Of course,
I don't take it personally. They are just trying to do what they think is best, even though, they're in the wrong. Next, don't make assumptions. A lot of people think they know what everybody else thinks, and they don't. Am I ruining this guy's book? Now you don't have to go buy it.
That was a good tease. You give us 3 of the 4.
There's actually a 5th agreement. I don't know what that is. It's a whole nother book.
Oh,
this guy, fifth agreement, make sure you get paid by writing another book. Rule number 5, the 4th agreement, always do your best. Get in there, try, do your best. I mean, look, Negreanu's basically lived by this besides number 2, where he took Polk personally. And so I like this book. This is
okay.
There's some mystical stuff, but I don't really get into that. But this is a book Negreanu turned me on to, and I like it.
The 4 Agreements. All right.
The 4 Agreements.
Cool.
All right. Can I go pee now?
Yes, you can. You have permission.
Well, we got to get the rest of the squad in here. They were
ready. They'll jump in. They're ready. They're ready to go. They'll just wait. They'll have you leave. They'll jump right in. Isn't that right, Carlin?
I'm here, Mr. Jonathan. Yeah, don't worry. I got your back.
Oh, there's the voice we all love.
I got your back.
He is back.
You're free to go.
All right. Yeah, Jonathan, now you have the ultimate permission as Carlin is here.
All right. I'll be back in probably 2 minutes, 42 seconds this time.
Take your time.
All right.
Take your time.
The timer
Carlin,
is on.
my good man.
What's up, Jeff? You look tired. You gotta move around like me. Watch. This is what I've been doing the whole time, right here. The standing desk is the key when it comes to this.
That's true. My desk can adjust to standing, but then it'd mess with the camera and the mic, and then it'd be just an absolute disaster. I'll go run around after Jonathan comes back. What time is it where you are, Carlin?
It's almost 5 a.m. actually. It's 4:30. Yeah. But I'm used to getting. You saw my Instagram stories, right? That's my normal sleeping time is 5 a.m. So this is totally normal for me.
On Instagram, though, a week or 2 ago, you went to sleep one night at 10 p.m., which was absurd for you.
Yes.
And then just randomly woke up in the middle of the morning.
Never doing that
middle
again.
Of the night.
I don't know what happened with me that day, but at least I learned the lesson of never going to sleep early, because then you have to wake up early. And when you're by the way, we have a 19K pot and a 22K pot.
Yes, we do. We have action on both tables. Another 10 on the river. Table 1, 3 clubs on the board. A 10 on the river. Table 2, 3 diamonds on the board. Polk leading for about 6K. Polk had a 9. It's a 7 for Negreanu. 22K pot for Polk. Let's see what happens here.
I guess none of us was watching the pre-flop action, right? Okay, both pots go to Duck.
Pots to Polk. It's all a disaster, Carlin.
Oh, yeah. Daniel needs some momentum. And, yeah. But, as you said many times today, props to him for, sticking to his word and going for a long session even after, getting wrecked almost for the full 4 hours, not really being in the lead besides maybe the first 30 minutes. So yeah, all props to Daniel. Mr. Jonathan Little is back.
Yeah, somebody, I think Dan in the chat says book club is canceled when he saw Jonathan leave, but Jonathan's back. It wasn't like we kicked him out for the endorsement of a book. Carlin, I mean, you're a wizard on the technology front.
Yeah.
Can you now jump into my screen?
Yeah.
While Jonathan jumps back into yours. But first, an all-in from Doug Polk on table 1. 8 deuce flop, Negreanu led for 6K, which is about 3/4 pot. Negreanu folds. Okay, yeah, Carlin, make magic happen, and then I'll be back in 2 minutes.
All right, will do. No problem at all.
Beautiful.
There we go.
Wow, look at that magic.
And I'm switching the commentary partners. Crazy tonight.
I need to hire somebody like you to be a wizard for me.
I mean, I'm here.
Okay, good. You're the man. You just like have all this stuff set up. Nothing's breaking all the time. It seems like the stream is functioning. This is amazing.
I mean, why would you hire someone like me when you can have me? You know,
that's true.
Makes no sense.
Genius.
It's like me, you know, looking for a poker coach and be like,
yeah, wow.
You know, I can hire someone like you and Jonathan Little being right next to me. That's crazy.
Sometimes a person right there for you.
Yeah, exactly. As we saw Daniel with the 3 dots, which kind of made Jeff come back, right?
Yeah, I was just about to leave. I saw the 3 dots. So, Carlin, I can sub in for you as that probably is the end of the match.
It's looking like that, yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to be in the background.
Okay, Carlin, thank you for your help, not only for today, but throughout the course of the feud. It is very much appreciated.
Sure.
I like his voice.
Yeah, you, me, and everybody else. Again, he could easily do our job. So we'll get the final tally. We'll get the final tally in just a minute or so. It's not going to be a good result, Mr. Little. I'm afraid it is not going to be a good number that we give you to cap things off after the longest session of High Stakes Feud, going about 5 hours here. Was down 150K about 10 minutes ago or so. I'm guessing the final number won't be too different from that one. We'll get that. We'll talk to Daniel, an exclusive post-match interview with Daniel Negreanu after every single session. Jeff Platt alongside Jonathan Little. Thank you all so much for being here with us through the ups and the downs. We appreciate it. We'll be back.
This was a long session, so I almost don't even remember like exactly how this went down, because in a 2-hour session, you're like, yeah, there were 2 big pots. But here there were a bunch of big pots.
Right. That's
true. It went back and forth. But I bet Doug Polk probably won like 70% of the big pots. Which,
yeah, I would say so.
Which makes it tough.
And then the most memorable one that stands out to me is, of course, the aces versus kings. It's like that kind of just sums up the challenge, because it's not like Polk played it badly. Obviously, he had kings. It just is running super, super hot. And when you play well and when you run well, like you said, when you're one of the best in the world, it's a pretty good combination overall.
Yeah, that was right off the back of a 4-bet pot where it came queen, queen, 3 or something, and he had the trip queens against the flush.
Against a flush draw, which the flush did come in for Doug Polk on the turn, and then they later got it in. So
like right there, that's a 160K swing.
Right.
You know?
Right. Exactly. It's kind of just, again, it just sums up the way that this high stakes feud has been going. I believe we have Daniel in the mix, so we'll bring him in. I see him waiting. Boom, boom, boom.
Here.
He is here. He is ready. We are getting him on the actual screen, and there he is. Ready to go. All right, man. I mean, again, how do you put into words what the frustration level is like after a session like this?
You sort of become numb to it, right?
Okay.
Like, I mean, the truth is, right? Obviously, I went on a curse-filled rant in the last one because it's like frustrating. But you just come to terms with how much variance there is, and like, you were hoping that it's going to turn, but there's no promises, right? Just because he's run incredibly well, and literally the only reason he's up as much is pure luck. Like, there's no question. This isn't like, whoa, dude, he's outplaying you in all these spots. Maybe in some, but not to the tune of the hands we've seen. Like when you look at the big hands, right, and you look at like the way they set up and the way they play, like I don't think he's had to deal for more than 20 minutes of the entire match with the kind of adversity I've had to deal with in terms of like, losing with straights and flushes and loot to trips and all these kind of hands that he's made a lot of hands. Then I don't even know, getting in it with aces again. There's so many. I'm gonna run it over in the hand review later. But I mean, I really don't think I made any mistakes that were significant in this entire day. And I played 5 hours. That's why I kept playing. I was like, all right, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I'm playing good. Just keep going. And dude, we need to quit these fires. He just keeps hitting. I mean, literally, there's no other way to. There was a span there for about 20 hands where he had trips on the river 7 fucking times in 20 hands. It was like, good for you. I have top pair every time, right? I'm like sitting there with king 8 on 8 freaking 4-4. He's got a 4, call, and shit like that. So, I mean, whatever. I mean, listen, we're going to play tomorrow and then we're going to have a week off. Play the main event. I'll probably win the main event. There's like almost no way, right? I mean, what are the chances that I don't win the main event? It's like I'm 8-1 favorite.
Yeah, that's going to be your WSOP.com run good for sure. To that overall point, though, you planned for this to be the longest session. It was the longest session. So that still has to speak to your confidence level being pretty high, yeah?
Yeah, again, I would have kept playing. I put in 250,000 yesterday, but the stacks got deep. So I had like 5 buy-ins at one table or 4 or 5 buy-ins, but I didn't have enough to reload. And as soon as I saw that, I'm like, I want to respect the rules, and not play under 100 big blinds at all because, that's what we agreed to. And that's what we'll do. I'm not heading down to the Rio tonight to put any more in. We've got 5 buy-ins for tomorrow. If things don't go well, I'm sure he'll be okay with, whatever, me, bailing out early on the tomorrow session since we went longer today. And then I'll have a week off to set up I'll put in 5 million. I don't give a shit. Like, I'm literally not quitting. There's no part of me that feels like, oh, this, you're just getting outplayed really badly. I mean, maybe in some spots, but like, look, what's the all NEV now? What am I stuck? 600K or some shit like that?
Our guy Corey didn't update it live, but it is going to be a pretty absurd number.
This is funny.
So he did misclick with the 9-7 off?
Yeah, he claims he misclicked, which I believe because I've never seen him do that before.
Okay.
Min re-raise 5 bet that deep. And then, of course, he gets bailed out by the deck because he flops a 7. And then I turn a 5. So now I don't really have a bluff anymore because I got a pair. But I would have probably tried to bluff it, on that ace if I didn't have a pair. I beat king, queen, king, jack, all that stuff. So there was no reason to bluff with the 5s. Sick.
Jonathan, what you got for Daniel?
Well, so you mentioned that we're playing the World Series main event coming up. Have you learned anything in the process of studying heads up do you think will be helpful in full ring poker?
Yes, I have. I've learned several specific things, and I have to, of course, be careful in exactly what I share and how I share it.
Give the fans one tip.
All right. So, I'm not going to, there's, I can't. That one I can't. That one I just can't because that would be giving away the secret sauce. But,
fine. Do you want to talk about the book club study we did today? We discussed the 4 agreements, the book, The 4 Agreements.
Fantastic. I've read it many times and highly recommend it.
You turned me onto it a long time ago.
It's a great book.
Do you know the 4 agreements?
I do know the 4 agreements. Absolutely.
You think you have broken one of them when it comes to Doug Polk?
So be impeccable with my word. I've been doing that. Don't take anything. I guess you could suggest don't take anything personal in terms of luck, right? I'm certainly taking luck personal, but like that's my process. I don't give a shit what people say. Like Dick Napkin or whatever the fuck that guy's name is, who always does the videos. What is it? Like I just go with Dick Napkin because it's just a lot funnier to me. He always does these videos. I don't give a shit. Fucking show me cursing, whatever. It doesn't bother me. That's who I am. Yeah, Dick Napkin. I don't know, fucking wet Dipkin. I don't mind, it's awesome. It's real. It's genuine. Like you don't like cursing. I understand, sorry if you're offended, your virgin ears, but I was pissed off yesterday. Today I grinded my ass off after that ridiculous run where, I don't even know what the hands, how many of them, but boom, boom, boom. Then I lost aces against kings all in pre. And I'm like, okay, I need a little breather here. Cause I just lost 3 all ins with I don't even know what the fuck they were anymore. I don't even remember what the hands were. I'm gonna have
ace
to look
queen
through.
When you flop trips and he turned.
And
then you took a break and came back for aces versus kings.
Yeah, wasn't that special where I have ace queen with the ace of hearts? I 4-bet it. He calls. Comes queen 6 with 2 hearts. I'm thinking, hey, you know what? That's not a terrible flop. He does his fucking ridiculously stupid donk shit that he does, right? And that's where he's only done it twice, right? He's done it twice. I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but he's doing it. Okay, so he donks it out. I'm like, all right, well, let's just trap this one. Turns the jack of hearts. Now I got nothing to really worry about, What am I worried about? Protecting. I got the hearts. I don't have to bet, to protect against the heart coming. I got the 3 queens, which looks pretty snazzy, So let him bluff off his money on the river. And he does. He certainly bet. But, you would think that there's a world where I actually hit. This is what you guys don't see. This is the shit you don't see. You think I'm running bad in all NEV. I can't tell you how many times in a row I've had king, queen, jack 10. Okay? king, queen, jack 10 on the flop somehow. Like I have king, jack, or I have queen 10, and I have that, and I end up with king high, and I lose to 4s. It's been unreal. Like 3-bet pots. I've just not been connecting. Like, oh, the other example was when I had king, queen of spades, and he had ace 9. And I bet the flop, he calls and spikes the ace of spades. So now I have the queens with the flush draw, river pairs the board. I decide to call this time, and he has the ace, which I don't know. I guess that one's close, but I think you can call there with the king, queen of spades. You don't really want, I don't think you really want to have the king of spades in your hand specifically, but I don't have any, I don't know. We'll see. I can't imagine it's a bad fold when the pot's that big and I have king, queen. Like you can't just be folding, top pairs against this guy. So it was just a weird run, and I fought through it. I was actually very proud of myself for being able to just take a minute. All right, well, you're going to play, so let's play,
How do you regain do you lose your composure to begin with when you're playing? Because a lot of people in the chat were consistently saying something like, oh my God, he must be on super tilt because he's losing all the hands. But like, I'm trying to tell him, you're going to lose your aces to kings sometimes. It sucks, but like it happens, and
I would say that like what's interesting is, because tilt is a thing for people, right? I would say the only thing that I went through is a little bit of shell shock. I'm like, whoa, let me just grasp what just happened here, right? And reset. But in terms of tilt, like we go over it, like that's the thing I'm most proud of, right? I haven't just gone all monkey crazy and just gone all in with nothing because, I've been losing or whatever. I'm just sticking to what I know is good play, and I feel really good about the play. I mean, I'm a broken record about that, right? But like, there's inspiration when Phil Galfond was down something like 50 buy-ins, and was able to come back. And I swear, if this guy, I wonder how he will, obviously I deal by cursing. I wonder how he will deal with me going on anything remotely close to a run like this his way. Because this guy in the last session whined to me that he split a pot because I check raised the turn with a gut shot and chopped with his nuts. I got half the pot and he couldn't take it. I don't know if he was like losing it. You're so lucky. No, he wasn't. I'm just kidding. But no, I've dealt with it, boy. This has been a real gut check. I don't listen to the comments and don't read them because people don't know what they're talking about. You know what I mean? Like only we know, the people who see the cards. And I'd be interested to see, Jonathan, if you do any breakdown videos, if you find some hands today where you see some misplays, because I don't think there was any big ones.
For sure. It seems like you're playing reasonably well and you're a true professional. You're grinding it out. You're staying sane. And like you said, you're not ever like punting it off. That's what I was trying to tell the chat here. Like if he was on tilt, he'd be playing substantially worse, right? Like maybe you're doing something that we do not see that's slightly worse or whatever, but it seems like you're playing well and you're just getting the bad end of the cards.
If I had to give a description of how the match has gone in terms of like how it's played out, like when it comes to all-in EV, I'm buried, right? So when we get the cards in, I'm way behind. And then like when it comes to coolers, when I have straights or flushes and lose, right? Compared to like when he gets stacked off, it's either because he bluffed it off or he hero called, right? Like it's one of those two things. It's like I can't remember the last time he's had like a straight and like lost to a full house or better. Like I don't know that like he's had trips and lost. Like, and that's common. That's just common for me, having still those kind of hands and like, getting it, stuck to me. So it's been a crazy run, but this just goes to show you like variance in heads up poker is infinitely more important than, and my guys warned me about this too going in. Like and you did this too with some of the graphs where they showed like 2 break-even players, right? They play 25,000 hands. There will be streaks where one of them wins like 60 buy-ins, 70 buy-ins, break-even players. Right. And I'm not suggesting that we're break even, but it's certainly not the disparity that we're seeing in terms of the result right now. So all I can do is continue to be in the lab and, do what I think is working, and a lot of good things from this session. I felt like, not the result, of course, but felt really good. What are you going to do? Just like keep losing, keep showing up.
So finally, for me, Daniel, I know you don't read the comments. I know the trolls in the chat certainly stand out. But with that said, there's also a lot of support in the chat. So I'm wondering what your overall message would be to the Daniel Negreanu fans of the world who are in the chat every day, who are rooting for the comeback every day. Sure, they might not stand out with a trolly comment like some people in there, but they're there. They're on your team. They're on your virtual rail.
Well, just first and foremost, I appreciate y'all. I put my hat in the ring, and it's like there's I don't know what it's the Theodore Roosevelt thing. It's like the man in the arena. It's not the critic who counts. It's the man in the arena. I'm in the arena. I'm fighting, right? Everyone can be an armchair quarterback. I'm appreciative of the people who, support. And, I think if you have professionals like Jonathan take a look. Like if you looked at this session, Jonathan, I think you would go like this. Huh. I really do. I think you'd go, whoa, look at this. Wow. I didn't believe he had that hand, and I'll show some of them in the recap video. But I think pros and some of them actually came out to support me and say, man, you've actually been playing really good in the last couple thousand hands based on what we've seen. Very comfortable with my different sizes right now. So I feel so good about how I'm playing right now. But all you need is a little bit of luck to go your way. And I mean, I know that Doug doesn't want the narrative to be like, wow, he's just running good, but like, he's just running good. Sure, I'm sure he's playing fantastic with some of these overbets and putting me in tough spots. I'm not suggesting that he's not playing well. He is playing fantastic poker, but by no stretch of the imagination is this match as despairing as we've seen in terms of the result. And me being down almost $1 million. Like we knew going in, 25 buy-ins. That's that can happen. So I'm prepared. I'm prepared to put in another $1 million this week if need be. And that actually helps alleviate the stress, because the stress I was feeling was not having enough to auto top up when I want to play longer sessions when it gets deep. And that's kind of stressful. But yeah, I think I should be able to put some more if I need. And hopefully just tomorrow, I just fucking have a little bit of a sun run myself.
We'll keep asking for that sun run. And I know you said you weren't on tilt during the session. Amanda Negreanu weighs in the chat. She says, that's true. It was me who was on tilt for sure. So we'll see Amanda tomorrow.
I will say this.
Yes.
I've had a lot of people message me, and I don't believe this because I can't. And many people have said this feels, and I would never, I'm not doing the Donald Trump thing, like, because I don't believe this shit. I think this is what suckers say, but like too many people have said, dude, are you sure this is on the square? Because like, it doesn't seem possible. You know what I mean? Like when you look at the card distribution, like I'm going to say this because it's true. In every aspect of where you would, gauge luck, he's been luckier. Whether it's like, okay, I flop 2 pair. He flops 2 pair, it comes blank. I flop 2 pair and like king, jack, 4. And often what we see is the queen and the 10 with a 4 flush on the turn and river. So now I've got 2 pair. The board is 10, jack, queen, king with 4 of a suit. I took a picture of 2 of them today. On both tables, I'm sitting here. I said the king, jack hands. Look at these hands. Okay, so on both screens, I got king, queen 10 and king jack. I got open and straight draws. I end up with king high and queen high.
Oh boy.
You just can't make it up. So you get a little delirious. You get to the point where I guess I'm at the point of acceptance. This is variance. Yesterday I had my spiel of, anger-filled, curse-filled rank. But listen, that's okay. I don't care. You know me, Jeff. We don't worry about upsetting people. If you're watching this and you know me well enough, you may hear some F-bombs and some. I got some unique curses too, because I go with I go on these random tangents. Because in Romanian, cursing is very bizarre. Like you'll have a sheep and a lamp and like a cutlet and a freaking piece of sausage, and it all comes together in like a bizarre curse that doesn't make any sense.
I actually had to consult Google to figure out what a few of the words that you were saying in your rant the other day.
Wide range of cursing.
Yeah, I actually plea notepads Patrick Leonard put together. He did a transcribe of one of my things, and it's like, it's actually really funny reading it back. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Just curse after curse and not dick, fuck, shit, cock, suck, motherfucker, dick, napkin.
It just proves to us you're being honest with expressing your feelings, and hopefully those feelings can be some genuinely good feelings tomorrow, perhaps after one of these sun runs that we keep hearing about. So tomorrow we'll see you here, same time, same place. Thanks for the time.
All right, gentlemen.
Thank you, Daniel. Good job. Good work. Keep it up.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, there he goes. That is Daniel Negreanu. We will see him for one more session tomorrow before they take next week off. Jonathan Little, your thoughts on this 5-hour session?
It was a grind. We made it through it. We'll live to fight another day. Negreanu doesn't have to go to the cage, so that's good.
That's good, yeah.
Maybe he can turn it around and never have to go to the cage again. It is so, well, for me, it's so depressing when you have to go to the cage and deposit more money. And I don't want anyone to go through that feeling. It's no fun.
That is very, very fair. Well, thank you so much, Jonathan, for being here. Thanks to everybody in the chat for being with us. Special shout out to our crew hanging out with us until God knows what time, 5 a.m., 6 a.m. They're the best. They're awesome. It's James, it's Carlin, it's Eric, it's Alex, it's Jeff, it's Patrick, it's Jonathan, and I'm Jeff, and we will see you tomorrow for the happy hour version of the High Stakes Feud stream. 10:30 p.m. UTC, 5:30 p.m. Eastern, 2:30 p.m. Pacific. We'll see you then. Good night.